Hello, everybody. Hello. Someone in the comments asked if the intro was broken as well as the outro. It's not. It's just got a flat image back there. There's probably a better way to have that flow. So, you know, my normal videos, the proper footage rolls underneath that intro. I'll see if I can figure out a way to set that up at some point. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope we're all doing good. We're on part 5 of the Realm Reborn playthrough. My goal for the end of this episode is where on the original plan I thought we would have ended the last one. So we're going to, as you can see from the title in the thumbnail here, we're going to Haukke Manor, which is kind of a spooky, creepy dungeon. Really beautiful place. It's here in the forest. When you get to the outside, it's like this gorgeous looking cathedral place. So that's our ultimate goal. And you've probably got a little bit of a sense of how a Realm Reborn works now. I kind of spaced on this and forgotten somewhat how this worked. But so we had the intro arc, and then we kind of had a secondary arc here at the forest where finally we became the envoy and we left. And then we had an arc in Uldar dealing with Ifrit. In the last part, we had an arc here in the forest dealing with Rama. And well, now we'll move on. But also, the end of the last episode had that big twist. That Ascian there came to, appeared before us, said some more cryptic stuff about the Echo. We've learned that we're immune to primal tempering because we have the Echo. And some of the lines that I encourage you guys to go back and really watch that cutscene. It's really kind of cool teasers, I think, for where the story goes later. But we're like, okay, this seems to be a problem. He seems to have been responsible for what was going on with the Sylphs and the threat of Rama. So we're going to have like a mini arc here as well in this episode we're about to start, where we learn a bit about the Ascians, which should be pretty cool. But yeah, so I've got a lot of plans, lots to talk about. I've got my drinks here. I hopefully won't need to pee. Oh, that was the greatest pee yesterday, guys. In the last part, my God. I've been holding that in for like 3 hours. You know, like when you're at the cinema and you finish a movie? Oh. Anyway, you know, it's funny to think that each episode here is like a film. Longer than you could have watched Lord of the Rings Extended, guys. But you watched the last episode. How does that make you feel? So yeah, but I do have some drinks, so we'll see where that goes. I actually, for the first time in a while, have a black coffee. I spent years drinking just black coffee. No milk, no sweeteners, no sugars, nothing. And I got really used to it. And it's like a nice way to have something warm and give you a bit of energy. It's a bit filling, but obviously is, you know, not that unhealthy because you're not drinking milk and stuff like that. But I just slowly stopped drinking black coffee over the past few years. I don't know. And I've gained so much weight like the past 3 months. It's unreal. So I've got to find cutbacks. So I think when I was last playing FF14, I was doing it with black coffees, and something today I was thinking, why not just do that again? So anyway, yeah. I also have a Diet Coke for later. It's chilled at the moment, but I'm sure it'll warm up by the time I get to it. So yeah, what are we doing? Well, one thing I wanted to show you guys right here at the start, is we had a little bit of fan art from Jake. I can't remember, it was in this series that I showed off the last one, right? Oh no, maybe it was in Janthir Wilds, actually. So here, the voice I was giving to Alphino, that horrible, hideous voice, but not too dissimilar from what the original guy actually made it sound like. Look at this, look at that face! If you'll permit me, Alphino. Oh my God, man. So, yeah, that is definitely the kind of face that I can imagine from that voice. I'll try not to do that too much. I'll try not to. I did have another image as well, so that's fantastic. Look, if anyone makes any art at any point, I will endeavour to try and get it on screen, seriously. But yeah, I also had that I wanted to show you guys. Now, where was I taking this? Oh yeah, here. Just to show our progress through the story so far, I was on Wiki and looking at where we are. This is our progress through a Realm... Oh, you cannot see that. This is our progress through a Realm Reborn. We've done 62 quests. We're quarter of the way. 1/4 done already. But also, I think a lot of the quests are a lot snappier than some of the ones we've done because they're introducing features. So I think we're a little bit over. But yeah, 1/4 done. And by the way, that is base game and post game. So we're actually closer to the normal ending than you might expect. And finally, another thing I wanted to show, probably my favourite comment I've had on this series so far. And again, I am reading the comments from you guys. And, you know, I'm trying to respond as much as I can. The videos are quite long. So with the Janthir Wilds playthrough we just did, I was putting a lot of YouTube comments on screen. And that was really fun. I had a nice community feel. I'd like to think that feel is still there. I'm not putting it on the screen here because there's so much content to get through each episode. You know, they're just ram-packed. Having a massive hour, 2-hour long Q&A section at the start is just not viable. But I have to read this one. This is amazing. This is such a cool comment. I've got to share this with everyone. So this came from Arcane Wolf. And he says, during the Let's Play, you've asked if anyone's watching from Japan. I am. I've been living here for years. So what prompted them to comment, actually, was the Japan thing. But check this out. Really enjoying the series. I'm looking forward to hearing your impressions of the game, the state of the game, what changes were made and how the expansions developed in terms of pacing, story, and gameplay. I was one of the people who started at the launch around Reborn. So this guy's got a unique perspective here. Not a 1.0 perspective, but a Realm Reborn perspective. Literally what we're playing here. I was intrigued by the game. Who is just infinitely clapping? Is it me or is it one of you guys? Oh, it's all these guys clapping. Oh my god, you guys can't see. These guys, like, there's a teacher here and they're clapping away. I was hearing the claps and I was thinking, is my character just clapping? It's like they're applauding what we say, guys. Alright, they've stopped now that we're looking at them. Let's create a little bit of distance here. Alright, and so, by the way, I noticed, isn't it, Ellison, you're very tall and the sit animation is, like, quite fast. You guys see that? Anyway, yeah, look, really want to read this. So, watching the LP... Oh, sorry, I've skipped a bit here. I played at launch era. I was intrigued by the game, but washed out permanently because of many factors in the gameplay and community my friend and I found. Watching the Let's Play has refreshed many of the negative memories I had, but it's also, most importantly, addressing some of the questions I had regarding the game. Like, how did or well did the devs respond to the issues I had to make it better and more playable? So far, I'm responding with slightly positive curiosity. I think the expansions were way heavily on that. The expansions are brilliant, man. They're really, really good. Anyway, you pulled me in with your Tomb Raider with those 3 LPs, so who knows, you may pull me in with this as well. That's funny, because my Tomb Raider LPs, the newest gen, because I did do the middle gen as well, but, you know, I get pretty negative about those, because I don't think they're very good games. So, but that pulled you in, apparently. Anyway, it's nice to hear people watching Tomb Raider there. So, Netflix anime coming. Like you, I've always had a nostalgic reaction to your arrival to the Sylph area. Mine was more of a memory of building frustration. I started on the Japanese servers at launch. One was tagged for expats and oceanic players. And it was a real mix, but yeah, I've heard of this. There's a Japanese server with a bunch of, like, English speakers, right? And apparently they all make fun of it. I don't know. It was a real mixed bag of individuals. We met some good people and gamers, but oh, did we have problems coordinating and getting through the group content, even in the early game. Looking through... Now, this is amazing to me. Base ARR, guys, what we're playing, is not hard. Ever. You've seen the dungeons. You've seen the boss fights. One of the main things I'm going to do on this Let's Play is I'm going to do the extremes, which are the hard versions of the story bosses. I want to do those because I want to have real bosses. That's like where the actual game is. That's where, oh, the boss might beat you, some things might happen. That's where, like, the real fun is. Everything else is streamlined out, gutted, like, extremely basic. You get the levels instantly, you get gear for it all. It's all, like, the game plays itself for you. There's nothing in it. But look, this was not always the case, it seems to be. And this guy has negative memories of it being elsewise. He says, we struggle with the group content. Looking back, I think tying group content so closely to story progress was an issue. It ended up being frustrating for everyone. Hardcore players, casual MMO players, with an interest in group content, and story players with no interest in group play. It started to turn toxic enough that all 3 groups just wanted to avoid each other. You showed an easy clear of Ifrit on a single attempt. Listen to this, guys. That took us 2 hours with multiple fractured groups to finally get a clear. Just trying to convince people to attack the nail when it spawned. Remember I said he does the big attack if you don't kill the nail. Or losing others would bail as soon as they realised someone was new and they didn't know about the nail. This was a pattern over and over in both the dungeons and the trials. At its worst, it took us 3 full nights to clear Garuda. That's an upcoming, it's a minor spoiler, but you know. Normal, story mode Garuda, and even haven't checked the forums in advance to learn the mechanics. This is just a normal story Garuda. We wondered if language was an issue, but honestly had our worst experiences with native English speakers rather than anyone from second language speakers. To this day, my friend is convinced that people were deliberately trolling the duty finder full time. It was that hard to convince people to hide behind the rocks. That's a mechanic we'll deal with later. In the end, progress was frustrating and dear. Then, as you point out in this LP, you were returned to questing. There was so much filler and work made in the main story all the time. It was absurdly drawn out, even by MMO standards. Honestly, some nights as an intercontinental fetch quest was all my friend and I managed to accomplish. It was so frequent and so time-consuming that we lost sight of the story background for why we were supposed to be doing any of it. Yeah, like when we were at Buscaran's Druthers, the bar, in the last episode, it's very easy to forget why we're doing everything, right? The story was so vague and OP, leaping here and there. Your comment about 4 hours into the last episode with diversions and then the endless checklists. By the time my friend and I hit the Sylphs, we were really lost and disheartened, and that was a long plateau. Yeah, I mean, it's funny because they did. So when I joined the game, around when I joined, there had just been a big patch that cut a ton of stuff out of this main storyline. Busy work, fetch quests, random stalling bullshit that has nothing to do with anything. And you can see a list. There's maybe 20 quests that got culled total, I think. I've seen it on Wiki. It's somewhere in the region of 10 to 20 quests, which, considering there's so many, doesn't actually even sound like that much, to be honest. But I was assured on Spud that there are in the Discord that there were like, you know, a quest that I've done, which is just 3 enemies. It might have been like 10 enemies before or something. So it is contracted down, but you can still feel it, you know. There we go. We got idle cam. We can look at that little hippo. Apparently that hippo is really expensive now because of some new story development or whatever. But it's funny, you know, like, I kind of like the idea of spending a while on Ifrit. To me, guys, the perfect boss, and we will see as this goes along, right? I don't mind wiping. In fact, I kind of want to wipe. I think 2 to 5 wipes is the sweet spot for me. Like, if you try and you can't quite nail it, but you get back and you can beat that bit now, and then he manages to beat you again. I think 2 to 5 wipes, okay? So I'm talking about half an hour to an hour. That, to me, is perfect for a story boss. I think that the game should give a little bit back, and there should be a little bit of learning. You know, it might have been better if when we were fighting Ifrit there, we did fail to hit the nail. What's fascinating to me about this, though, is you have a really negative opinion of that, and maybe because it got so drawn out, you know? But it's weird as well. I'm wondering if 1.0, like, obviously the tuning was different. Obviously, bosses were hitting harder, people were doing less damage. I've tried to min eye level, and it's still not good enough, as you can see. But, like, that thing, the mechanics weren't different, right? So it was literally just that people in 2012... This isn't like the 90s, guys. This isn't like the early 2000s, where people are complete primitives with this genre. Like, people know how to retarget, okay? It's not that hard to retarget. That thing with the nail, in normal mode, there's 1 nail. In extreme, there's like 8 or something, right? There's 1... It's not hard. Even with 1.0 tuning... How hard is it? And you've only got 4 people in the party, right? It's not like an 8-man party. There's only 4 people. How? That blows my mind that people couldn't do that. Because even with low tuning, that's not much of a mechanic, is it? So I don't know. Maybe something weird was going on with the FF14 community, having come from 11, where most of the game was just about grind. That seems hilariously inept, that you can't do a single retarget. And by you, I mean, you know, the group, the community at the time struggling with it. Oh my god, this coffee tastes really good. Why have I ever stopped doing this? Oh. I thought it'd be really bitter and horrible, and my taste buds would change, but no, it's good. So anyway, so going on, he says, so what is the reverse? Why am I watching and enjoying this LP? Well, you're clearing some of the fog. As you pointed out, and I've noticed, the team have made efforts to smooth out a lot of the issues we had. I'll give them credit for that. Some of it still has been painfully janky storytelling, absolutely, and as they introduce your starting region, the signs, the companies. I still don't really get the companies, but I'll hang in there and learn as we go. I don't think there's too much more to get than what we've been given, by the way. They're not really part of where it gets really good. Some of the systems to prepare players for group play have been implemented or revised. Dungeons streamlined to reduce the chicken with head of cut-off interactions. I'm eager to see what comes. What other modifications and additions have been made? The game has a decent reputation, so I'm curious how they've built that. Watching you clear content like dungeons with this community and without hours-long stress hassle seems like such an ordinary, fun MMO experience. Or was it like a matchmaking problem before? I want to know what the state of the broader community looks like on that front, how easy it is to find reliable, friendly people to play with, how reliable the duty finder may have become, and how easy it is to find stable groups. Well, let me tell you, it's incredibly easy. The duty finder is brilliant. Like, I'm going to sound like a total shield for the game here, but nearly everything in this game is evergreen, because you can just click what you want to play. You can either do it as a daily, and you'll see here, by the way, guys, I've unlocked 2 dailies now. We have a leveling daily, So this will give us a free level every day, and when I click it, it will throw me into a random dungeon or trial, I think, that I have played. So if I do this, I'll go back into a dungeon we've already done. It will matchmake us with all the people. It will take seconds, especially if you're in a tank or a healer. I mean, it can take a bit longer if you're on a really low pop server or whatever, but you can always just transfer, I guess. It's very quick and very easy, and you can do other stuff in the meantime. You can craft, you can gather if you're a matchmaker. It's so easy, and there's very little toxicity or like, because it's also streamlined. Honestly, partying with people is so simple in this game. It's brilliant. It's like the greatest strength of it. We also have a Guildhests we can do once per day. And basically what these are, guys, is these are accelerated rewards massively. You notice I get experience. This is the experience icon in this game. Guild. And these vary based on our level and how low level the thing was that we did. But you get a good amount. And then seals as well. Now that we have seals, those are the 3 main currencies. We'll get serpent seals from this. And if I place a class at the matchmaker once, they call it the adventurer in need, so it's looking for a healer for the leveling, and it's looking for a tank for the Guildhest, and I am a tank. So if I did this, I would do a Guildhest right now, and I would get these additional rewards on top. And most days, I just go through and do the roulettes. There's like 6 of them in the end. You'll see a few more unlock as we go. It's good. It's easy. But if you want to do dedicated content, it doesn't have to be the daily. I could just, like, for example, if I want to do Satasha, I can just click join. I'm not getting it because it might instant pop, and that would weird me out. But it will just matchmake you in. It's really easy, and I think it is the model. If we ever think about like a Guild Wars 3 or whatever, I think there's a lot to be learned from this. Seriously. Anyway, and I'm really not exaggerating there. Okay, and then to round the comment out, I'm enjoying your comments on how you found the gameplay, information on your day-to-day routine away from the streams, how I occupy myself, what activities are common. I spent a huge amount of time leveling every variety of gathering and crafting. 2 max at launch. Oh my god, that sounds crazy. In order to gain all the cross-class skills. Crafting at the time was hellish to start, but your character improved dramatically. That's a really good memory from that time. My max level crafter helped a few people make or enhance some end-game level gear that they weren't able to make for themselves. If you were crafting in the market and you saw it in chat, you could help for a nominal fee. That 3rd night on Garuda, we found an archer or a bard who learned the mechanics quickly enough to finally clear with us. Tanks, heals, and a single range DPS survived to squeak out the clear. Weeks later, listen to this. It sounds like it was really, really engaging. Weeks later, he gave me the mats for a level 50 bow, and which was all he'd managed to save. But he hadn't leveled his crafting, and he was really concerned about failing an attempt and losing the mats. I don't know if it's still the case, but failing and destroying a craft was always a possibility. I know it was an expensive amount of material, but not really if you maxed out every discipline, because the cross-class skills gave you so many tricks. Back then, when you crit a crafting attempt, there was an audible sound, and in chat as well. The archer was dancing, emoting, and hooting in chat when I auto-crit that bow that he'd been saving weeks for, and it was also stat enhanced for free. That's what MMO should be about. That guy made my night by showing up to the duty finder, communicating and playing his hearts out. Weeks later, I made his night by making something high quality he never expected. We met up for Crystal Tower later, blah blah blah. I don't want to talk about the Crystal Tower yet. Is there still any benefit to having that, or has it all been made irrelevant? Well, I don't really craft. I don't know. Cross-class skills aren't a thing. Crafting is the one thing I've not done in this game. There was one episode of my, and thank you for the lovely comment there. There was one playthrough of my run, one episode of my playthrough 2 years ago where I grabbed Weaver and I leveled it to like level 2 or something. I did barely anything with it. It's still like only level 2 on my main. That's it. I don't know anything about that. It sounds though like the launch game had good itemization and gearing, and it was tuned a lot tighter. It sounds like it was a really engaging fun game for someone who's going to no-life it. But for people who are playing a bit more casually maybe or whatever, it sounds like it was really hard, and they've just made it easier and easier and easier over the years, which is kind of what MMOs do. They boil it away and down and down and down until there's very little left. But I don't know. I'd love more impressions there. And remember, that's just ARR, guys. That's not 1.0. That's just ARR. It sounds very interesting. So yeah, Tremor here, by the way, you guys will notice, is in different outfit. Speaking of those seals, off screen between the last 2 episodes, I did those roulettes that I just showed you, the dailies. I did both of these. Now resets happened again, so I could do them again in theory. I'm not going to. But I did those dailies to get seals, and I spent the seals on a set of Gridanian Twin Adder armor, which I've put on my tank. I also, if we go over to my archer, He's still in this stuff we were wearing last episode. But I set up some glamour plates. So I properly, because I had to repair the gear, if you remember, I probably have the Cloud glam there, so we can look a bit like Cloud, maybe. And I set up this one. This is our original Ella's and stuff, but with the beret, which I really like. Should dye it black, maybe. And then here's the Squall stuff, which we couldn't do before. So I guess we'll look like Squall this episode, maybe? I don't know. Might be fun. It's a bit weird with the bow and the hat. Like, there was no hat for the Squall setup. But yeah. And unfortunately, some of the other protagonists in the main series games, I don't have their armors and things. We just had some donations. Thank you so much, man. Lonya, 25 euros. Thank you. Oh, my lord. Thanks for the refreshing series. Thank you. And there was another one. Oh, it wasn't a donation, but it's Safero Naroji. Thanks. Hey, man. It's good to see you. And thanks for the membership. You got your silver spud there. You're almost at ultimate level prog there. What, with the hitting the nail, I guess. So, yeah. A lot of people in FF14 come from single-player titles that have completely different mechanics, never played an MMO. I don't buy that, man. Retargeting to the nail? I mean, look, okay, I do think that MMOs are pretty tricky. Like, there's a lot of UI and a lot of key binding going on. And, in fact, it's that thing where once you've got it set up, you don't really think about it anymore. But it's a pain in the arse to set up. Like, I put a lot of thought into my UI and how I keybind, especially in this game. You have to sort it all out for yourself, basically. One of the greatest strengths of Guild Wars is that they have a completely coherent keybinding default UI setup that is very, very, very functional. It has its downsides with the hidden cooldowns when you weapon swap and stuff. But it's this game, you have to do that all on your own, and it's a mess. And the defaults can be a mess. And so I get like simple things can be really hard in MMOs. And like, you know, understanding the GCDs and when the server's ticking and all that stuff, it's not as easy as just simple press button smash thing, you know, which a lot of single player games are like, a lot of console games are like, more action oriented. I get that there's a bit of jank, right? But at the same time, Ifrit is not at the very start of the game. That was in episode 3 of this playthrough. You know, it's quite a lot of hours. Like, you probably have basic controls done at that point. And all they're asking you to do is one retarget. And I get that at launch the timing would have been the tuning would have been quite tight, but I wonder whether there's maybe something else going on there that I don't know about. You know, maybe there were more mechanics. You know, it's weird, right? Because you're giving me a story of how frustrating and annoying that all was, and from the perspective of a player that just wants to progress, I get it. I just want to get to the end. I just want to get level cap. I just want to beat the story, and now I'm having to struggle. I get why that's annoying. As someone who's going into this game wanting to enjoy it and get a lot of detail out of it, and I'm not in a rush, really, I think that the more... a boss fight that gives back a bit is really exciting to me. And it's weird, but I kind of, like, miss it. I kind of think, oh, it's a shame. I feel like, guys, if I'd played this game from launch in so many ways, and this story's a very good one, I think if I played this game from launch, I would be really mad at, like, the class design now and the tuning and everything. I think I would be like super miserable about it, about the things that have been lost along the way. But because I wasn't here for all those years, I kind of just gloss over that, you know. And I think there is a very, very real element of that. Of course, having played both Guild Wars and this game, I can see the grass is not greener. I've been reading so much stuff on like the FF14 discussion subreddit of people just saying crazy shit, completely insane shit. Because they have no outside perspective. They have absolutely no clue that the things they're asking for are really not that great. Because a lot of this stuff only manifests after a few years. So, you know, I have a lot of empathy as well for the devs that have to try and figure this shit out before their game's even released. But hey, you know, the industry's growing. The knowledge is out there now. Lessons can be learned from, you know, prior products and competitors. Oh my god, this is good. Should have had a second one. Holy crap, or a bigger mug, I should say. Sicily, the nerve of some outsiders, waltzing into Gridania as if they were the elemental's gift to the Twelveswood. I'd wager most of them don't even know what a hoe is. So I'm looking at one. Alright, sorry. Okay, so where are we? What am I doing, WP? What's going on? You're just talking, but you're clearly going somewhere and doing something intentional. Well, I gathered a new aetheryte here, and I came here to speak to this guy, Sandra. Mind the flower pots, you break it, you bought it. Look at this, I love all the little animations everyone seems to have in this game. Look, it's not even really, his fingers aren't even really clipping into that watering can. He's actually properly holding it. Anyway, we're going to speak to this guy. Leon Salt. Hello there, and welcome to the Botanist Guild. What brings you here today? Interested in becoming a botanist, are you? Then you've come to the right place. At our guild, you can study under some of the finest botanists in all the realm. An enticing proposition, is it not? So, what do you say? Would you like to add your name to the roll? Absolutely. Excellent. Now, you're doubtless eager to dive headlong into the nearest shrubbery. But first, a brief exploration on the origins of the Botanist Guild. Our guild boasts a long history. Its roots can be traced back to some 500 years ago when our nation was still in its infancy. It was around that time a precursor organization to our own was established to facilitate communion with the elementals. But I suspect you're already confused, not being forest-born. Wait, I am though. Oh no, I'm not, I'm wildwood. Let me put it in a way your kind would understand. The Twelveswood doesn't belong to man, but almighty beings known as elementals. Do we ever see an elemental in this story, guys? I know nothing about the elementals. It is by their leave that we Gridanians dwell here in the forest, and it is by their leave that we receive of its bounty. Ever since mankind settled in the Twelveswood, it has been necessary for us to obtain the elementals' permission prior to taking ore from their domain. Historically, it was a rather involved process that only a precious few could actually commune with them. Specifically, those conjurers blessed with the ability to hear the elementals, aptly known as hearers. In order to relay the elementals' will to the botanists in a more timely manner, a new organisation was formed with a hearer as his mouth and ears. This organisation would eventually evolve to become the Botanist Guild. To this day, the guild employs the services of a hearer who offers guidance to our members, yet this is no longer our organisation's sole concern. We also seek to promulgate correct harvesting practices, that is, practices which honour the will of the elementals. And that, my friend, is the story of how our guild came to be. I trust you have a newfound appreciation for the work we do. Yeah, I guess. Now, with all this talk of elementals and communing, mayhap you're wondering whether you're fit to join us. Well, you may cast such doubts aside. I hate that I did this voice. It's actually making my throat hurt a little bit. If you don't need to have been raised by a good little forest-born boy to be a botanist, nor do you need to know the secret forest-born salute. I jest. You just need a healthy respect for nature and the will to learn. If you honestly believe you possess these things, speak to my guild master. Okay, yeah, you are the guild master. Yeah, alright. Let's do it. So I'm gonna get a hatchet here. So, music to my ears. Okay, go speak to this person. She's the kindest of souls. So, I've never done this. I've never been in here. Okay, I have thought about it. So, this is one of the gathering disciplines. So, let's have a look here now, right? Classes and jobs. You've got the Disciples of War and Magic. Look at them. This is the class list. Have I shown you guys this on screen yet? So, you've got Gladiators. They'll become Paladins, and I'm level 37. Marauders become Warriors. 2 from expansions. And then there's Healers, the green ones here. Melee DPS. Pugilist becomes Monk. Lancer becomes Dragoon. Rogue becomes Ninja, and then some expansion ones. Archer, which becomes Bard. Some expansion ones. And then the Thaumaturge becomes Black Mage, and Arcanist becomes 2 classes, I think. One of the Healers, and Summoner, I think. That's from Limsa. Never done that. Anyway, these are the fighters. But then over here, there's the gatherers and the crafters. So there's 3 gatherers, fishing and mining. I've done fishing and mining before. In fact, I'm on my way to hitting max level on miner, on my main at the moment. I spend a lot of time mining. Fishing is very complicated, and I'm like level 60 or something, slowly working on it. I've never done botany. I've been waiting to unlock botany right here on this playthrough. I assume it's a lot like mining, so I think we'll get a grip of it pretty quick. And I just wanted to show a little bit of this feature in this LP, just to canvas it, and then we'll be moving on. I'm not going to be like going through this whole Let's Play botanying it up, but I'll show you guys how it looks a little bit, since we're in the early game and it's a Gridanian thing and all that. I'm Fufu-cha, the master of this guild. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I take it Leon... I'm doing another high-pitched voice here. I take it you've got an overview already. Yes. As Gridanians may rightly claim to share a close relationship with nature, but none is so intimate as that as the botanist. It's by our calling we gather plants and things. Okay. We take life as readily as she gives it. Will you walk the path of the botanist? I will. Okay. So, she's going to give us a hatchet. Oh, what I'm going to do, guys, is once I've unlocked this here on Tremor, I'm going to go and unlock it on Macon as well. Botanist unlocked. Aha. Gathering log obtained. Okay, so this is like the hunting log. So if we go to our logs, we got the hunting log, the music log, if you will, and gathering. similar sort of thing, right? Where you've got the classes across the top, mining, logging. Okay, so botany contains logging, I guess cutting down trees, and harvesting, I guess picking plants. Mining has mining and quarrying, and I can promise you, as cool as that sounds, there's functionally very little difference here. It's basically, do you have an offhand weapon equipped versus a main hand, and the icon color changes. There's really not much else that's different. But yeah, so these are all different things we can get. We can get beehive chips and maple branches and cinnamon sticks and maple logs and maple sap. And snails! Wow, a giant snail believed to have been bred for consumption during the reign of the Great Allegan Empire. Ooh, they bred snails to eat? Wow. There you go, that's me opening my Coke now. Apparently I'm quite thirsty. You also get these things here, these shards. These, I don't really know much about these. I know that they're used in crafting. That's about it. And if I open my inventory here and go to key items, you'll see we've got this big grid down here. These are the same things. I've been getting them already from killing mobs. They're like generic materials, right? So you get ice shards, wind shard, earth shard, water shard. Fire shards, I've got none, apparently. But, like, then there's a T2 is a crystal, and then T3 is a cluster. And they sell. If you look there, 10,000 wind shards sell on the trading post a day on the market board. A day. Like, there's just huge amounts, but they're all worth barely anything because people get them from everywhere. So I don't know. My main has got loads of these. I've always wondered whether I should sell them, but I guess I'll keep them in case I craft one day or something. But yeah, so the gatherers gather things that the crafters use, and what people recommend you do is they recommend you level both together. Like, as you're gathering on a botanist, you may as well be using those materials immediately to level up. I don't know, like a Fletcher or whatever. Is fletching a thing? No. I don't know, carpenter. Right. We're probably going to get a bunch of wood, so carpentry is a good thing to level up. I don't even know what carpentry gets us. Stuff for a house, maybe? But there's loads. I mean, look at them. I'm telling you guys, this game has got so many features. You know, my whole thing where my opinion about sub-fees has kind of changed over the years, I look at the amount of manpower that Square have had in developing this game over a decade. The amount of shit that's in this game is mental. It's crazy how much stuff there is. And that's why it blows my mind when I see people being like, I ran out of content. It's like, okay, all right, look. You played the same game for 10 years exclusively. It's okay to put it down for a minute. Go outside just for a little bit. Let the sub drop for 6 months. It's okay. It's okay, man. There's so much to catch up would just be insane. Anyway, yeah, so botany, I'm going to equip the thing here. There we go. So now we're a gatherer and we're naked. So let's go to a gear set. Let's make a new gear set. It's called Botanist because it's detected what's in my main hand. I'm going to click recommended gear and it will just dump in the best gear I can wear at level 1. Now, because we're a gatherer, there's all different gear that you'll be wearing. But what's quite cool is we get the friendship circlet, which is plus 25% XP. So we'll level this really fast as well. The earring, I think Menfina's earring from the pre-order bonus is not doesn't give you a gathering boost. I guess. But also this brand new ring also is only Disciples of War and Magic, so that also won't give us boost. But it's okay because gathering you can level so fast through leaves. Right, so let's update the gear set. So there we go, Macon as a gatherer. And we could put another glamour plate on this if we like. We could say as a gatherer we look like our regular Elizon, but I'll wear the hemp stuff for now. Because this is it, guys. This experience right here, being a low-level gatherer. Okay, I just ran away from the guild when all we needed to do was equip the hatchet. So yeah, and there's a hatchet. And you can fight, but it's very difficult, and you've got to get to very high levels to be able to even fight weak things. The best thing you can do is fight alongside a companion like your Chocobo. But I don't have a Chocobo yet, so it's going to be a little bit scary. So you will see here, with our abilities, there's so many abilities, it's unreal for the gatherers. This is a little more like what a full class would look like, right? Because these don't upgrade. You don't go like botanist into whatever. You're just always a botanist. But yeah, so this, triangulate. Survey the landscape to locate mature trees and lush vegetation. What this is just a buff we can put on ourselves. So now that we have this on, we can see stuff we can cut down. And that's what they start us off with, I guess. We don't get anything else. Oh, I ran past her. But then you do still get your general actions, by the way. So I can still sprint. There aren't limit breaks. You know, we got stuff that like I have in my pouch. But yeah, okay. Fufucha? Oh, I never even noticed there's like a field of flowers down there. Fufucha wishes to assign you your first task as a botanist. I see you have your hatchet on you. Very good. A botanist hatchet is his livelihood. Never forget this. If you fail to keep the blade clean and keen, your efforts will yield you naught but splints and splinters. But let's see about your first task. Ah, yes. To help you grasp the basics of botany, I would like you to gather 10 pots worth of latex. Gathering latex from trees sounds incredibly advanced. Is that really just something you can do with a hatchet? Can I just go get latex from trees? I mostly know it from like Minecraft mod packs. Right? Oh, big shout out to Enigmatica 6, guys. Probably the mod pack I've had the best experience on so far. Wait, technically the diadem has a gather a limit break. I don't know what the diadem is. It's just another in a huge laundry list of features that this game has. Alright, if it's latex you require, you would do well to search just outside the Blue Badger Gate or the Yellow Serpent Gate. Seek out mature trees that stand in those areas and cut them down. So yeah, again, I'm not going to go too deep on this. What I'm just trying to do, I guess, is chill for the game and tantalize you. I'm just going to titillate you a little bit here, guys. And just show you a little bit more of the early game features and the things that you can be doing. Okay, so it's a foggy morning here at Gridania now. And as always, I don't know where the hell I'm going. Just anywhere, I guess, in the early maps. And I'll just chop down some trees and see if we get latex out of them. I guess. Let's go to, let's Aetheryte. We've still never been up here in the North Shroud. Let's Aetheryte to Bent Branch. Oh, we're going to be spending so much time here. We're coming back here for the companion at some point. Dirty pajamas fit. I'm outraged. They're not dirty pajamas. Okay, finding mature trees, that's just telling me to put my thing on. So what you'll notice now, once we have our buff on, since we have our buff on, I'm going to go towards the main entrance. On the mini-map, I think on the big map you don't see them, but on the mini-map we will see, like, icons. There, that chocobo feather. The icons are different on a miner, so we can now gather things. So obviously in Guild Wars there's not dedicated classes for this stuff and you can just chop anything down all the time. And that sounds like free and easy quality of life, but I think what ArenaNet did there was they boiled away some of the magic of the system. It's just running around spamming F. There's nothing to it anymore, you know. You've got to be careful not to go too far with QL, I think. Anyway, so here's a tree. Do we actually chop the whole thing down? So from this tree... Okay, so the gathering itself I think is pretty crap in this game. As far as I can tell, I would love to hear in the comments or the chat whether I'm right about this. I feel like this was changed at some point, and now it's just really boring. But you see how we've got all these slots? One of the slots has a snail in, one has nothing in, one has a branch. I feel like this works as a mini-game if you can't see what's in any of the slots, and you pick a random slot to reveal what it is. But basically the tree has a health bar, and everything we click, it's going to reduce the health. So it has 4 health. It's called integrity. And I feel like if these were hidden from your view initially, then it's a game. It's like, oh, what do we have? But it would probably feel terrible to play because it's just RNG, and then sometimes you're going to end up... Because what if there's only latex? What if none of these other items are there? Which is quite common. Only one slot will be filled. And then it's like just really lame. It's like, oh, fuck, I just clicked a bunch of random things and I got nothing. So that probably felt bad. And it kind of feels like at some point the devs would have been like, all right, fine, we'll just expose it and let everyone see. And now there's no game at all. Now it's literally just like a vendor list. You get 4 things you can pick. What do you want to pick? That's basically it. So I can take an ice shard, a wind shard, a maple log. Now you see there's a little question mark on each icon. That means that it's not in my log yet. So what I'm going to do is try and get one of everything at least. So I'm going to get some maple log here, a rough cut log of maple timber. There we go. And you'll see that just that got us to level 3. We clicked once and we're level 3. Listen, guys, leveling the gatherers is insanely fast already, let alone without this road to 90 thing. This road to 90 thing is going to be mad. I mean, that is mental. 1 click for 2 levels. So what did we learn there? We learned Arbor Call. Survey the landscape to locate the nearest mature tree. Oh, and that will... so this is basically... it will ping it on the minimap. So there's a thing. Let's get a wind shard. Let's get an ice shard. We're level 4. Oh, we're nearly level 5. Okay, there's the latex. We're going to be getting a bunch of that. But here we go. That's our 4th click. We'll get the snail. Okay, and now we just can't gather anymore. I didn't think the tree would fall over. So yeah, it would have been nicer if it did. With mining, it's even worse, really. You just see, like, just random lights will show up on cliffs and stuff. And you just swing away at whatever, basically. So you can really see they skimped on all of the details of this. FF17, the 3rd MMO, you know, might go a bit further with it or whatever. But yeah, I don't know, the system of it feels really weird, just like it's a list of stuff and you pick. Later, after you get past level 50 and once you're into the expansions, there is more to it. There's another system called the collectibles system, and there's a little bit more of a game to that, where like as you gather, you can manipulate the quality of the thing that you gather, and it sells for more if you get a higher quality, and there's a bit of a mini game to it. But yeah. So here's another level 5 tree. So we want the maple branch. And now it's just latex for the quest. So if you want to keep spamming the same item, you can enable quick gathering here, this button. And what he'll do is he'll just swing automatically. See? 1. And then he did it again. 2, right there. And he's just swinging away. Oh my god, look at all the skills we got. We just got 3 skills. So field mastery, this increases the chance we obtained... Sorry, increases the chance of obtaining items while gathering both. Oh yeah, okay, so also when you're low level, there's a chance that when you swing, it won't hit, basically. Where do we see that on the UI? Let's see here. So when I go up to the tree... Okay, yeah, look, so I only have... If I pick the snail, I only have a 73% chance of getting the snail. So sometimes I'll swing and I won't get anything. These 2 buttons, Field Mastery and Field Mastery 2, can increase that percentage chance. And they cost gatherer's points. So you look at my I got my HP bar still. My mana points have changed to gatherer points. It's a blue bar now instead of a purple one. So it's called GP. So that's basically just mana for gatherers. There's not much more to it. They didn't even really need to change it, to be honest, but hey. Well, I guess they did. The difference, so MP, remember MP is always at 1,000 and never changes on moves. GP does. As we level and we get better gear, we'll get more and more and more GP, which will let us spam more gatherer skills and fuck with these rates, basically, and get double items or triple items or all kinds of things. So yeah, so that's why it's a different mechanic to MP, because MP is always fixed at 1,000 and this one's flexible. So yeah, anyway, so I will use this spell, Field Mastery 2. It will spend GP, so I just spent 100 GP, but now, look, the rate has gone up to 88% chance. So, yeah. My latex is at 100%. So I'm just going to auto-gather the latex there. So yeah, it's usually, for me, as a miner, what I do is I go up to some kind of node. I might press a skill or 2, and then just gather away. And yeah, one of the main things I've been doing in-game recently, seriously, is I go in-game, I do like my roulettes to level or whatever, finish leveling Dragoon and stuff was what I was doing just a few weeks ago. But then when I don't have any roulettes or anything to do, I will watch Taskmaster. A single episode of Taskmaster is about 40 minutes, and I will gather... So this is already at 100, so I don't need to use these buttons. I will watch an episode of Taskmaster and gather Cobalt while it's on. And the gameplay is this. It's literally just this. It's just like grinding in RuneScape or something. There's nothing to it. But in that time, I'll get like 1,000 Cobalt, which will sell for like 300,000 gil. So basically, I'll watch an episode of Taskmaster and get like 300k gil. Which I don't really know. I'm not at endgame, really. I don't know what people do. I don't know what it's like getting bi-colored gemstones and all this kind of weird shit. But for me, I feel like that's pretty good money. For like a low-y sort of newbie kind of character. So that's what I do when I'm gathering at the moment. And then also I have some stuff where like every week there's a bunch of quests for gatherers where you really get to know certain characters that appear in the main story a lot better, and like you give them items basically that you got to go out and gather. Again, that's related to the collectible system later. But yeah, every week I do those as well. So I'll go around the world and gather weird exotic items for certain quest chains and like gaining affinity with various characters. But then I'll go back to mining Cobalt. And so, yeah, that's sort of the capacity in which I do a lot of this stuff. So there you go. And we got a bunch more skills. Here's Sneak. This means that we can hide, because we can't really fight here. I'll show you. I'm going to try and fight this ladybug. You can auto-attack and do a bit of damage, but that's it. There's no other buttons. And if this thing was like level 2 or level 3, we'd be in serious trouble already. And we only have 100 health, as you can see here. So it's very, very difficult. So what you want to do is use Sneak. And what Sneak will do is it will mean that nothing attacks you, even if it would normally aggro. Nothing attacks you up to 4 levels higher than your gathering level. So I could sneak around in level 12 combat areas right now because I'm level 8. And yeah, there's no good animation for Sneak or anything. You just turn it on. Basically, you see these spinning orbs? These are your various gatherer buffs. So like Sneak is one of them. If I turn it off, Sneak will go away. I think Triangulate is another one. Oh, maybe not. But yeah, that's it. It's not like you're faded. It's not like you're really sneaking. It's weird, you know. It's a cool feature, and it's better, I would say, than the Guild Wars stuff because there is more layers to it, a lot more. But you know, it's still also fairly, you know, don't expect. This isn't a game about gathering and crafting, so you know, the quality is obviously not totally all the way through. But there you go. So I wanted to show you guys that. Do you know what? I'm not actually even going to cash that quest in. There's no point. I think that's about all I really wanted to show you. Speaking about cashing quests in, let's talk about Archer. To get our skills back. And you see our health is low. It's because now we have a higher max and we're slowly bringing it in. So Archer, I don't appear to be automatically getting my parasol out. We'll have to look into that. Okay, so I had a comment from one of you guys who said, WP, please show all the class quests. Look, I'm not going to do that. It's too much. I'm sorry, it is too much. We've got more than enough to do and play. This is not 100% of the game. You know, if we were doing 100% of the game, look, if I could be confident that I could spend a whole year just doing this and only this, then sure, we'll do everything. But so this archery quest wasn't too interesting. So I did 2 quests off screen. Okay, so yeah, I did 2 quests off screen. Let's quickly show those off. Where even are they? Class and job quests here. Archer quests. So I showed you guys all of these up to level 15, but these 2 I did off screen. So in this one, to catch a poacher, we were introduced, and funnily enough, I thought the story got pretty good actually in the ones that I wasn't doing, which is disappointing because if I had known, I probably would have shown them. But basically, you know how we've got like the nice Makote girl that likes us, and then the dick guy, the really tall dickish Elezen. We went out on an adventure with both of them. We actually went to Busker and Struthers, the bar that we spent all that time in the last episode. I went back there between the 2 episodes to do an archery quest. I went to Busker and again and said, hi, how's it going, kind of thing. So basically, he, there's some great archer, poacher character, another Makote, another female Makote, in fact, out here in the forest, and she's on the run from the law. She's got a bounty on her head. She's bad. She's a poacher. So we go out on an adventure to try and catch her. And we find her, but she ambushes the nice Makote that we spend time with, and she like shot at her. And there's some good cutscenes, like they fire the arrow into her bow and she flinches and stuff. And the Elezen saves her basically. And it's like, oh, maybe the Elezen had a point. He was a dick, but he is more committed to the craft, and she got in over her head basically. So they kind of twist it, and it's kind of like, oh, he's not so bad actually, and he's nice to her, and he doesn't rub it in or anything. Basically, he saves her. But she lost all of her confidence, and in this quest, she ran away and basically was saying, I've got to leave the guild. She explains, by the way, that after the calamity, she lost all of her memory, and she just woke up here. And she feels like an outsider, and she hates everyone judging her. And she admires us because everyone was judging us at the start, but we've started to get stronger than her. And she wanted to leave. So we run off, we track her down, and we do a 1v1 with her and prove that she has a place. And all this text, guys, yeah, it's crazy. So that's it. That's all you missed. And why did I do those 2 quests? Well, because now we're on the final one. So this is the end of the Archer story. And with this, I will get maybe some Archer gear. I'll get an Archer skill. We will be done with Archer. Of course, then the class upgrades to Bard, and you have a whole different cast of characters in a whole different area of the world and all new stuff. So let's just deal with Archer here. So one final Archer quest, basically. And I thought that would be a good pace. So here you'll see we get a new bow. We get this spell called Wind Bite. I guess we'll read that later. I guess there's not any gear, but hey, okay. Well, there is gear, but not archer specific. So let's see. I guess what we're going to do is kill this bounty hunter, this poacher. We need a stream of all the post-move requests. I mean, yeah, there's just so much, isn't there? Like, I could do streams on the Hildebrand shit. Thank the gods you've come, Tremor. Perhaps you can talk some sense into this stubborn fool. The thing is, as well, it's like if I was ever going to do projects on that stuff, it would have to be now. Because no one in their right mind, when the story's really good in the expansions... Like, imagine I'm in the middle of Shadowbringers, and I'm like, okay, guys, we're going to go do the post-move request. Like, no one's going to be interested in that. So it's like, do it now or never. And I'm saying never, guys. There's so many things I want to get to. I'm saying never. And I'll point out, all of this shit is free. You can just get it on. This is all free trial. Everything, for a long, long, long time, everything's free. So if you're curious about this shit, just get the free trial. I mean, literally, why not? That botany thing I just started, you can be doing within 2 minutes of getting into the game if you like. I chose not to myself, but you could. At least, okay, calm yourself. At least let us, this is a day where I can't speak apparently, petition the Order of the Twin Adder. I am the Order of the Twin Adder. And the older Ellison said, there is no time, Lucian. Pwah! Would be long gone before their forces had even assembled. Alone, I can move more swiftly. Take these poachers by surprise and force them to divulge her location. So at this point in the story, he kind of has proved himself. Jerk as he is, he kind of has. And she said, and they've stopped bickering. It was a good quest, you know. We went out on like a little adventure with them and they were bickering and stuff. We understand how you feel, Silver, but this is too reckless. At least permit Tremor and me to accompany you. You, the adventurer and the savage, you cannot understand. So fair. But I do understand, she says. I know what it means to take pride in your home, to want more than anything to protect it, and to be consumed by guilt when you cannot. I see what you're going through, Silver, and I understand. Was she from like an area of the forest that got destroyed, maybe? This guild taught me to open my eyes and see clearly. I beg you, Silver, open yours. You have friends here, ready to fight. You have us. I have never considered you my friends. Do not follow me. Oh my god, he's full on dick mode again now, actually. He was alright in the 2 middle quests, I swear he was. Wow, his lying certainly hasn't improved. She's got that very cute bandage on her face. That might be from where she got attacked and scratched or hurt before, I'm not sure. If he honestly thinks he's doing us a favour by forbidding us to get involved, then he's an even bigger fool than I imagined. Come, Tremor, to the South Shroud. Right, off we go. No need to rub it in how good the quest we missed was. Alright, it wasn't... Okay, look, I'm saying it was better than the ones I've streamed. The ones I've streamed were very, like... Ugh. So, look, I would give the ones that I've shown on video, like, a 2 out of 10. And I'd give the ones I did off, like, a 5 out of 10. But no, not even that, a 4. So they were better. Let's turn the music up here. Oh, almost fell down there. I think there is a place with a massive cave around here. I have a very strong memory of playing a Realm Reborn with that as well. That's probably a part of the main story coming up later. Maybe even in this episode? Okay, so he's injured. Can you finish Endwalker just being a botanist? No, you need a combat class. I mean, if you had a friend to carry you through everything, maybe? No, it probably forces you to be a combat class to even collect the quests. But then the quests themselves are leveling you up. So you could swap back and forth? I don't know. Maybe. I doubt it. But I mean, you would get a chocobo, though. You would be a total waste of space in any trial or anything, I'll tell you that. Well, this is unfortunate. It is indeed. Silver. Lair, Tremor, I told you not to follow me. I neither want nor... Don't take me for a fool. You cannot conceal the truth in this archer's eye. Tremor, the others are almost upon us. We must make our stand here and protect Silver. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. So yeah, they like use hunting falcons and stuff as well, which I think is quite interesting because you don't get a pet as a ranger in this class. In this game, obviously, you'll notice. There is a Beastmaster class coming out very soon. But you don't get a pet. Yet all these archers in this storyline have pets. I wonder whether that was a a plan for that. What is this debuff? Phlebotomize. Wounds are bleeding, causing damage over time. Wow. Yeah, one thing to keep your eye on, I shouldn't say this, but as we play through, as the game gets a bit more intriguing, and we have more fun bosses, is always keep an eye on this UI element here, guys. These are my debuffs, and in this game, they have quite a clever thing, which is if you get hit by an AoE or a mechanic that you otherwise could have avoided. Oh, we got a big crit there. If you get hit, usually it will put vulnerability on you. You'll get a vulnerability debuff, which cannot be removed. And it means you'll get hit even harder the next time. So basically, if you keep eating mechanics, you will very quickly die, because they'll keep hitting you harder and harder and harder. And it's very good. Sometimes they'll like damage down you as well. They'll have like some different variations on it. But yeah, watching these and counting the vulnerabilities and stuff as I fail is always a fun time, I'm sure. Or it was for people last time we were playing. Oh, I'm blind. So yeah, speaking of crits, by the way. Oh, I should probably turn this down, actually. Speaking of crits, this game has two types of crits. If you crit, you get an exclamation mark next to the number. I'm trying to get one to show up. But there's also such a thing as a direct hit, which is kind of like a crit as well. And if you get both at once, you get 2 exclamation marks. So some buffs increase your critical rate, sometimes critical chance. Some improve your direct hit chance. And what you want to do is get both at once, really. And those are the really big numbers. When I play Monk, the way that Monk works is you're building to your super hit. And then you're building to another super hit. And then you're building to the mega super hit, right? And that basically takes 2 full minutes to work your whole way through the whole thing. And when I crit direct hit on my massive... Oh, it's the best fucking feeling in the world. Every time I press that button, I'm always staring really closely like, do I get it? Do I get it? But, so yeah, and crit isn't like in Guild Wars where everyone just caps to 100 and that's it. There's always a bit of RNG in there, which I quite like about this game actually as well, because it makes it less try-hard in some ways, you know, like... It's a bit like, okay, well, you know, this round, the RNG just sort of didn't fall in my favor, or it did theirs, you know, all I can do is play as good as I can play, and that's kind of liberating in a way, you know. I think instinctively, I would think that sounds terrible, but actually I've come to quite enjoy it. Anyway, I told you, you do not... You're the one who's deluded, thinking you could deceive us. Even a blind man could see that you cover your mouth every time you tell a lie. Observe with intent, overlooking not the smallest detail. Discern your subject's unique characteristics, recognizing their behavior. I learn these things from you. And I'll be damned if I'm going to go watching you get yourself killed. There's still so much I don't know about Gridania and Wildwood Archery. So much that you need to teach me. You can turn it back up now. Huh, I suppose fixing your form is the least I can do. Why are you... This isn't where I thought this was going, by the way. Alright, the gang's moved on. So let's go hunt them down. Tremor, if you're determined to help me, I have a task for you. They were last seen near Isam Har to the east of the camp, through a hollow tree trunk. Okay. We're going to go wait there, I guess. Yeah, we used to, counting the Vuln stacks, we used to do, like, predictions at the start of the fight, like, how many mechanics will WP eat? See, the min-eye level thing hasn't really done too much for us just yet, but it is good, in that it makes the encounters a lot longer. When I'm doing my daily roulettes, which are not minimum eye level, obviously, people just want to get them done. When I do my roulettes, a lot of bosses die fairly quickly, so you skip a lot of animations. But when we were doing it 2 years ago, a lot of animations do, and we'll see that as this Let's Play goes along. The fights last that bit longer, so you see, so you either learn it or not. The problem is I kind of know a lot of the fights now, so it'd be less fun. Because there's kind of a weird thing in Final Fantasy where you kind of don't... A lot of it is trial by error in a weird way. Like, there are fundamentals, like that giant ooze boss we fought in the last episode. You can generally know, okay, if there's a bunch of oozes in the area, maybe stay away from them because they'll probably explode and hurt you at some point. So there are like fundamentals like that. If you see things, weird glowing crystals or something, maybe don't go into... But sometimes it is just trial by error. Like, okay, what's the telegraph for this? Does this mean go into him or away from him? Does this mean run to the left or run to the right? You know, like... And you kind of don't get to know on your first fight, your first time through. Learning on the fly can be really chaotic and fun. But also a little bit frustrating. So I don't know. We'll see how much I remember and all that. If I could fly... I don't know. Am I doing the right thing? I'm definitely not right. We gotta go down somehow. Oh no, it's just over here. In this little glade. Oh, we're whistling. I interrupted. Sorry. There, it's playing the combat music because it's a fate, obviously. Here they are. Bollocks! I knew I should have trusted me gut. She looks cool, by the way. She's like dusk white. Yeah, we have assistants. Some blokes just can't take a hint. I do hope you'll forgive my forwardness, madam. No, sir, 'tis most flattering. Hold on, I've just realised here. Oh no, we do have it on. I was thinking for a second we didn't have Reshade on, but we do. Wouldn't you agree, sisters? Why don't we show our gallant Wildwood admirer and his mates just how much we appreciate their intentions? Hope you like it rough, darling. Wait, what's this? I used to dodge heal skills, and now I can't anymore? There's no dodging heals? Yeah, I've never played a healer, so I don't really know how that works. Could you dodge heals? What, like there were ground targets, and you had to, like, stand in them? That would be another example of mechanics being removed right there. I wasn't even really familiar with fact that was going on before. I mean, maybe I was and I've forgotten at this point. I'm going to poison her at the start. Oh my god, there's a lot of them. Can't give up this opportunity to AoE. Oh, the big quick knocks. Look at this. I probably should be throwing my blood letters on the healers, but whatever. How's her poison doing? I think she's cleansed already. Oh no, it's her. And she's still got it. Alright. Only her left now. And I feel fairly confident we'll just kill her here. This isn't going where I thought it was. I thought we'd be all like buddy friendly by the end here. But I suppose not. Oh, there, by the way, she was using a spell Paralyze, and I used Head Graze, my interrupt. So you actually just saw a regular, natural interrupt happen there. Another Hawk's Eye. I don't know if I'm going to like this class, by the way, guys. The fact it's unpredictable when a thing procs, I really don't like that. I hate any gameplay. Well, I don't hate, but I sort of dislike classes where I have to stare at the skill bar to see whether I got a proc to do a thing. On Monk, when I get a proc, when all my chakras fill, for example. Holy shit, I'm like dying here. Okay, well, probably because I'm standing in that fire. Alright, there we go. They've healed us as well. I'm also out of potions. Yeah, like on Monk, it goes ding, like I hear it. But when I get Hawk's Eye, there doesn't seem to be a sound effect. Sound effects are fine. I don't have to look. I just hear the sound effect and tap the button. Don't try Dancer. Yeah, I don't know. Are all the range DPS like that? Because if I remember, Machinist was a little bit like that as well. Like, if it has a sound, brilliant. But, like, swinging my eyes down to look for tiny things, ugh. Alright, she's off again. Bard is mostly proc-based, but you do have a degree of control. You just told that you like RNG with direct hit and crit? Yeah, you really don't understand the distinction there. I don't actively have to do anything about that. If you want to play well on a class that's proccing abilities, I have to react. I don't have to react with critting and direct hitting. We're talking about something more precise than just the nature of RNG. And I thought you only had eyes for me. Oh, I thought we were going to have to run somewhere else and do a whole other instance here. Oh my god! I would hate Dancer. That's a shame. I mean, you can obviously mess with your UI to make these things more tolerable. You can put the buttons in the center of the screen and translucent and stuff, but I'm not sure I'd want to go that far. I can't. I won't. And down she goes. That was quite a vicious end there. Yeah, exactly. The issue is watching the skill bar. Absolutely. Yeah, you get it. Alright. So, I guess we are done with Archer now. So there's a bit of a mix there. To be honest, guys, in retrospect, I feel like I should have cut even this one out. But there you have it. Oh, we could have stopped and spoken to them. I never... Oh, crap. I didn't spot that there. Oh, well. Unfortunately, that quest is in a fate area. So, yeah, a bit of a mix. Some actual archery questing and some... Oh, not that way. This way. But a little bit abridged, I guess. Dancer procs you can store. Like, I'm not sure. You know, they put a sound for procs on... Or, like, even Dark Knight, right? When I pop TBN, and it's going to proc my free thing. Like, I kind of know when that's going to happen, obviously, anyway. But you get a sound effect. I'm not sure why they wouldn't all just have the sound effect. Like, it surprises me that Hawk's Eye doesn't go ding for me. And then I just know press 2 instead of 1. I'm relieved to see you again. Had the three of you not been united in purpose, Pawa Mujuk would still be free, and one more of you would surely be dead. I'm so proud of you. It's interesting, she really didn't come into the story in much of a way here. For showing such compassion to your peers, I wish to teach you a new technique, Wind Bite. With Wind Bite, you can bring the power of the very air around you to bear against your opponents, and they will suffer on long after you have knocked your next arrow. It will serve well in battle, I'm certain. All archers walk the same path, Tremor, towards improvement and discovery. As long as you have the vision to see the path ahead, you will continue to mature and excel. Yet we all grow wary and lose direction in time. When this befalls you, I have no doubt that you will be able to find your way back to us. Trust in your eyes, Tremor. It will never lead you astray. Okay, I'm going to pick the gold. Oh, mind you, these are very good, aren't they? It's all level 30. By the way, this quest that we did here only unlocks after... Oh, screw it, I don't care about the skins, I think. This only unlocks after you do the Sylph arc, or like in the middle of the Sylph arc from the last episode. So, like, it's not like we could have just skipped to this before. We had to progress through the main storyline to get here. But basically what that also means is we could now go to any of the base classes and fully max them out in terms of their skills or whatever. Now, if I press K, you'll see we do still have things to learn for Archer, like Barrage comes in at level 38. And there might even be some traits, I guess, a little bit later. So, but this is largely finished now. It's when we upgrade to Bard that we'll get an explosion, more stuff. It will double at least in complexity and what we can do. But yeah, so Wind Bite deals wind damage with a potency of 60. Additionally, it's wind damage over time for the next 20 seconds. So it's like another poison. They're two poisons, really. And it's spammable. So it's like Venomous Bite. This is way more potency, though. The poison is a potency of 15. Okay, so I guess I'll just put it there for now. I don't know. We're rapidly reaching the point where I want to put my third skill bar on. And in fact, by the way, here, you see this Chocobo button here? I'm going to move it onto my hidden lower skill bar here. Now remember, even when I have that hidden, the binds still work. I'm going to put it down here, which is on my MMO mouse at the bottom. So I will continue mounting on the Chocobo. You're just not going to see the icon anymore. I'm going to hide it down there because that's my standard bind. We obviously can't mount in the town. Okay, cool. So there you go. That's the introductory stuff for this episode. Back to the main story now, I think. Let me just check my notes to be 100% sure. Oh, no, there is one more thing, actually. There is another thing that I want to show you guys. It's something I've talked about many times. It's right here at Gridania. It unlocked somewhere in the last episode, maybe right at the start of the last episode. It's this game's version of Vistas. It's the Sightseeing Log. So we have, to recap on our logs so far, we've got the Hunting Log for combat classes, the Gathering Log for gathering classes, and now there's going to be the Sightseeing Log, which everyone can do. And this will give us lore about the world, which is pretty nice. I'm pretty sure it's this guy here. Broadening horizons. No, that's giving me passage through the White Wolf Gate. Basically, I'm just looking around at the blue quests here. A sight to behold, that'll definitely be it. It's down there. It's in the inn. It's back at Mother Miuen's place. It should make a hawk sound? What? The proc noise? Or wind bite? Bard gets other procs that will have a sound effect. I see, okay. It's not you. Okay, you remember I said that there was that weird dungeon, the Palace of the Dead? That is available here as well. But we'll talk to that guy later. Some of these features I'm going to show you guys, we'll sample them when we are on the patch they were added. That was added in the post game, so don't worry about that. In fact, a lot of this was, but whatever. Okay. As if I'm not busy enough with playing Lost and Found. Oh, do forgive me, friend. I want to do this one early so that we can continue gathering these things while we explore. Once again, one of our customers is departed without her belongings. I'm at a loss for what to do about it. While I understand that adventurers have many cares on their minds, it would make my life much easier if they could keep their personal effects in order. But you did not come to lend an ear to my grumblings. This is the book in question. The face of its owner was unfamiliar to me, but Errol over there seemed quite smitten with her, as with every pretty lass he lays his eyes on. But that's neither here nor there. Might I trouble you to inquire as to the girl's whereabouts? I found the man to be less than forthcoming ever since I spurned his advances. Okay. So he found you pretty as well, did he? I thought that guy was called Shining Blade for a second. Just this dude. Maybe these guys were both added in the same patch. Wouldn't surprise me, actually. Ah, the sweet little thing with the journal. Of course I remember her, and I remember her well. Had a smile to warm the heart, and a laugh, a lilt one might say, to tickle the depths of the soul, and she was most eager to hear tales of my many travels, which speaks to a keen and sensitive mind. Jilly, I believe that was her name? No, that's not right. Jilly was the redhead from last week. Ah, damn if I can remember. You must understand, no small number of comely lasses seek out my company. I dare say keeping all the names and faces straight is an adventure in itself. Any road, the girl spoke of paying visit to Apaklu Falls before travelling on. Like as you not, you'll find her there, shedding a tear or two at our parting. Do pass along my regards if you see her. She should be readily recognisable in that charming straw hat of hers. Brilliant. Okay. So, over here. Oh right, we're just going north, are we? In town. Thought we'd be out in the actual open world. The music there got really weird. Did you guys hear that? That's quite strange. So, anywhere on the other map, I guess. What's the closest one? The amphitheater? That Aetheryte UI is pretty cool, actually. Like, you can click actually on the Aetheryte on the map or use the list mode. Speaking of the list mode, if we cast the teleport spell, you'll see we're slowly getting new places here, guys. All of our locations, these are all the places we've been in Limsa, all of the ones in the Shroud, all the ones in Fanland. And if you just know the name of the place, you can teleport like this rather than having to go out into the world map. And to be honest, that's what I've started to do a lot more of now. Can you invite someone to the link shell? Look, if they come stand near me, yes, I'll invite them. Pardon? I don't believe we've met. Something of mine, you say? Yeah, here, this book. Within its brittle pages are detailing the sketchings of landscapes and vistas numbering in the hundreds. My journal, thank the 12. In my haste to escape the clutches of that insufferable mutton monger, it slipped my mind entirely. Might I be so bold as to ask your name? I don't like him at all. You have my gratitude, Tremor. It may not look like much, but I count this humble diary among my most prized possessions. I'm going to say something now, guys. And I'm sorry for what I'm about to say and I'm about to do to you, because I'm not going to fix it. I tried to get my UI as symmetrical as possible, and in general it is. However, in all this dialogue, there's something I haven't been able to unsee, and it's the fact that the XP bar at the bottom is offset. It's not specifically, like, in the middle, centered. And I'm not going to mess with that. I can't be bothered. But yeah, something to think about now in all these cutscenes as we go forwards. It may not look like much, but I count this humble diary entry my most prized possessions. Its pages brim with tales of the most heart-stirring sights to be seen in our realm, as told by the most sensitive souls I've met in my travels across Eorzea. Tales that have struck me with the most incurable sense of wanderlust. As an adventurer, you too have seen the realm, I'm sure. But I would ask you, Tremor, have you truly seen her? Borne witness to Eorzea in her myriads of splendour? Have you stood on the palm-fringed beaches of the Costa del Sol, just as the sun peeks out over the horizon, its rays kissing the sands beneath your feet? Have you lost yourself in the night sky of the Sagoli, adrift amidst a boundless sea of stars? I don't even know where that is. But why do I even try to convey with words that which must be seen to be appreciated? To our fortune, whithersoever we wander. That's a crazy word. Whithersoever we wander. Eorzea's beauty is but a stone's throw away. If I may quote from my journal, yes, this is the one. Afore the fane, beneath the two that are as one, her divine cup runneth over with light ethereal. Such were the conjurer's words, and I would see as she saw. I saw for myself before coming here, and I can assure you the conjurer spoke true. Indulge me, go there, and look out upon the beauty before you. I would hear your thoughts. Okay. So it's interesting Square picked this town as the sightseeing place. Are they implicitly, tacitly saying there, really, we think Redania is the nicest looking place? Right, so over to the Conjurer's Guild for us. Yeah, can't be unseen. Oh, sorry, if the player that was looking for the link show invite there is gone, I feel terribly... I just ran away from. I feel terribly sorry. Limsa is the nicest looking place. Yeah, Limsa does have a good natural beauty to it. As soon as I mentioned the word symmetrical, you noticed it. Yeah, I figured as I was speaking, some people can already see where this is going. Okay, so we're going to use /lookout. Oh. Not here. How about put the minimap on? So look at that, isn't that beautiful? Wow! You've looked upon Eorzea's stirring vistas as identified by the explorer Millith Ironheart. Return. Do you know what? I've just realised I turned the depth of field off earlier. Okay, now let's aetheryte over here. Must have fat-fingered that at some point and not realised. I was worried I was going to do that. Well, here we are in episode 5 and I did. Let's run around there on the left. Can I just say as well, guys, by the way, I don't know what it was, but on the last part there was a real outpouring of support from a lot of you guys. A lot of people dropped comments saying, hey, I'm really enjoying it and so on. Can I just say that really means a lot to me, so thank you to everyone who has done that or expressed those kinds of sentiments over the past few days. I know it's kind of easy to think that it's just going to fall into nothingness and no one reads it or cares, but I really do read it, so thank you. Millith Ironheart. Welcome back, Tremor. I trust you were as moved by the sight as I was. The great stone that adores the entrance to the Stillglade Fane is none other than the Sky Serpent's egg, cast down from the heavens by Nofika the Matron so long ago. Nofika was that lady with the with her cleavage on display at the start of the last episode. And those mammoth tree trunks, remnants, no doubt, of a primeval forest. Whence did they come? Why do the two great arbours grow as one? This I do not know, but what I do know is that the realm is replete with such beauty. If only you know where to look. This is what compels me to wonder. Not the promise of power or glory or riches, but a burning desire to bear witness to all the wonders around us, as wrought by gods and men alike. Though we have just met, the twinkle in your eye tells me that we share certain aesthetic sensitivities. It would be my pleasure to gift you with a sightseeing log of your own. In its pages you will find my record of the most stirring sights in the realm, both those I have seen with my own eyes, and those I have, thus far, at least only heard of in my travels. No doubt your adventures keep you occupied, but this is not all the more reason to take in the sights as you travel, that both body and mind might enjoy a moment's respite from time to time. And who can say, perhaps you will discover glorious new vistas that have eluded even me. With that, I wish you safe travels, Tremor, and when you have seen all there is to see, pray return to me. I would like nothing more than to share impressions with a fellow sensitive soul. So on my main, I've barely touched this, because I always anticipated bringing the series back. I guess we'll be doing a lot of it on this character instead, actually, in the end. So we'll see. I love this though, guys. You know, like this is just the devs added a new feature to the game. They didn't have to put a quest with it and all this dialogue and everything, but they did, and I think it's really wonderful that they did. Oh, here we go. This guy wants a link show invite, probably. There you go. Nice looking Hrothgar with a very, oh my god, bloody looking face. You actually look quite a lot like my Hroth in terms of like face structure. Maybe not. Pretty cool. Okay, so, and I see you've got the ring on from the Hall of the Novice there. Yeah, people did point out, by the way, we could redo the Hall of the Novice now that we have a tank and we had different mechanics there. I'm not going to do that, though, because it's not going to be that different. Maybe when the patch comes out that adds a lot of new mechanics and teaches us about tank busters and all that kinds of stuff. Okay. So, I'm going to disable that quest, turn on the main quest, back from the wood. Let's head on over, pray return to the Waking Sands. And I've got to say, guys, I regret ending the last episode where I did, you know. When you do a Let's Play, you got to have a good cliffhanger. You got to have a good ending for people. And I tell you, we should have watched this next cutscene. It would have been a really good cliffhanger, you know. You want to stop in the middle of a quest, not the end of a quest. Because remember, we saw that weird stuff going on with that Ascian. In fact... Oh my god, this music gets me nostalgic. Hold on. Back to Gridania. Just for a second here. How is it 9 PM Eorzea time again? I swear I just looked and it was foggy and it was the morning. Oh my god, how is it an hour and a half? Have we been playing an hour and a half already? I haven't started the story yet. It's been an hour and a half. I have like 4 little notes, 4 little things to cover. Finish Archer, show a bit of botany, get the sightseeing log. Boom. That was it. Alright. You. Retire to an inn room. Let's remind ourselves, since it's been an hour and a half, even for people on playlist mode who are binging this. So we'll click the unending journey. We can watch any cutscene we like. And here we have these cutscenes. So cutscene 1, I guess, is just the intro to the dungeon, maybe? Let's see. Oh, and it changes our gear to whatever we're currently wearing. Oh, no, it's not the intro, so there you go. It's an Ascian. I'll just translate that weird alien language there for you guys. The dialogue says, ha 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 ha. The mighty slayer of Ifrit comes now to me. With a countenance that bespeaks understanding. Does anyone know if there's a quest payoff for the Vista log on completion? Good question. I was wondering that as well myself. Good question. An intriguing power, the Echo. I must needs choose my words with care.
Mayhap I might if I deign to speak in my guest crude tongue. We meet at last.
Well, we kind of met before when you summoned that golem. You were just right there.
I am Lahabrea of the Ascians, servant to the one true god.
Okay, so he's called Lahabrea. The Ascians believe in one true god. Who is that god? What is that god? Why is that god? That's a tiny detail in this cutscene. I don't think they come back to it until, like, the cliffhanger.
Yours is a most fantastical tale, truly absorbing. It is a tale to tell Eorzea's children before bedtime, and it will soon be dark, bringer of light.
So, the thing where we have, like, this long tail, but we only really just started our adventure. Is he talking to us bumming around with the sylphs, or something else? Questions to be asked?
Minions.
All that stands between this world and darkness is an irksome anomaly in the ether. The Echo. Yes, Yours is a most fascinating tale. Alas, like all good tales, it must needs come to an end. But fear not.
1.0, that's a good theory.
Here, feel the presence of evil.
For the end of your tale is but the beginning of another. The tale of the crystal's demise.
The tale of that guy, the comment from that guy. I mean, it is a tale, let's say it. The tale, guys, whenever I read comments now, I'll call them tales, okay? The tale from that guy at the start of this episode about how much of a struggle the dungeons were and the trials were at launch makes it this little tick feel a lot more authentic as a threat. So the Ascian La Habrea has a god and he wants the crystal dead. There you go. And we're allied with the crystal. So then he summons the monster. And runs away. But instead of doing the fight, we will be here. I'll tell you what, guys. What do you think about a Let's Play where instead of actually playing the game, we just sit in the inn? Oh no, and now we can use a ticket. We just sit in the inn, reading the story and watching every cutscene. What do you guys think? Return to that thought when we circle back to 1.0, I guess. Alright. More side dungeons. The next one appears to have unlocked. We didn't actually beat the previous one, though it was booked in for the last episode. Aha, Tataru. Hello. Well, if it isn't my favourite adventurer, welcome back, Tremor. Lady Memphilia awaits for you within the solar. Please enter at your leisure. Okay. Do. I had such a good experience on this, being from Thanalan and Uldar and all that. Yeah, it kind of would be a let's read. I'm given to understand that the matter of Ramu has been finally resolved. I fear resolved bespeaks a permanence we cannot rightly claim. Yet I am well satisfied that the Lord of the Levin will not trouble us in the foreseeable future. Okay. Because the Primal can always come back. Your satisfaction is assurance enough for me. How fares the investigation? Well enough. Thancred is sparing no effort. They are many in one, just as you suspected. Their purpose, however, eludes us still. I see. Ah, I've been meaning to ask, but is Alize quite well? I fear as if we have scarcely seen her in recent days. Yeah, see, she left. It's just this one twin now. Oh, you haven't. And nor have I, alas. Alize has chosen to walk her own path, stubborn girl. But you may be assured that our destination remains the same. And on that note, I take my leave of you. I trust the Baldizian report will serve you well. So this guy knows the Scions. That was hinted in the last episode. I guess it's revealed here now. I take it we can proceed as discussed. Why do you ask? You scarce need my permission to act. Oh, see, that's a little aggravating, I think. Oh, she was frowning slightly at him as well. This is quite cool. We actually see the doors to the solar open, which I think is quite rare, because normally that's a loading screen. Oh, and he just looked at us. He didn't even say anything to us. That will change, I promise you. It is good to see you again, Tremor. Do British actually called lightning or thunder Levin outside of 14? I've never heard that word. I certainly haven't, and I've never met anyone that's used the term. I've been looking forward to congratulating you on your triumph in the Twelveswood. Owing to your efforts, conflict has been averted. Truly, you have done the Scions proud. With that, we can strike Rama from the list. So who's next? The Sahagin and Leviathan? The Lord of the World has not answered his minions' call of late, nor is he expected to do so in the near future. While the Sahagin remain aggressive as ever, they lack the quantity of crystals required to call forth their god. As with the Sylphs, we can leave them to their own devices, for a time at least. For a time bears repeating. We can ill afford to fall complacent. I like her green eyes. It is as Y'shtola says. Unless we know the minds of the beast tribes, we cannot predict with any certainty when the next primal will return to plague the land. That being said, we must proceed with as much haste as prudence allows. I mean, if I were these guys, I'd be dealing with the crystal supplies as much as possible. Any word on Titan? The Maelstrom keeps the kobolds under constant observation. We shall hear from them ere long, you may depend on it. Remember, she was like the Limsa character, I guess, so that's why she knows so much about the Maelstrom and the kobolds. Indeed. So then, of all the known primals that have been active in recent times, we are left with... Gridania! Wait, I mean Garuda, who's the primal of the Exile who live near Gridania. Yeah, that's what I meant. She says. So many malms to cover, would there be a more efficient way to conduct our surveys? Were he still with us, we should not long have wanted for more practical... let me reread that. Were he... They're talking about Louis Soir. Were he still with us, we should not long have wanted for a more practicable solution. I hate this word. Practicable. Practicable. Practicable solution. Whatever. John Sellers with $10 donation. Thank you. WP, your alpha note is killing me. It's not me. It's how they did it, guys. It's not my alpha note, all right? I promise when the voice actor changes. So will I. Or maybe before then. Okay, and then there's these two. Remember, these guys aren't scions. They're a member of the Garland... They're members of the Garland Ironworks. Like, I never mentioned this in the previous part, but all their clothes and everything, that's the Garland Ironworks emblem and everything. But they're like associates. Biggs and Wedge. She's not wrong there. Where in the world are you, Chief? So Minfilia was like, man, we got so much distance to travel. This is really tough. Because it's like a whole region to... multiple massive city-states to cover. And immediately when she said that... So these guys have an idea for better travel, I guess because of the whole airship thing, right? And they're missing this guy, Garland. Where the hell is Garland? Who's their chief? He's missing. But sure, one short step at a time. Henceforth, the Order of the Twin Adder will handle all matters pertaining to the Sylphs under the sage guidance of the Seedseers. I bid you all a moment's respite. You have earned it. Alright, I said this would be a good cliffhanger. And you might be thinking, is it? Well, she's going to keep us in the office, I think. And we're going to tell her about the Ascian. Oh, he isn't Louis Soir in this case? Are you sure? Is there something else, Tremor? Maybe they're all talking about Garland? Ooh. Beg pardon? A man named La Habrea, sporting a red mask and robed in black. 12 preserve. Prior to the calamity, the Ascians took great pains to remain hidden. Why would they choose to cast off their veil of secrecy now? Gods, this bodes ill. We must take advantage of the present lull in primal hostilities and investigate this La Habrea. Learn all we can of him and his designs. I dread to think... Eek! And that was like a bang. That was Tataru. Tataru! Can I pull up the Alphano drawing every time I do the voice? That would be a very good idea. Oh, it's a sylph. I don't remember this. What is going on here? Hey? A sylph? I like how they changed the music to the sylph theme here. A sylph in Thanlan? What is that instrument, guys, in the sylph song? You just heard it where it goes... Like there's like a clacky kind of... What is that? At long last, this one finds walking one Tremor. No, not more ones. Don't make me say the word one. This one is most dependable of these ones. Is sent by Elder One, Frixio, to help walking ones. Really? This one is called Norexia. This one comes as a friend. Let these ones be friends. Look at how often this word comes up. I like how it's basically the same size as Tataru. But pleasure to meet you, Norexia. Does anyone else say hi to Tataru when you go to the Shifting Sands, even when she doesn't have a mission? I do, yeah, actually. Not always, but you've seen me do it a couple of times. I love how everyone's moving around. Look at this. Thancred here. Ah, Tremor, pray do not concern yourself with my welfare. My current investigation has yielded some curious results, and at present, I'm pondering how best to proceed. Huh. This guy won't speak to us. Am I going the right way? Bremont, hit over here? Wait a minute, I know you. The carriage into Gridania, right? Hey, it's this guy. It's me, Bremont. How in the hell did you end up here, lad? Ah, never mind. You can tell me later. I got something to ask you first. This might sound strange, but you haven't by chance seen a fella what looks exactly like me? I'm looking for my twin brothers, see? And I heard they might have come through here. They could all be dead for all I know. At least it feels like I've been chasing ghosts for an eternity now. Oh, this is awesome. He was just through here on the right last time. Oh my god, they've all moved. This is wild. This all went over my head last time I played this. Yeah, we did see the other guy. So how many are there? 3 of them. Look at all these people here. Holy shit. Who are you two? Clive? He's from Final Fantasy 16, right guys? Greetings, Scion. I come on behalf of the students of Baldesian. You may address me as Clive. Is there some reason you're still here? Please carry on. I'm not here to see you. Right. What are they doing here? What's this setting up? I don't remember this. Biggs and Wedge. If only Master Garland was still with us. He was a brilliant man, full of life and purpose, kind and generous. He taught us everything we know about engineering. Though believe me, he could also have been a very hard person to please. He would force us to completely rebuild devices, even if a single flaw was discovered. I can only imagine what he'd say if he saw the tiny Bronco. People in masks cannot be trusted, but Biggs and I wear masks all the time when welding. That's a nice detail. That's a very, like, Final Fantasy color commentary kind of line you'd get. Ishtola's got her head in a book, a massive book. As you have doubtless witnessed on your travels, the lands of Eorzea are grasping under the pull of a suffocating darkness. I must wonder if it's darkness that invites disaster, or simply that disaster has left such a gloom in its wake. One thing is for certain, now is not the time to relax our vigilance. Indeed. Now, some of these guys we did speak to already. Oh my god, I'm stuck in the chairs. Uriange's chatting with these guys. Knowest thou import of the broken staff within the solar? It fell from the grasp of Archon Louis Soir, the man who, in his abiding love for all Eorzeans, shielded us against the storm of the calamity. The stars wheel across the heavens, and the skies brighten once more. The survivors gather and ignite a fiery dawn to burn away the glowing shroud. Ah, but Destiny, thou art beautiful. This Lady Una, I like her outfit. I'm starting to wonder if it's worth the hassle to prove who he was. I mean, maybe some folk would say, good on you, mate, but thanks for fighting to save Eorzea and whatnot. But I reckon most would ask what we've done for him lately, if not spit in our faces for allowing Bahamut to blow up half the goddamn world. Like they failed. So these are all warriors of light and people from... It's weird how they're all just looking at me as I walk around, you know. The game must have a thing where once you get close enough, people look towards you. Who is this guy? Harry Bert? There are 2 types of Alamegans. Fools who would wish to fight back but know not how, and cowards who would have chosen to run from their worries. The young man over there is a striking example of the former. Me, I'm the latter. Couldn't you tell? Oh, wow. So he's calling himself a coward. That's quite honest of him. So, 2 refugees. Remember that there was that guy, Arenvald, before. He said he was the product of some kind of rape or something that had happened during the sacking of Alamigo with the Imperials. He's part Imperial. I'm to meet with the antecedent soon to discuss a matter of great import. Arbor thinks that it's about my first official meeting. I suppose it'd be good if it was, yes? I mean, I'm not sure if I'm ready, but still. A masked man? I vaguely recall some Amalja ranting about something like that in the middle of a skirmish. Of course, I wasn't listening too closely on account of the fact that me and my friends were trying to kill me. Wait, your friends were what? Their friends were trying to kill you, sorry. I don't mean to waste your time, friend, but that's the only thing what comes to mind. Okay, I have a question for the chat here. Well, I guess, hold on. The Scion supplier, Hanako Bernico. Oh, I think I remember speaking to you. Let's just repair items. You'll repair shit for me. And here's the Sylph. Neuraxia. Walking ones from Uldar have not seen these ones before. This one knows. Still, walking ones must make such screaming sounds when seeing this one's face. This one cannot get a wink of rest. Papalimo and Ida are chatting. Look, Neuraxia, I realise this makes no sense to you, but you must try to be more discreet. Years ago, a law was enacted in Uldar whereby... Please, just trust me and stay out of sight. Really, what's that Uldan law? I didn't know anything about an Uldan law. That what, stops sylphs from being around? Neuraxia and I both wear a mask. We're going to get along fabulously, I know it. Yeah, leaf mask. And Ida has a mask. Okay. Oh, wait. We have even more over here. Liavine? In recent days, I've resumed my training. Idle hands make for idle minds, and painful memories are all too quick to resurface. Okay, here's my question to the chat. There are a lot of quests. This doesn't update every quest, does it? Is it every chapter? Is it like every arc? Right, it must be that. This obviously wouldn't have been updating, like, between us going to Buscarin's bar and back, you know. There's actually a few little moments like that I remember in the old original Guild Wars 1 LP, where it was like in Factions. If you watch my Factions playthrough, the sightless playthrough of Factions, if you, at certain moments, go back to Tanakai Temple for, like, no reason, really, you can speak to the ghosts there and their dialogue updates guiding you around. And it would be, like, almost impossible to catch it all. I'm guessing that's not happening here. I'm guessing it's every time we return. It updates every hour. It must be every time we, like, see Minfilia, maybe. And by the way, you can kind of get a good grasp, because I've been looking at the quests and how the game's structured. You can kind of get a good grasp of each act based on when you return to Minfilia or not, you know. But still, that's amazing. That's so much more detail than I definitely would not have paid attention to the first time I played through there. Not that there was anything incredible there, but that was quite fun, I think. Okay, do you have different dialogue as well? Good morrow, Tremor. I trust your investigation is faring well. Right, well, what is my investigation? Oh, my investigation is just to return to Minfilia. Sorry. Oh, I was like, where am I going? Had a little bit of a Janthir Wilds moment there. Where I've managed to lose track of the main storyline. Does it update every time the game prints Pray Return? Now that's an idea. Yeah, every time you've prayed Return to the Waking Sands. I'll try to keep my eye on it. I don't know if that room fills up even more. I don't know. But there's some weird... Who are those characters with the red hair in there? The students of Baldizian. Tataru is as ready to express her fright as she is to express anything else. Not all of us are forged from the same steel as you, I'm afraid. But it takes all kinds to make a family, and it pleases me no end to see ours continue to grow. One by one, the people of Eorzea are beginning to unite, Tremor, drawn to the hope that shines within you. Yet a darkness threatens to engulf this light. Never have I doubted the Ascians' presence, but that they have grown so brazen as to carry out their work in plain sight fills me with a deep sense of foreboding. There we go. That's finally the other 33 tickets there. Back from the wood. Okay, Minfilia, I almost said Mini-Filia there. For those that know, you know. Would have you investigate the mysterious La Habrea. When we get to Shadowbringers, someone can remind me of this moment and I'll explain. I'm afraid there's no rest for the wary, Tremor. We must delve further into the motivations of the masked man, the Ascian known as La Habrea. This is an ideal moment to do so while our hands are not bound dealing with another primal. At present, we know little and less about the Ascians, only that destruction follows in their wake. I should not be surprised if these beings are behind the chaos that racks the realm. If my fears prove to be reality, we must do all in our power to stop them. Earlier, I sent word to each Grand Company to solicit cooperation. The Immortal Flames responded to the effect that they have the information on a potential sighting. This is intelligence that we can ill afford to ignore. Go speak with the Flame Commander in Uldar, and I leave the rest to your discretion. You cannot take too many precautions, Tremor. Okay. So, is it possible that the guys in Uldar know a little bit about Ascians? That'd be quite the turn up, wouldn't it? That's my first hatchet. That's not what we want to do. In the last episode, I abandoned that quest. Oh, do you know what? I'll abandon this now. Might mean I have to... Oh, no, and I still have the sap that we gathered. What is it? The latex that we gathered. Ah, Uldar. So, over here, this is what I very commonly do. I jump on this plant pot, and then this, and I skips. This is the Hall of Flames. So, we're in the Serpent Place, but this is the area that I usually... So, they have their own hunt board. They have their own guild guys, free company guys, and then they have their own seals, their own currency, and their own ranks, and all of that. And I think the thing is, when you swap your free company, it's just that your ranks reset. I think that's how that goes. The Masked Man. Ah, you're come on behalf of the Scions, of course. Yes, as we've already relayed to Lady Minfilia, there has been a sighting of a rogue near about eastern Thanalan. Oh, I think I know where this is going. A brass blade stationed at Highbridge described him in detail when he alerted us to suspicious activity. I'd point you to the witness, but I'm afraid he died not nearly 2 days ago, slain by a marauding horde of Kukirin. Fate can be a cruel mistress. But do not be too quick to despair. Being situated on a trade route, Highbridge sees its fair share of travellers. Folk are always coming and going, and some among them may well have caught a glimpse of your target. You could do worse than to speak with a merchant named Hihibaru. The fellow's always starved for customers, and he'd no doubt welcome your attention, whether or not you have coin or the mind to spend it. Okay. So, a strange rogue around here in Uldar. So back to Camp Drybone. I hope it's night time. Damn it. There's a really pretty place that we're about to go to. Oh, this is cool. We didn't have our chocobo last time we were here, did we? So yeah, I'm going to mount it. There, I'm just pressing a hotkey. This hotkey down here. But the bar isn't on the screen. We could unlock the leaves here as well. I feel like I should probably show off a gathering leave, at least one. I'm kind of be fascinated to do that and see how many levels I get from it. Would I get 10 levels from one leave? How many people are waiting for WP in Uldar? Wait, what do you mean waiting? Oh, do you mean waiting for the story to get there, or? You've added Palace of the Dead and the other Deep Dungeons release dates to the spreadsheet. Oh, nice, Rothon Struggle. Listen, that spreadsheet is really cool, and I will continue going back to it. But since we're in bulk ARR right now, it's not going to be in the series too much at the moment, because obviously this is all the same patch. This is... Yes, I've dotted a couple of little things in. I've dotted the Sightseeing Log in early, because when I see one, I want to be able to get it. But mostly we'll do things in... We'll sort of sample them. What I've done is I've actually got the different pages of the patches and screenshots that will show up and stuff. But yeah, so that spreadsheet is cool, and I want to keep... We'll keep going back to it, I promise. So here, guys, you see... Oh, speaking of which, there's the Sightseeing Log there. You see that giant statue down there? That actually features in a shit ton of content. There's actually a giant jumping puzzle on that you can get to from the Gold Saucer. And there's like various quests and things that often have it like off in the background. But this is like the actual area. So many times as we play along, you'll see we're in a place in Thanalan with the giant thing and the bridge and stuff. And I don't know, Square just reused this area a lot. And this guy, I guess, is researching it. There's a side quest for it. Side quest there, side quests everywhere. The way I tend to play this, guys, is I have like one class that I'll level through the main storyline, and then the other classes I'll level through lets and stuff. But when they're level appropriate, I'll grab side quests for them. So anyway, hello, Hihibaru. Have you seen my strange man? Welcome to Highbridge, adventurer. Whatever you seek, I, Hihibaru, can provide it. Probably. You're after a masked man. Not sure I have one of those in stock. Oh, you're after a masked man. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? Such an individual might have featured in one of the many rumours I've heard. If you linger a while, mayhap you'll learn a thing or two, eh? Okay. Man, that quest name was Shadow of Darkness, which is such a ridiculously epic-sounding quest name. such a small part of the story. I mean, it's weird, isn't it, guys? You know, like, there's hundreds of quests as you play through, and they have all that detail in the logs, but then, like, they have to invent names for them as well. You'll actually see the localization team so often are just doing, like, random in-jokes and pop culture references, because, like, what else can they do, you know? They've got so much to put in there. They sort of almost have to do pop culture references in order to just be completely dead creatively, you know? Like, this may as well not be a flavorful name. It may as well just be MSQ 1, 2, 3, 4, or just named after the level or something. I don't know. But even that wouldn't work, because there's multiple quests for every one combat level. Hihibaru wants to help you find La Habrea. Maybe. When the Order of Gnarled Thal began excavating the ruins below, I had hopes that Highbridge would turn into a bustling hub for pilgrims. But thanks to the nigh endless beastman raids, folk are too afraid to come within a mile of here. I sold everything I owned to get my venture started, and I'm loath to give up without making an earnest effort to stick it out. But things keep going as they are. I'll be bankrupt before the moon is due. You know what? This bomb mini-pet has photobombed so many conversations with NPCs that we've had. He doesn't even turn to face the camera. He's just, like, doing flips and, like, hype. There he is. God damn. But if things keep going as though they are, I'll be bankrupt before the moon is through. Guys, does anyone know a minion that I can get that I can put on my shoulder nice and early on in the LP? Because we got the money for it on the market board now. Whining won't do me any good, though. No, for my business to survive, I need business. Speaking of which, perhaps you'd like to browse my wares. Spend a bit of coin for a struggling merchant? The masked man? Pah! Thal, take your bloody masked man. I know what I said before, but vague rumours are all I've got. If you want to know more about him, go and look up for the other merchants. That there feels like there might have been a quest that got cut out in the middle. Highbridge was meant to become the next Emerald Avenue. Where's Emerald Avenue? Where are the throngs of pilgrims come to marvel at the ruins below? And more importantly, where is their coin? Why is business so fickle? I can definitely imagine a busy work quest there in the middle where he says, go do some shit for me. And then I'll help you out. So here's the multiloquent merchant. I like the little Lalafell. Look at that. Look how cute that Lalafell is. Sitting on that crate, rocking side to side. The fabric looks good and everything. I've heard tell of the Masked Devil. Seems he's been appearing not only around Highbridge, but somewhere elsewhere about Fanland too. Enough folk have reported seeing him to convince me that he's more than a fragment of the imagination. But little is known about him elsewhere. I'm almost 100% sure I know where this story is going. And it's not because I've played it before, because I've forgotten all this. It's because I think there's a really good hint in the Waking Sands, actually, when we were speaking to some of the NPCs. I think that they've had a very clever hint that I've just now clocked onto. The more they refer to La Habrea here as a masked man. And in fact, just loads of dialogue about masks at the Waking Sands just now. Okay, so is this NPC on the bridge, I guess, or below the bridge? The absent-minded merchant here, looking out into the distance. Look at these vistas, guys. On the trail of a masked man? I've heard of him, but only in hushed tones and faint whispers. It said he wears a black-robed, hooded robe, and looks right suspicious. And that's all about I can say, though, little though it is. Alright, what are you just generally talking about? It said he... Yeah, okay. I don't know. Right, so I want to climb down now, because I want to get that sightseeing log. I think what we'll do... I remember crossing this the first time I played ARR as well. Because this felt like I'd got to a high-level area, because of this huge chasm blocking most of the map off. There's also a massive area you can explore over beneath those crystals there. And I remember leveling there. Beautiful sun rays there. Nice savannah. Hello to the impassive merchant. Have I seen a masked man wearing a dark robe? No, I haven't, nor do I wish to. Business is bad enough without shady characters lurking about. Folk have been given Highbridge a wide berth because of all the Kikiran raids. None but the most devout of pilgrims are willing to come here anymore. Well, maybe we can deal with the raids. I could try at least. Okay, so here, look, check this out. We come down here. Another guy. I mean, look at this. I would totally be a tourist here. This is like the Grand Canyon times 20. God's sake, man, you're disrupting my research. I was in the midst of measuring the flow of aether, but you've gone and made me raise my voice. Now I can't feel a god's damn thing. Bah, I say, bah! Sorry, sir. Okay, that was a real flashbang with a pillow in there. I was wondering if the animation wouldn't play if we were in first person. Okay, so we come to these orbs, right? And what you do is you go /lookout. And it will do a little animation. So in Guild Wars, obviously, you just press F. And it did nothing. Why didn't it do anything? A lot of them have, like... Okay, so here, I'll show you. Oh, this is an anticlimax. Sightseeing Log. Oh, this is weird. There's barely any. So, she's got details for us. So these are in Eorzea. I mean, there's hundreds of these, guys. There's loads. I guess we only have a few unlocked for now, because we haven't been to too many maps. Come morning, when my watch is over, I stand upon the 3 plates of silver, depicting the first 3 of our kind. Paying reverence to those who came before us, I salute my sworn brothers who stand before me. Such were the Sultan Swan's words, and I would see as he saw. Where are we? We're in Eastern Thanalan. So we see the map here. Merciful the rains that fall, for they give succor to the thirsting land, and comfort the old wounds of one who journeyed too far from home. Such were the Botanist's words, and I would see as she saw. As I felled my quarry atop a great stone slab, my eyes drifted up to a city swallowed by the clouds and the mountain itself. I know not who once called it home, nor why it fell, but it was a sight to behold. En route from Uldar to Gridania, I sought lodgings at Highbridge. Setting out at first light, I looked upon the wise men of old, and they looked wiser than me, and asked for my guidance in my travels. Such were the merchant's word. So I think we have to be here in the morning. So, because it said at first light. So, yeah, there's extra things. Some of them are like behind jumping puzzles. Some of them are certain weather. Some of them are certain times of day. It's a lot like fishing. So what I showed off with botany earlier, you know, is fairly basic. Fishing is very, very, very detailed and has loads of mechanics like that. And the sightseeing log is a bit like that as well. What I will tell you, though, guys, is that after the Realm Reborn, they eased up a lot on the sightseeing stuff that was like certain times of day. I guess because it frustrated people. Because you ended up with blue balls like I've got right now. So we just got to move on, I guess. Oh, ARR might not be lookout. ARR was varied. Oh. So maybe we just have to do a different emote? Does anyone know what the emote might be for that one then? It said first light, so I bet that's a time-based one. Yeah, and each expansion you unlock more and there's different people, but there's lore for all of them, as you can see. So it's partly like looking out. It's like, imagine if Vistas had lore, which is one thing I would always have loved. Always wanted for Guild Wars, and, you know, we never unfortunately got. But yeah. You think it's /pray? You think we should pray down there? Okay, I'll try and pray and we'll see. I might also just be able to jump down. Ugh, can't jump down. Not from there either. To be fair, all sightseeing is blue balls, you know, technically. Oh, that's genius. I like the Gridanian barding. It's extra yellow. I'm getting a real kick out of being on a yellow chocobo that's moving at kind of a slow speed, so I get to see how fluffy its tails are as they bounce and stuff. /pray. I bet it's in the morning, though. I mean, how many more times am I going to say that? Like, I feel like the orb isn't lit up properly either. I feel like it's an inactive orb. Pray and return to the blue ball. Yeah, the ball looks visually different than usual, so I bet it's disabled by weather and time requirements. Exactly, yeah. Alright, well, that's a shame that the first one I saw is a time requirement. I have had it in the back of my head, like, oh, some of them... But, you know, I can't plot the LP. I mean, maybe a true genius, utterly committed to the craft, could make a perfect LP where you start each episode at the right time of day and you know how long it's going to take to say the things that you want to say to get to the thing and blah, 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 and weave them all in beautifully. If the money was there, I'd probably try it, guys. Alright, hello. Judging by your expression, I take it you didn't learn much of use. Look, I'm sorry for my rudeness earlier. It's just that things are tough for us merchants at the moment. The Kikiran raids are so constant, so organised, we're beginning to suspect that someone's orchestrating it all. I tend to put my own welfare first, like most of us do. But that doesn't mean I'm a bad person. I promise to keep an eye out for your masked man. If I see or hear anything, you'll be the first to know. I feel like this was longer when I played this before. That he gave me the runaround for ages, and then... Is it possible I played ARR before they removed a bunch of the quests? Is it possible? Or maybe we're going to just have a bunch more from him here now. Hihibaru has information that will surely lead to La Habrea. I finally got some godstone information on your masked man. Why so confident? Because I saw him. I saw him with my own 2 eyes. This again is one of those quests where it feels like there was a passage of time, you know? I was out for an evening stroll, minding my own business, when I noticed a column of smoke rising from a cliff over at Thal's Respite. Curious, I took myself there to find a masked man. Your masked man, I'm sure of it, standing by a fire. As if in answer, some Kikiran appeared soon after, and the group began talking at length. I'm afraid I was too far out of earshot to hear much of anything. After the group had dispersed, an idea came to me. If you were to use this smouldering coal to start a fire, you might be able to arrange a similar meeting. It'll be dangerous, I shouldn't doubt, but you've proven yourself more than a match for a pack of rats. Have I? I haven't done any combat for you. So what do you think? That's some sound, reliable information, even if I do say so myself. Well worth all the lingering about you've been doing, wouldn't you say? Okay. Oh my god, is this our first item quest? So if you look here, it says where there is smoke, and there's actually an icon there. Smouldering coal. A red-hot piece of carbonized wood that, when placed on wet wood or leaves, will create billowing tower of smoke that will be seen from arms. That's like that plot in Lost. So you'll see it's here in my key items, and when I right-click, we can use it. A lot of these are like thrown items and stuff. There's a billion different ways in the UI to navigate moments like this, and my favorite is actually just clicking the icon right here. Like, that will work as using the item, as far as I remember. Might be wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm right, though. Although there's a waterfall. Yeah, by the way, this is the entrance to Gridania. That's the South Shroud. Look, this is an area of the South Shroud we've never been to. Maybe we should visit that and grab that. But here, this is Busker and Struthers. This is Quarry Mill with the Palace of the Dead from the last episode. If we had gone south in the last episode, we would have found this weird flooded area. Beyond that, there would have been a long passageway to here. In my, like, world-building dream MMO design project thing, I have a similar thing here, except it's actually like a mechanic when you do a long transport like this from region to region. Like, you gather supplies, and it's going to take X amount of time, and it's a reason to actually fight some mobs instead of just spamming through. Anyway, it's too much to talk about that. But yeah, so we're going to be... you can actually see, like, the trees and stuff and some water. But this is technically called a woodland. Welwick Wood. Oh, we have new music. Oh, no we don't. That was weird, though. Or maybe we've never heard this before, this music. Oh, we have another chocobo. Should I? I'm just going to spam invites to everyone I see, just in case. Oh, he's already in the link shell. Dun, 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 dun. Some new enemies. Axe Beaks. Some of these ruins. I have no idea who built them. There's probably lore about that. Oh, there's a cave there. Wow. Oh, that's Thal's Respite. Oh, I think there's a bunch of Black Mage caves in that quest. In that quests in that cave. There's like a statue in there of Thal, isn't there? Who is like the god of black mages? That's not right. I don't know. Associated with black magic. Their quests can be kind of cool. Let's see this. There might be a sightseeing log. Yeah, there is. Contemplating the thing. Maybe we pray at this, guys. Let's try it. Pray. It also appears to be disabled. Oh, man. So, do I get a reward for doing all of these? Yeah, I don't know. Well, it was probably we have to be here at a certain time of day again. But yeah, there's a lot of Black Mage quests here. Again, I'll reiterate that I don't actually recommend Black Mage if you're totally new to the game. It can feel a bit clunky or whatever, but it is a fun class once you're a bit more used to the game. I loved this here, by the way. Can I just say, the lighting, when we're in the dark of the cave, you get the firelights on the sides, and then just the sunlight outside. Something about that. and in movement as you're running out. I love the visuals of that. Here we go. Then we can run on out. And the music's off, I guess. Let's put some ambient noise on. Oh no, it's back. Well, no, let's do it this way then. Some kind of fate. Riding on the dry north winds out of the Black Shroud, Ked trap seeds have taken root in Thanalan. Without any natural predators, the seed can are free to roam the desert unchecked, consuming everything in their path. The creatures must be tended to before they render the desert even more deserted than it already is. I don't know if this is going to be one of the achievement fates. Probably not. I would guess a lot of the achievement fates are fates where it's like... oh, we've gone past the quest here. Are fates where it's like a big boss, probably. Alright, so yeah, here, for example, if I just click this while targeting the destination, he'll do it straight away. And we sense a hostile presence. Corpse Brigade foot soldiers. Wait, remind me again, why are we getting attacked by undead for lighting this fire? We can finally try wind bite here, ready? So yeah, it's a dot. So we get 2 dots. That's quite cool. This class, I thought I read online that they're removing dots from this game. Like, they keep getting rid of dots. Is that wrong? But here I am on a class with 2. I feel like FF is missing like that fantasy of a class that just dots the shit out of something. Just spreads a bunch of poisons and a bunch of debuffs. Maybe Blue Mage can play like that. Probably everything can play like that, really, when it comes to Blue Mage. You can hit any playstyle you like. Oh my god, can you get bad breath as a Blue Mage? Oh, I bet you can. Can you get bad breath as a Blue Mage, guys? Oh, I should do a Let's Play where I'm just bad breathing things. How cool would that be? One of the funny things about this game, by the way, is like all the items, like the antidotes and echo drops and paralysis cures and all that stuff. It's all really fun, rich stuff that is there, but it's all been basically removed or is not relevant for the combat anymore. And that I feel like if I was playing this game since the start, I'd have a pang of sadness about that, because it's like, man, look at all this cool stuff. Nearly all of it's ignorable. But maybe if you're playing a Blue Mage, you at least get to get into that stat stuff a little bit more, you know? Like, what is FF without status effects, you know? All the games have really good interactions with that stuff. What a peculiar question. You can, yes! So I could, like, bad breath La Habrea when we find him in a second, right? Back so soon? Were you able to find any clues leading to your masked man? Well, we found this ward, a paper ward inscribed with prayer to the patron deity of Alamigo, Rolga. Rolga, I do know a bit about as a deity because he becomes a big part of the story in Stormblood. This scroll, it bears a prayer to Rolga, the Destroyer. In case you're unfamiliar, Rolga is the guardian deity of Alamigo, which is currently under Garlean rule. It's highly uncommon for folk of other nations to revere him. I'd wager my last guild that your assailant was Alamigan. It seems this masked man of yours is very well connected. I must confess, the merchant in me envies such a diverse network of contacts. That self-same merchant also senses danger ahead, and darkness besides. Are you certain you'd rather not take things nice and slow here at Highbridge? Yeah, these are definite jokes about the fact that he was supposed to give us a ton of chores here. I'm sure he was. Okay, he has another suggestion. So, Alamigo is not very near to here, right? Like, we're ages away. Of course, we know Reborn is of Alamigan descent, and he came here and fought up through the gladiator pits. The Alamigan bandit you had a run-in with is somehow connected to your masked man of mystery. So, it stands to reason that if you want to pick up the trail again, you should head towards Little Alamigo. It's over in southern Thanalan. Just so you know what to expect, the settlement is the favoured destination for those refugees who couldn't well adapt to life in Ul'dah. The hearts of the denizens are said to be as barren as the wasteland they live in, and for all intents and purposes, it's a lawless place. Be prepared for a not-so-warm welcome. Now, I'm not too certain how much of a help she'll be, but it just so happens I have a daughter who has relocated to Alamigo. Her name's Hihira, and it shouldn't hurt to seek her out first. So he's Hihibaro, and she's Hihira. Hihira. And while you have her attention, I'd be obliged if you could send my love. Not a day goes by that I don't think of her. I suppose this is it then. I had hoped you would linger here a while, cull some fiends, spend some coin, what have you, but something tells me you're destined for greater things. Wherever it is you end up with, I wish you the best. Alright, goodbye, sir. Another day, another 100 pilgrims not coming to Highbridge and parting with their coin as they should. But enough about my quandaries. Oh, have you chance to meet my daughter at Little Alamigo? She's ever been a dreamer, and headstrong besides. I've long given up on having her obey me. It's enough to know she's alive and well. Yeah, so is that kind of a fun story here, where, like, he's a merchant and he could have looked after her and kept her with him, but she's been exiled to this refugee camp, basically? Maybe, but he doesn't have much money of his own. I guess she might have gone there for humanitarian reasons. So yeah, Alamigo, obviously a nation conquered by the Guardians. Bunch of refugees displaced by that war. And they've all congregate. They tried to get into Uldar. We've seen a bunch of refugees outside of Uldar. Most of them get turned away. Most of them have no money. Most of them have met with limited sympathy. So there's like a little town that has sprung up. It's not Alamigo itself. It's called Little Alamigo. It's named after it. And it's out here in the desert. It's a long way away as well, by the way. It's really far away in southern Fanland. We've never been anywhere near any of those places. So I'm quite excited to go there. There's actually a full-on massive sandy desert in around Reborn as well, by the way. And I've always been disappointed by it because as much as I just described it as a massive sandy desert, it's kind of just an area in the map. And I wish it had been a whole map of its own or something. But they're some of my favourite areas for this region. I love them so much. But before all of that, as I'm ranting away here, I'm going to walk into the South Shroud. So there you go. So that's what it's like travelling from one of these areas to the next. And we're now kind of in the same area as the last episode. It's very windy here. It's actually thunderstorms, apparently. Oh, I can sort of hear one rippling back there. But look, there's an aetheryte. And what is this place? Take the lumber line due north through the forest and she'll take you to Gridania, eventually. Okay. If you're headed to Thanland, know that travelling with peddlers or by carriage ain't no guarantee of safety. Too many adventures often forget that. So here we got some adamantoises. Are these? No, they're not the first ones we've seen. Level 30 stuff here, by the way. A little bit scary. You come to Camp Tranquil. Is there aught you wish to know? What do you do here? Well, I'm a wood whaler. I'm in charge. I have charge over the security of the camp and the surrounding area. Ever since the calamity, we've taken on the added responsibility of maintaining the hanging bridges that span the breadth of Roots Lake. It may seem like drudgery, but I'd sooner replace a few planks than haul out every single overladen carriage that becomes stuck in the muddy pools below. What kind of place is this? Well, this camp is an important waypoint along the lifeline of trade between Gridania and Uldar. Follow the southern bridge and you'll find yourself in the barrens of Thanalan. Roots Lake below used to be an honest-to-God's lake, but the calamity drained away most of the water. We were left with a sultry mire teeming with wildlife never to be seen before in the Twelveswood. Oh, and do have a care when crossing the hanging bridges. Incidents are on the rise wherein travellers are taken by an inexplicable jumping fit and suffer a bad fall. And they often regret stumbling into what they find before landing. Okay. I wonder, so in 1.0, was this... I think I'm minion-rouletting right now if I've got my macro set up properly. Was this actually a lake? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Got some more guys down it. Now, the jumping puzzle reference. Is that a thing? Lots of dead trees here. Let's get the chocobo key, get a portal route running. I guess these are still useful in terms of if you don't want to move yourself. There you go, that's Roots Lake. I actually thought, guys, this was a different place. Where is it? Where? Oh, that's over there. I think this is where I thought it. Well, we'll deal with that later. Anyway, just a little glimpse at this, since we were sort of in the area. Why not? If we ran along the road long enough, we'd get back up to the druthers, as you can see there. Okay, but before we get too distracted, On to Little Alamigo. The easiest road there probably is from the city, actually. In fact, it's incredibly close. So let's go back to the Steps of Nold. This map here, by the way, the Goblet, that's the housing district. There's a housing district in the desert, there's one in the forest, there's one at Limsa. And it does appear there on the world map. Okay. So we want to go all the way around like this. And just basically follow the perimeter of the town. Praygot's praying spot is west of here. Oh shit, did we miss an opportunity to pray? It'd be cool if there was a sightseeing log that was like, you can only do this when it's like thundery or rainy or whatever, when there's a storm. That massive green explosion is so big, it's almost difficult to see that I'm playing a flute during it. Yeah, Black Mage can still cast Thunder as a dot. Okay, here, by the way, this guy, this weird masked merchant, this medicine merchant, this person will sell you. It won't sell you. It's a quest, and that gives you what's called a Fantasia, which allows you to change the way that your character looks. So, like, I could stop being an Elizin if I like. I could play as a cat girl or a Lalafell or whatever. But it's once per character, so it's quite an important quest. I don't know what that one is. Dishonor before death. It says it's a really high level thing as well. Level 38. I think she is Red Mage, but it's an expansion thing. Anyway, we're like way out in the edge of the city here. Oh, by the way, I love this. Have you guys ever noticed? Now, if you've ever seen... the resemblance of this place to Rabanastre in 12 should be fairly evident. But in that, if you've watched my 12 Let's Play, when you're at the exit of the town, you can like move left and right and see that it's clearly just a static image back there. In 14, they're doing the same thing, but it's multiple. Like, you can see that there's a bit of parallax going on here. So, like, there's the background layer, and then, like, this is like a billboard, like a cardboard cutout in front. I don't know if you can just about see the way it's moving back there. But anyway, we go from looking at it like that, just like an image of the place, to actually seeing the place. I've always quite liked that. And they change it based on the weather as well, you know, like it's foggy right now, or cloudy. And it was cloudy when we looked at it. I don't really know how they accomplished that. But yeah, beautiful. We were here briefly before. But this time, and that's an entrance to the housing district. This time we'll be heading through this gate. And off into the great beyond. The Segoli Gate. Where would I have my house? On my main character, I do have a house. Sorry, I don't have a house. I have an apartment. Everyone can get an apartment really cheap and easy. They're basically just these tiny square boxes. They look terrible. But there was a big announcement that they're making them bigger in the next patch, which is pretty cool. So maybe I'll show you that off as well. The Hall of the Novice and the bigger apartments. They both sounded like cool updates. So I have an apartment, and it is here. It is in the desert. That's where I live. You can live in multiple expansion places as well. Our Chocobo's a little less familiar with this area. That's where my chair's getting really wobbly. I think one of the legs is coming loose. We'll have to sort that out. Alright, so this is Little Alamigo. And I guess that's their emblem. They basically live in a gross, dank little cave. I'll do some respect of walking on the Chocobo here, which is an animation, as you can see, obviously. So here she is. Hello. Sorry, that was my Chocobo impression there. Why, yes, he who burrows my father. He said, what? I wish I could be a better daughter to him. It's just that. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't bother you with family matters, but I'm grateful to you for delivering the message. Now then, what brings you here? A masked man. I'm afraid the description doesn't ring any bells, but one of the others here may have seen something. I'd recommend you first speak with Gundobald, the leader of the settlement. I must warn you, though, he isn't exactly accommodating to outsiders. Gundobald, eh? Well, he's just over here by this tent. This man named Prem thing. Oh, this guy with the amazing mustache.
Who are you? State your business and be quick about it.
I'm Tremor, and I'm looking for a masked villain. A lot. Looking for a masked villain, you say? And why should we help you, pray? We struggle enough without having to answer the whim of every outsider. You are not welcome here. Be gone. Oh, quest complete. Well, that's leveled us up there again. Oh, do you know what? I should really be back on Paladin. Gladiator! Ah! Frustrated as they are, the young ones here will give you quarrel simply for want of something to do. All it takes is a stray gaze. Watch yourself. Oh, he's just literally just straight up fobbed me off. What? Well, who do I get my next quest from? T for 3. Oh, deeper in the town. We just go and wander around and explore, I guess. Yeah, swap over to Gladiator here. Oh no, Gladiator is the higher level. Alright. How the hell did my Gladiator get to level 37? Just from doing one leveling roulette, that is. That's mad. Oh, by the way, guys, I would like to do the next 2 Guildhests as well. So, if anyone watching this live wants to play with me, I'm looking for some people. If you come find me in-game, I'll give you a party invite. We can dab those in sometime in a minute. Maybe. I think that'd be quite fun. But we need people with us, so... yeah, here's one invite at least. Gilsabert would like to aid in your manhunt. Well met, adventurer. I'm Gilsabert, head of security here at Little Alamigo. Well, I heard tell that you had business with Gundabald. Knowing the prissy old bear, I don't doubt he told you to bugger off. Owing to their hardships, the refugees don't trust anyone but themselves. Not even my men and I can get so much as a word of thanks out of them, despite watching the place day and night. But thanks or no, I try to help my fellow man where I can. And you seem like a decent sort. If you tell me what's brought you here, I might be as I can lend you a hand. On the trail of a masked villain, you say? Can't say that sounds familiar, but I have men on lookout for a Malja south of here. If there's been any suspicious activity, they're like to have seen it. I had in mind to take each of them a cup of sweet Thanalan tea so as to lift their spirits. If you were to run this little errand in my stead, they'd all be the more willing to tell you what they know. Okay. So yeah, I'll scratch your backs, you scratch mine. Again, more leaves. And remember, each one of those is a bunch of, like, repeatables. I have a screenshot of this place on Steam. I think it's this cavern that I was looking at. I think I was looking at this aetheryte. Some kind of view you can get of this that just looks really stunning, I think. It's really, really nice. Okay. But it's sunset for us right now, so it's getting very orange. Ambient mood lighting here. Right. So they're just down to the south. Oh, there you go. I can see the camp here already. Broken water over there. Having some drinks. Osric, fanning himself in the heat. Who the hell's are you? I'm trying to conserve energy here, so leave me alone. Well, I'd like to give you some tea. A piping hot infusion of freshly picked young Thanalan tea leaves mixed with a rich old goat cream and a generous spoonful of golden cactar flower honey. Well, ain't ye considerate? My thanks, friend. What's that, a masked villain? Hiding among the refugees, like as not. Me compatriots as live here go about as though they're dead on their feet. 'Tis near impossible to tell what's on their minds. For all I know, they're all up to no good. Yeah, so, like, how are you going to find a villain in a hive of villains? Not to be too disrespectful to the, you know, the displaced population here. Angry River. You there? Are you an Amalja? No? Carry on then. Yeah. But I do have some tea for you. Ah, this sophisticated aroma. It's been forever since I had a drop of sweet Thanalan. I'm going to enjoy this. What, a masked man? Don't know, don't care. Unless he's got dark, scaly skin, stands 10 farms high, and has the face of a lizard, then I don't give a mama's fart. So yeah, the Amalja. We have met them, right? We saw a couple of Amalja, maybe? An episode or 2 ago? I think we've seen... Oh, yeah, of course we did. They were summoning Ifrit. We know about the Amalja. Of course we did. Shoo! Shoo! Don't bother me! Bother me no more with this. Go speak with an adept. If the Amalja overrun us, I'm blaming you. Here, have some tea. De-stress, relax. For me? Oh, you shouldn't have. Sorry, a suspicious masked man. As a matter of fact, I caught glimpses of someone fitting that description during patrol. Well, I couldn't quite make out whether it was a man or not, and what with the mask and the robe, but assuming it was a he was talking with some Alamegans. I assumed he was one of them. Oh, here we go, we have more people. Brilliant, guys. Beautiful. Some nice chocobos. Flexing. Love it, love it, love it. There we go. We have a full party, so we can do the Guildhests. Let's finish this story arc before we do that. Obviously, if you guys have to go, then feel free to leave. But I don't think this arc's too long. I would consider this a mini arc. Perhaps once upon a time it wasn't. Go speak with an adept. What a reference. Oh, yeah. I still think of that cutscene very fondly. And I wanted a soundboard with that for a while. Bother me no more with this. Oh, I didn't actually get the porter. And look at this, we're getting a real network here. We could, in theory, just travel all around Eorzea by the end of it, just through porters. Ah, you're back. So, did my lookout or have aught to share with you? That doesn't sound like much to go by. If you get any further in your investigation, it seems to me you'll need the cooperation of the Alamegans. For this, you'll need to win their trust, and that won't be an easy task. So, these spectacles here, right? These silver spectacles. There is a gear slot in the game now, this one here, face wear. That's new. And you have to do like a quest to unlock it or something. I don't know whether it's like in the later expansions or what, but I can wear glasses as headpieces, but like I think this is an extra cosmetic slot or something. And I'm pretty sure it came in with Endwalker or Dawn Trail, one of the two, I don't know, but basically while I was having a break from the game. So, you're determined to press on with your investigation, then I have some advice to offer. As I said before, you won't get far without the Alamegans' trust, and the best way to win that trust is to get a compatriot of theirs, someone they respect, to vouch for you. Coin does the talking and all that, but the Alamegans are bound by something far stronger, if not as tangible, a common purpose. That purpose is, of course, the liberation of their home from the Garleans. Gunderbold belongs to the Alamegan resistance, so your best bet would be someone who's part of the same crew. If you know any well-connected people, you might want to start by asking them. This game's very, you could probably already tell with the story of that guy who's, you know, ashamed of his heritage and stuff over at the Waking Sands with the sexual assault and that. But this game is very, like a lot of Final Fantasies are, it takes this kind of subject material of like occupation really seriously. It's very thoughtful. There's a lot of cool stories later about how like, so these guys want to continue fighting for Alamigo even though it's lost and they have no home, they've been displaced. There are a lot of people who've just accepted Garlean occupation. And, you know, it's that, what's the word? What's that French thing? Collaborators, right? I think I read online a couple of months ago that it's like, still to this day, especially if you say it to like an old boy in France, if you call someone like a collabo or a collaborator, I don't know what the actual French word is. It's like this really, really offensive, like fucking serious. Like there's a lot of nasty, twisted, horrible, messed up stories about occupations, and the game does do them very, very well. Largely, it's the focus of a later expansion. I don't know how much there will be here. But just doing this quest is reminding me of how much I liked Stormblood. I really, really, really like that story. Thought they were really delicate and human and the kind of different things they explored. And it's not just Alamigo, by the way. There's a lot of conquered nations. Stormblood actually deals with lots of them all at once, really. And these are also, in part, some of my favourite reasons why Reborn is one of my favourite characters. This location here is actually going to be the site of a lot of storytelling at the end of the first X-Pack as well, as they're segueing into the second X-Pack. There are little details and characters we'll be meeting very soon that it's like you want to remember them. Because then they'll go away and then there'll be mysteries and it's like, who's this, what's this, and it will turn out, oh shit, it's this thing. And a lot of stuff was going over my head when I did this because I had that huge break in the middle. The Calamity Salvager gives you replacements for the previous system glasses, but a new character shouldn't have any. I see. So what about those ones I could have just got from that quest reward? But I think I need to actually unlock it somewhere, though. Find one valid item first. There's some for sale at the God Saucer. Yeah, I think I'm not allowed to buy those, or they were too expensive. I saw those, and there was a very good reason I didn't buy them. Oh, shit! We're actually at Halatali now. Oh, let's do this. Oh, I've got distracted. I'm on the wrong quest, but whatever. Okay, let's do this. Look, guys, just near Little Alamigo, there's a dungeon. Let's do this. Since we have a party here, we're always on the lookout for new talent. What with the old talent getting mauled and killed. Proper training places such as this is now that helps. Okay, except this guy's question mark, question mark, question mark. Did he go offline? Oh my god, that mount. That's a very good mount for this area of the world. If it's the halls of Halatali you seek, then seek no further. Permit me to tell you something of this place. The name comes from an ancient tongue. So remember, outside the Waking Sands, that guy gave us a quest. He told us to come here, basically. That was about it. Halatali, meaning the land of many shadows. It was here that our distant ancestors first settled and... Bah, you've not come all this way for a history lesson. No, I would do it. Shh, listen, do you not hear the growls and the howls? Do you not feel how they shake the very earth beneath you? Those sounds are the work of no wind, my friend, nor that rumbling the doing of any shadows. Those are the calls of Halatali, for now the beasts once kept for the Colosseum lurk here. And these are no gentle beasts broken by the hand of man. No, there are those within that even the might of the immortal flames cannot tame. From the look of you, you must be Tremor. I received word from Nedrick, you might be along. By his recommendation, I grant you leave to enter freely. I only pray that you're able to find your way out. Spooky, spooky. Okay, so yeah. I know, everyone's here, they're just on different maps. So Halatali, this is the first optional dungeon of the game. And as you can see here, actually, it's a level 20 dungeon. It's actually a lower level dungeon than the 1,000 Moors of Toto-Rak, which is what we ended the last episode with. And so I actually was planning to do this in the last episode, but it was a long one, wasn't it? So here we go. So originally a holy place for the first Lalafell arrived in... Eorzea. The twisting labyrinth of natural caverns which wind through this massive mesa was transformed by the Gladiators Guild into a series of training pits, animal pens, holding cells to accommodate the ever-growing popularity of the Colosseum. After the calamity, however, the location was abandoned. So in 1.0, was this like... Alright. Those remaining in the pens left for dead. Not all of them, however, met that fate. And now the tunnels are rife with those who survived, as well as the tormented spirits of those who did not. Okay, so I'm going to say... Actually, for this, let's not do Midnight Level. Let's just get on in there. And I guess I'll play this on Archer. There we go. Halatali. I want to say, to the people who are coming along and playing these very slow, very boring early game dungeons with me, thank you. This is a place that they reuse for a lot of quests as well, by the way. Halatali. Yeah. What's wrong with that, Kerry? How should I say it? Oh, Halatali? Oh, shit, yeah. It's H-A-L-A, isn't it? Halatali. I like Halatali. It's better. Alright, well, I will let the tank lead, obviously. This is like a remixed kind of version of the outside music. Oh, we don't get wind by. It's quite cool. It looks like the log enemies are in here as well, so I can progress my hunting log. Thankfully, I do have an AoE, which is kind of amazing. I'm used to loading in here without one. So, remember, it's a cone, so we want to angle it just right. Interestingly, we have straight shot unlocked, but not... So we can spend our Hawk's Eye, but only on a single target. I don't think it's worth it. I probably want all my GCDs to be AoE. Yeah, look at that. See, we just got the Heckler imps done. Oh, yeah. Oh, and the other thing, by the way, guys, the hunting log. In addition to the classes, you can also progress the Grand Companies. So the Order of the Twin Adder has their own log. Yeah, and they... do you get seals for completing the tier, maybe? I'm not sure. This dungeon's still a little bit of a maze, if I remember rightly. Which I may well not. But I think there's a chance it is. So we have 900 seals here. Well, I'll just keep my eye on that as it goes. I did look through the vendors. Basically, as you rank up with them, more and more things become available for purchase. One of the main things I do in the game these days is so like gear drops in the dungeons, right? But what if you've over-leveled it? Which you often will have. So what you can do is you can claim all the gear. Like a couple of expansions in, it's worth doing this. You can start claiming all the gear, Stormblood on, and just trade that gear for seals. And then when you're a high rank, you can trade the seals for this stuff called coke. And people buy loads of coke all the time, and you can make quick money off of that. So yeah, it tends to be like loot turns into coke for me. That's how I've been playing. There's probably other ways to do it and other things to spend it on. But yeah, I go for coke mostly. So obviously crossing that purple line, it means we're in a boss room. So this is the fire main. Ah! Yeah, WP sells coke. We've got to make a living somehow, guys. I mean, jeez. A little plug for my Patreon there, guys. Again, please do feel I wouldn't have to sell the coke if you enjoy the projects I do. All right. Yeah, fire main. If you've watched my FF12 LP, what you'll find is a lot of the bosses are like references to other things in the anthology. At the start of FF12, you go into Garanside Waterway. There's that giant fiery horse that you fight down there. It's weak to magic. If you drag it into the water in the environment, it takes more damage. Remember, there's that really cool mechanic there. And I modded it slightly in my Let's Play to make that more evident and more of a thing. Yeah, that's the fire main. And here we are. We're fighting a fire main here as well. I'm sure that there's fire mains elsewhere in the franchise. This obviously isn't a horse. There is a mechanic going on here, which is these sprites are coming in, and every time they hit the fire in the middle, they pulse damage. But power creep means we can just skip them all. You don't have to hit any. There's probably once upon a time a fun fight there. But there you go. So you kill that, and then we teleport through the ethereal flow to get deeper in. I guess that, a fire main was one of the enemies at the Colosseum. That's a thought, isn't it? This is one of the reasons this map is a bit of a maze, really. It's easy to get lost when you start getting teleported around. Is the plan to get to Haukke Manor today? It is, yes. It is indeed. 0 movement combat. It depends what class you play. There's more movement, and later as well. Like, this is just early game stuff. I want to be very clear, you can't really draw any conclusions about this game's combat from any of this. None of this is representative, really, of where the combat gets to. When people are doing extremes and ultimates, and even just normal raids and stuff, the combat's all a lot more... There's a lot more button pressing, a lot more movement. This is just like kiddie mode early stuff. If there's one thing that really aggravates me, it's coming to conclusions early, and unfortunately with this game, that is very easy to do, because so much of this game you end up playing through, you know, before the story gets good and stuff. And that's a worthwhile conversation I'm sure some of you desperately want to have. Oh, is it a good game if it takes me 100 hours to get to good stuff? Well, you know, that's definitely attackable. It's definitely a critique, and it's fair. But just for those who do. Guild Wars' combat is undoubtedly really good, and I really like the buildcraft element and stuff, but there are downsides to it, and these days, I'm completely washed and burned out by Guild Wars as like an RPG. That there's no real progression, that all the builds feel basically the same. Like, I play too much of the game, I think. You know, I'm just so uninterested. Like, I did the Temple of Febe, the hardest thing in that game, and the comp was just spamming virtuosos, and I'm so uninterested in all that. Didn't even particularly offend me. I mean, that's terrible. The balance is just it's terrible. But I'm just like, whatever. Just pick whatever flavor you're on. Are you doing pink attacks? Are you doing blue attacks? Spam the rotation. That's about it. This game has really good combat. I honestly do think it's... And just as, like, as an RPG, like, there are certain elements that sucks. It's very homogenized. It's very streamlined. The items don't have much use. It takes a long time to get a lot of skills. There's a lot of downsides to this game. But once it gets rolling, it is fun. And there is always something to work on. Leveling up continues to be a thing as new expansions come out. New skills continue to be a thing. Getting new gear continues to be a thing. It's nice to have real tangible aims, not just, oh, do it for your own fun or to unlock a skin, even though I already have 1,000 skins that I already, you know, you run out of objectives in Guild Wars pretty quick. Also, Guild Wars' combat's very messy, very clunky and blurry, and things hit you that you don't think should hit you. Animations are ridiculous, like in terms of just like blurring and crowding the screen. There's a lot of mess to Guild Wars. Guild Wars has really good ideas and a very good immediate onboarding experience, but I honestly think is rather inexpertly made, let me put it that way. This game has a terrible onboarding experience, but is expertly made. That would be the gist. Look, I don't want to do some massive review between the two games. I mean, it's something to do while we just chat as I do the dungeon. But can I point out, I have a whole video on this, like a 2-hour-long, very carefully scripted diatribe about this on my channel, FF14 Guildhests 2. So if you're really interested in the topic, just watch that. Because I'm kind of going in circles here. Is there a dodge? No, you get little abilities like... Well, what's going on with chat? I think people are just lost. Here's the next boss. I think, over here, right? It's been so long since you've been here. I mean, I regularly get this in roulettes. So this boss here will electrify the floor. And the strategy people use is to pull him over here. You can fight him on the electric floor, though, and it's probably a little bit quicker to do it that way. The other thing is that here, when he's running into the middle, you can stun him. Oh, somebody did it. Wow, well done. As he's running, and slow down the amount of time before he electrifies the floor and goes invulnerable. And then while he's invulnerable, you can AoE these down. I'm actually getting melted, so I guess I take it back. So yeah, you kill the sprites, the electricity goes away, and you can hit him again. And yeah, that stun means if you're good, if you're quick enough, you can like skip an electric phase. Which might be what we've done here. No, he's trying to run in now. I should have refreshed my poison, probably. When we get out, the poor healer's going to have a real job to do to keep me healed up. Also, just talking strictly about the combat, Guild Wars 2 versus this game. I got into Guild Wars 2 with a lot of their original opening philosophies about the game, which included not really looking at the UI, and reading boss animations and enemy animations, looking at the environment. And honest to God, this game does it way better than Guild Wars does. Guild Wars is all just like looking at boons and condis and cast bars. It's not... It's very UI focused a lot of the time. This game has cool shit like, oh, it looks like that roof is about to collapse. I need to move away from it. And then, oh, look, it does. Like, a part of the difficult content in this game is they take UI away. They take telegraphs away. So all you have to look at is actually the context clues from the boss itself or from the environment. And it's way more satisfying to play. It's basically doing what I wanted Guild Wars to do. It's what Guild Wars set out to do, but failed. Like, they had all the same ideas, but... never quite pulled them off in a lot of ways. You wonder how they intended to do the lightning fight? Yeah, me too, because it seems a bit weird, doesn't it? I'm going to show off my limit break here, by the way. This is my tier 1 ranged LB limit break. See, I get the big line. We charge up a giant arrow. It's called Big Shot. And it's okay for, like, cleaving enemies. Ideally, I would have done that. In a proper AoE. One thing in Guild Wars' favour, soloing instant content is satisfying. It all depends on your skill. Yeah, this game is like there's a night and day comparative. Just the moment-to-moment action and buildcraft in Guild Wars is 100 billion times better than this game. It's way more responsive. It's excellent. But there are downsides when you get to the higher end. They're like the inverses of one another, I think. I think Guild Wars starts really well and kind of becomes really mediocre and unsatisfying at the end. This is really mediocre and unsatisfying, but pays off in the end. That's what I would say. Alright, here's the final boss. Wow, look, this dungeon has just become a big 14 versus Guild Wars 2 thing. I'm a little bit wary about these kinds of conversations because this is going to be a long Let's Play. And I don't want to be circling back to this topic over and over and over and over and over again. So, again, I'll just point people to my review largely. So here we go, the Tangata. I can't remember what this mechanic is. He might have banners that he drops. Oh no, it's the fire. While he's in the fire, he's invulnerable, so you put him out of the fire. But he's stopped to cast fire water here, so... Oh no, I'm wrong. You hit the fire sprites to turn the fire off. Sorry, I was wrong. You don't pull him out. That's another one. Yeah, fire sprouts spawn at the door, and you hit the fire sprouts, and then he becomes vulnerable again. These. So yeah, he casts that, and then you take these out. I don't know, it feels like there's a bit of a theme with fire sprites going on in this. There we go. I'll re-up the poison, I guess. That was a double weave there. Bloodletter and Raging Strike at the same time. Yeah, the break bar is a good mechanic as well. FF doesn't really have a good variation on that, as far as I know. I'm no expert. I wonder how much we just got from that. Down he goes. That's weird. He like evaporated a bit like the Ascians do. There's no Ascian involvement here. Yeah, to say they scratch different itches is fair. I'm a little leery of that because I also feel like it's a cop-out. Like, I think sometimes we can declare things. Like, I think a bit of honesty and accuracy is fine. It's not always toxic to say that one thing does something better than another. It's a little bit, I don't know, to just constantly say, oh, it's good in some ways and bad in others. Well, true, but, you know. All right, so like I said, that was a bit of a mini arc. We're going back to Minfilia now. Oh, wait. Are we? Yeah, I think we are. Speak with Minfilia. That's weird, though, because it feels like we were right in the middle of all that other stuff. All we did was bring some guy some tea. More like a void scent. You wonder how it got there. Oh, really? Is there a story there? I don't remember that. Pray return. Hello, Tataru. Should we do this every time? Good evening. I trust your investigations very well. I like how our dialogue changes based on the time of day. That's very true. Strawberry Red there says the downside to this game's combat is you can only play optimally or be worse. There's no adapting to fights because of the 2 minutes. We'll talk about 2-minute timer and stuff way down the line, I guess. But, yeah, like... It's very rigid and structured and organized and planned out in this game. Like, almost absurdly so. Hello, Minfilia. Welcome back, Tremor. How fares the investigation? Is it weird that I'm excited to go speak to all these NPCs and see where they've moved positions? I see. Given all that they've suffered, it is of little wonder that the Alamegan refugees have lost faith in their fellow man. They have had their homeland taken for them, and the past 2 decades have seen it remain in the enemy's clutches. So note this, by the way. The Calamity was 5 years ago, i.e. the 1.0 was 5 years ago. This is 2 decades old, so even in 1.0, that place was conquered. It had always been a part of the world building and the story that there was a conquered nation nearby. I guess the studio was always excited to eventually tell that story, but they had to remake the game on the way there. To compound matters, none of the 3 city-states have the means to take in all those who were displaced. As a result, a great many Alamegans now live on the margins of society, suffering poverty and discrimination. Would that more could be done to ease their hardships. I fear that nothing short of reclaiming their homeland would be a lasting solution. But let us deal with one problem at a time. Returning to the matter of your investigation, it just so happens there is an Alamegan native among the Scions. I should be pleased to introduce him to you. Well, I think we've met him a couple of times already, haven't we? It's very hard to predict how long these quests will be. Because that there, why is that a whole quest? That was really the start. Surely the quest is to speak to the guy. But no, like... So, like, I've got this long list on Wiki of what I anticipate to do each episode. And I'm realizing it's all over the place. It's just like... You know, you might look at 5 entries on a list and think, oh my god, that's huge. But it actually takes just like 2 seconds. Your Alamegan comrade is named Haribert. He joined our cause in the hopes that he might find a way to liberate his homeland. While he spares no effort towards that endeavour, I have no doubt that he would be glad to assist you. If I recall correctly, Haribert is currently between missions. Try looking for him in the storage area. Oh, so she's actually going to send us there. To think that the Ascians have grown so brazen. Yeah, we read that already. Okay. You think pairing the GW2 discussions and side content is a good idea? I mean, maybe, yeah. Is Thancred still here? He is. Yeah, and his dialogue didn't update. Okay, so I think we've already got the lay of the land. I really don't know who these two are. I think I have maybe a theory? And I can describe it in a spoiler-free way as well. Are they associated with the original Alliance Raid story? It might be. Oh, it's this guy. Oh, okay. The guy who called himself a coward. Is there what I can do for you? Yeah. You wish to win the trust of the people of Little Alamigo? That's a daunting task, my friend, even for our own countrymen. I would like nothing more than to help, but I'm afraid my name no longer carries a lot of weight with that lot. I used to be a member of the Alamigan Resistance, you see, but I left in favour of joining the Scions. Though my allegiances may have shifted, my purpose remains ever the same, the liberation of Alamigo. Yet whatever my reasons were, I abandoned my comrades, and they'll have nothing to do with me. Now, while I may have no more friends in the Resistance, I know someone who does. Her name's Albreda, and she's a resident of Quarry Mill. Say my name when you meet her, she won't lead you astray. It's funny, I don't remember having any role in the latest story. Which is a shame, because he looks fabulous. So good thing we went to Quarry Mill, guys. We got a jump start on this. We're having a quick little look. This is the area of the Palace of the Dead beneath it. I'm a delivery. Albreda. Hey? You want me to introduce you to the Resistance? Why the hell would I do that? Just give me one reason. Okay. Haribert sent you. Ah, that worthless whore's son. He abandons his comrades, his woman, and now he has the gall to ask me for a favour. Simply incredible. I realise Haribert was only doing what he felt was right. He's a good man, and if he trusts you, then that's all I need to know. You see that bloke over there? That's Mefrid. Mefrid's going to be in it a lot, and I don't know how to pronounce his name. Is it Mefrid or Mefrid? A captain of the Resistance. I hope he can give you what you need. Oh, we get a new weapon. What do we want to claim it on, though? Paladin or Archer? Let's do it on Archer, because I'm desperate for a really cool-looking bow. I've seen how insane the bow skins get in this game. This is an Elm Velocity bow. Oh, no, sorry. Actually, our best one's the Ash Cavalry bow. Oh, whatever. Where is he? Ah, here. Hello. Next to a guy called Faramud. Mefrid needs help tending to a wounded brother. Yeah, he's like Johnny Bravo. Yes, Johnny Bravo. I am Mefrid. I'm a proud man of the Alamigan Resistance. You know, you're not in the desert right now. You can put a shirt on. What business do you have with me, adventurer? Well, Captain, it's Galeon, sir. His wound's gone and festered and he's burning up. I don't think he's got much time. God damn it, I asked the villagers for aid. Got on my knees and begged. But they refused to lift a finger. If Galeon dies, his blood is on their hands. These Quarry Mill cravens would turn a blind eye to our plight, but they might listen to Albreda. I fear my anger will prevent me from rightly convincing anyone at the moment. I realise we scarce know each other, but this is a matter of life and death. Please, adventurer, go to her and try. That NPC's his head is too small for his neck. He does have a chunky neck. That's how you can tell he's strong, guys. You know, it's like boxers have to train their necks so that when they get hit, it doesn't like immediately knock them out as their head spins. One of my freed's in bad shapes, you say? I'm sorry, but there's naught I can do. I want to help, truly I do. They're my countrymen after all, but that'd mean going against the elemental's will. I've been at Quarrymill long enough to know how terrible the beings can be. I couldn't forgive myself if everyone gets banished because of me. If there's anyone who can help you, it'd be Charlene, the Hamlet's resident healer. If you take the matter up to her, might be she'll listen. Though I wouldn't get my hopes up. Okay. The stuff today has been a lot of go to this town and get a little bit of detail about these people. Next town, get a bit of detail about these people. Next town, get a bit of detail. You wish to aid the Alamegans? You are possessed of a kind heart, adventurer, but I am afraid I have not the authority to grant you your wish. This authority belongs only to the elementals, eternal guardians of the Twelveswood. All outsiders, be they babes at the breast or men grown, are judged of a night whether they may have a place beneath the boughs. Alas, the Alamegans' petition has been denied. Harsh though it may seem, they do not have leave to receive of the wood's bounty. Ever has it been since time immemorial, and ever shall it be. So yeah, you might wonder, right? Like, we saw the wall. Remember? I showed you the giant mechanical wall. And Alamigo is right next to the Black Shroud. Look, Girabani is here. Alamigo. They would just... The refugees would come here. But they're not allowed. That's why they end up all the way down here at Thanland. That's why they end up settling, because these guys keep them out. Isolationists as they are. As we've learned. As we've seen. So I guess these guys are sort of at the forefront of that and annoyed about it. That's how it is to be then. The bloody hero might as well kill Galen herself. Spit on the elementals and spit on their bloody will. I cannot wait until the resistance is free of this place. Okay, so you want me to help you, do you? I led my men to Quarrymill hoping to find refuge. Instead, we found indifference. The cold-blooded bastards here want us out and I can't oblige them soon enough. The problem is, some of mine aren't fit to travel. Hell's Galen can't even stand. As you well know, the people of this accursed hamlet won't help us, so I've no choice but to turn to you, adventurer. In my homeland, long antelope horn is a traditional remedy with poison-purging properties. If you could bring me, say, 4 horns, I'd be forever in your debt. Okay. 4 horns. We're going to try and cure this guy ourselves. We just want to go a little bit north here. Get on the old chocobo. And head on up through the forest. A realm reborn in a nutshell. I mean, yeah. Fair enough. One of the players in our team managed to kill one and we got credit. That's awesome. Yeah, let's try and get this guy here. Let's use Wind Bite. So he has Thunder on him from that guy, Wind Bite and Venomous Bite. And I'm just watching his health drain now. As I guess I auto-attack. Vaguely satisfying, in as much as I don't really experience that much on the other classes I play. I used to have a dot on Monk, but they kind of streamlined it away recently. I'm actually super happy with the Monk changes. It plays exactly the same, but it's much more accessible now. You don't have to do so much horrendous shit with your UI. But more on that later, I guess, if and when we ever see our dear friend Macon again. For now, it's all about Tremor, the villain of the story in X2. You didn't even register that Tataru said good evening. Yeah, I know, right? Like, it's very natural. That's one of those things, if you do something really well, people won't notice you've done anything at all. Ah, you're back! Tell me you got the 4 horns? I do. This particular specimen is almost twice as long as a normal horn. How it grew to this size in a single season is baffling. Minor mystery there. You're a godsend adventurer. Praise Raga, there's at least one man in this place who gives a damn. Now, we just need to find the right way to prepare them. You wouldn't happen to know a man named Buskarin, would you? Oh, I do, actually. Some comrades have told me about him once. They said he never turns away folk in need, no matter where they're from. Seeing as he runs a tavern, he's like to have the tools to make the medicine. I'd be grateful if you could bring the horns over to him and then have him ground them down. When that's done, bring the powder back and give it to Fanart here. Godspeed. Sure. Could we TP to him? Should we chocobo porter to him? I wonder whether we can do that. That might be kind of fun. An excuse to do that. Instead of riding my chocobo. Instead of riding Topaz. Hire a porter. Yeah, let's go to the Drathas, baby. Oh, and we don't have the mount music on anymore, so it's just pure immersion. I love the way they, like, squeak and whistle, like, really happily once they've made it. Okay. Hello, sir. Oh, look at this. Wait, is this a viewer, or is this just a regular person role-playing and... Wait, hold on. So you can sit on the stool while chatting? What class is that? I don't even know. Ah, Tremor. Ever a sight for sore eyes. How fares the adventuring? Rolling in the coin like there's no tomorrow, no doubt. You got something to show me? Yeah, look, can you take these horns and make a like a potion out of them, please? Well, these look like good old antelope horns. Need them ground down to make a medicine, you say? Well, here's a better idea. I'll give you some of the stuff I have in my stores. I am no stranger to the remedy. An Alamegan friend once used it to treat my festering wound years and years and years ago. Safe to say, he saved my life. 1.0 maybe? What's that? This is for an Alamegan soldier in Quarry Mill? Heh, so it comes full circle. Well, I hope it helps the poor sod as he needs it. Oh, and don't worry about your little head off about payment. I still owe you a deal more than you owe me, I reckon. Also, it's not for me anyway. It's for another guy. I'm still just doing stuff for other people. Right, well, there you go. So now we will we'll ride Topaz back, I guess. Oh, no, we can Aetheryte. So you can teleport off the back of one of these. Oh, that was one of us. Oh, okay. Okay. That's something I think we're missing out on, you know, like playing this at launch. You would have seen a lot of people doing stuff like that, and it would have been very cool. It's awesome that we do. Here you go, Faramud. It is well to see you returned. Have you the medicine for our brother? I do. If one is to believe Buscarin, this sour-smelling paste from Alamigo will help stop a wound from festering. Gods bless you, adventurer. I'll see that Galen receives treatment at once. Cannot unsee the XP bar. Hopefully this will allow the captain to rest easier. It's been a terrible burden on him trying to keep the man alive. You've done us a great kindness, friend. Jesus, we should really sell our Alamegan pieces soon. How many have we got now? I remember when I first played this game, I never sold any of these. I just let them build up and up and up and up and up and up. Each one of these is worth 500 gil. We got 16 of them already. So, he ain't heavy. Mefrid needs your help to find a missing comrade. Adventurer, Galen's gone missing. He's nowhere to be found. He shouldn't be walking around, not with those wounds. If he doesn't get the proper medicine and rest, his condition's likely to deteriorate to where it was before, or worse. We need you to help us find him, and quickly. Start by speaking to Albreda. Might be as the woman seen something. God. Why don't these people all speak like me, with the weird, tricky words and traps? Ah, finally. It's about time you came asking about Galen. I watched him leave Quarry Mill some time ago. And he left me this... See, again, look at this. It's like if you were doing one quest a day. A line like this, where she says it's about time you came asking, would make sense. I watched him leave Quarry Mill some time ago, and he left me this sealed letter before he went off. Made me swear not to open it until someone came asking. He says, "My brothers, I cannot bear to be a burden any longer. This is why I must leave you all. Do not worry for me. Just find your way safely to Little Alamigo." Oh, I guess they're just on their way to Little Alamigo. Blast it. Would I have known what he was thinking? I'd have stopped his folly myself. The love Galen bears for his brothers is so strong he's willing to sacrifice himself for them. Make no mistake, entering the wood in his weakened state is suicide. Uh-oh. Okay. Out in the wilds? Alone? That fool. By the way, guys, you know this main quest icon? I don't think I said. But is that supposed to be Dalamud falling? Is that what the icon is? And if so, what was the 1.0 icon? Because obviously the Dalamud storyline wasn't... Oh, the thunder coming in there. Do you guys hear that? My men and I will scour the woods. Please help us find him before something terrible happens. Okay. Very windy out. The rain isn't coming yet. So, just down here, I guess. It's basically Meteor, yeah. Which is... But, see, that's weird, though, because that's really the Final Fantasy VII icon. It would be weird... Or Comet, I guess. I don't know. It'd be weird for the MMO to sort of step on those toes, you know. Hey, dudes. What are you doing in this cave alone? Watch out, a goblin! Aha! Goblins are not intimidating at all in this game. They're like techie guys. They're basically the closest to a dwarf analog we get. And he screeched as he died, though. Alright. You're safe from the goblin now. There we go, that took a while. Oh, we get a cutscene. Galen! Says Mefrid. Captain, but why? You should all be on your way. What do who do you take us for? We're Alamegans, and Alamegans never forsake one another. Hardships be damned. Remember the oath we swore, gods damn it, the oath to reclaim our homeland? We'll set foot on Alamegan soil again, together, or not at all. Do you understand me? Yes, sir. Oh, but will they, guys? Oh, will they? Good, let us return to our brothers. Oh, and don't even think you'll not get off lightly. As soon as you're healed, I'll give you such a thorough thrashing you'll wish we didn't find you. Aww. I can't thank you enough for saving him. I'll see you back at Quarry Mill. Okay. Is Rain trying to tell us we're about to meet Kani Senna? Hey? Are we? Closest to a dwarf? You forgot, bruh. What do you mean? Yeah, I remember Mefrid, but not from this storyline. Oh, my waymarks. Galen's expected to make full recovery. We'll linger here till he's strong enough to tell... If you're talking about the Shadowbringers dwarf thing, I don't count that. I'm just talking about the first. Much as... And we're talking about ARR. Much as I mislike this place, beggars can't be choosers. Oh, we get a Glamour Prism for free from that one. Nice. He wishes to repay my kindness. Come highly recommended. Now that things are relatively settled, I seem to recall that you wanted something with me. You've proven a true friend to my people. Ask of me anything, and it's yours, so long as it's mine to give. The cooperation of the people of Little Alamigo, that's all? Far be it from me to question your desires, of course. Very well. I'll provide you with a letter to show to Gundabald. The old bear was my mentor when I first joined the Resistance. He's intimidating to those who don't know him, but he takes care of his own. I've no doubt that he'll do all in his power to aid you. Nice. So that whole arc there was really just to get Gundabald to be nice to us. Which is quite the round trip. Off we go, I guess. My god, what is going on with my legs at the moment? Jesus. Not sure I like that. Alright, welcome back. And it's not stormy and horrible here. Did that take exactly an in-game day? Oh, no, that took the in-game night. It was sunset earlier, and now it's sunrise. Look at that blue sky. Doesn't it make you want to go to the beach? Oh, yeah. Okay. Gundabald, you have to be nice to me now. I have a letter from your mentee. From your student. Mentor and mentee. Why have you returned? You are not welcome here. I thought I made that clear. No, I am welcome here. This was quickly drawn up, but read. I like how he's got like a bum chin. You spoke with Mifrid? It has been so long since I last heard from him. I have feared him dead. 12 be praised. Whoever you are, Mifrid sees you as a friend, and any friend of Mifrid is a friend of mine. I know of this masked stranger you seek, and I will tell you what I can. So you knew the whole time. An outsider resembling your masked stranger has reportedly been appearing in Little Alamigo of late. What's more, it seems that some of our young bloods are meeting him in secret. No doubt you'll want to question them about their trysts, but they are not like to yield the information readily to an outsider. If you tell them I sent you, though, they may well feel obliged to talk. Okay. It's funny to think we could have done that anyway. You just lied. Oh, Gundabald said you should talk to me. Oh, okay. It's not like they're verifying. Oh, she's cool. Like, messing with that knife. Oh, you don't know anything about this? Why didn't you say so to start with? You can't throw the old bear's name around like that and expect me to not think I'm in for it. By the way, I think I skipped a line of dialogue there. Oh, that guy's swinging his sword. That sounds cool. Do it again. Lovely. Waldar. A masked man, no idea what you're talking about, and I ain't done nothing wrong, so leave me be. I remember this as well, weirdly. I don't know. Like, interrogating all these guys. Interrogating, that's probably a bit of a strong word, isn't it? But something about this sticks in my memory. There's something about the Aetherites looks so cool. I wish I saw that one. If they really made one of these IRL, not that I'm expecting it to be spinning and have like actually hovering shit. Obviously, probably strung up on wires or whatever. It looks so cool. Come on through here. The Final Fantasy Hulk Hogan. Wait, who? Gundabald. I did notice he's got like that white beard and mustache and stuff. It kind of feels like an old man, but you look at his body and it's like, oh my god, no, he's like an oily, muscly beast. So is this guy. Sifrid. What? Have I been meeting any masked men lately? Let's see. Nope, can't say that I have. But I'll be sure to tell you all my friends you're looking for him. This is weird, you know. It's so funny. A lot of stories just kind of have like an end of the world sort of vibe to them. Or like, you know, we're rushing and stuff. A lot of ARR doesn't feel that way, does it? It's really leisurely. Like if we think about Tremor right now, what is Tremor doing? He's just sort of like milling about, vaguely inquiring about the masked man on behalf of the Scions in fabulous leggings. That's it, really, you know, like... I want to say, isn't there something better we could be doing? But I guess, no, not really. We're kind of like Tidus, right? We have no memory of before the Calamity, so we're a blank slate. We're just finding our way. There's a bunch have been skulking around, right suspicious-like, but I got nothing to do with them. I know trouble when I see it. And that there's trouble, mark me words. Okay. We didn't really learn very much there. I think what I'm going to have to do in a second now is check what quest we're on and where my ambition is to get to. I'm pretty sure it's all well and good and we'll be fine this episode. But, might be worth, just verifying. So, you have indeed confirmed my suspicions about a masked man. That is most troubling. Whatever the young ones are scheming, it can lead to no good end. There's an anger inside them. I can see it in their eyes. I ought to know, for it once burned within me as well. 2 decades ago, that same anger drove me and my brothers to rise against the despot who ruled Alamigo. Oh, man. The second they mentioned the despot who rules Alamigo, there's all this... There's basically a mad king, guys. There's a really good story about how they got conquered. Basically, a civil war is brewing right as the Garleans are coming. And, oh my god, and the guy that's ruling it at the moment. Some of the villains that they end up with in this game. In fact, the trailer, the CGI trailer for Endwalker, features a bunch of villains. It gives me shivers when I see them in the trailer. When they appear in the shot, I'm like, oh my god, you. I'm so curious to see where it all goes. Anyway, that's for a little bit down the line. Naught would do but to depose him and usher in a revolution. Well, we got our revolution all right, but it cost us our freedom. Blinded by our hate, we did not realize that we had been dancing to the Empire's tune. By the time we did, it was too late and Alamigo had fallen. There are times when a man must be patient. Now is such a time, though the young ones know this not. Unless we intervene, they are like not to commit. They are like to commit great folly. If you learn aught of their plans, I would thank you to bring word to me. Okay, I read that a bit shit. Sorry, everyone. Let's get a high potion. It's the only item that I feel like might be of some limited use. There you go. We got 16 of them now. So let's see what Gundobald. What about this guy here? Kremthing has a secret message for me. So the quest is called Wilrid Wants You. Let's just do a quick little Control F here. Oh, we're well on pace. Oh, guys, I've had a bit of vague stress these past 2 episodes. Like, fuck, I've got to make sure I get to where I want to be before time runs out, before the video gets too long. But we're well on pace. This is easy peasy. Oh my god, that's a weight off my shoulders there. We can take our time and read the dialogue really slowly now. Hey, adventurer, you done talking with the old bear? I am. I got a message for you from Wilrid. Lad's something of a leader among the young ones here. He's impressed that you've won over Gundobald and wants a word with you. Says he'll be waiting over at the craggy area north of here. Ah. Does he now? Little introduction to the Alamegans. Be a good time to do a history lesson, to be honest, from Encyclopaedia Eorzea right now. But I never actually grabbed any screenshots of the Alamegan stuff specifically. We're still on... We didn't do it in the last episode, by the way. So we still have... Because what I did instead was I did the law of the orders as we met them. I'm sure there was a smart way to do this. We're going all the way around, apparently, guys. When we teach the Chocobo to fly, this won't be a thing. We can... we can just fly over it. And I'm sure there was a little gate there somewhere. But yeah, we've still got some more of the ancient eras to learn about. In fact, hold on. Did I do all the Allegan Empire stuff? I did, didn't I? Did we do all of the Allegan Empire stuff? I mean, we cut a bunch, didn't we? Oh, I think next time we return to the history lesson, we're gonna show how the Allegan Empire fell. Loosely. And that will be in this episode, by the way. Okay, Wilrid. Hello. Scar over his nose. Thanks for coming, friend. This is no ordinary outsider who can gain the trust of the old bear. That's why I wanted to meet you, to discuss something in private. Tell me, why are you snooping about? Did the Empire send you? Or someone else? Carl, got your tongue? No matter. Whoever it is you work for, your meddling ends here. Get him! You sense a hostile presence. Weird, I just had an instinctive moment there to call my Chocobo. But my Chocobo won't fight with me for now. So there's some Alamegan youths. Here's a weird thing, right? If you just stood here, it would be kind of a little bit of a spoiler, wouldn't it? Because you'd see other players getting attacked in the same way. What's wrong with you, sir? You're stronger than you look. This changes nothing. Threaten us, beat us bloody all you like, but nothing short of death can make us give up our fight. We're going to obtain the power to bring down the Empire, and with it, we'll reclaim our homeland. And he runs off. So I like to imagine, by the way, we just knocked those guys out. We didn't kill them. By the way, these things here, these are the pastes. We didn't show those yet, did we? These are really cool. They're massive. They're some of the biggest enemies you find in early ARR. There's like a fate right near here with one of these. I love the way it darts its tongue out. Look at that. And holy shit, they're really, really creepy. That's another one of those weird words where I'm sure it just means like snake beast or something, but it's like ye olde English. You wish they would come out with Encyclopaedia Eorzea on ebook. You have the official editions. Yeah, on Web Archive, they have the first one. Uploaded by someone called like Lalafell or something. But yeah, like actually being able to get it on Kindle or whatever would be really nice. It would have been handy for me as well. I wouldn't have had to have these crappy scans. Even though, I have to say, I'm going to make myself sound like an old man or something here. But the text is tiny in those books. They're really dense books. And sometimes, even in real life, holding the physical book, I really have to squint to read some of the details. So it's no wonder that it's even difficult when it's a digital scan. And, you know, ideally you'd be able to zoom in, but there's only so much resolution. Attacked by Wilred and his cronies, that they would go to such lengths for the sake of this plan of theirs. Left to their own devices, the young fools are like to harm others, if not themselves. We must uncover their agenda and put an end to this madness. Such madness. Gundobald needs your help to rein in the young ones of Little Alamigo. No, I'm not an old man. Macon and Tremor are old men, guys. Wilred mentioned obtaining the power to... I like the idea of, like, doing face cam eventually. Just been like, this job's too hard to do it without face cam. So, doing face cam, and I literally just look like an old man. I think that'd be amazing. Wilred mentioned obtaining the power to bring down the Empire. Of what power could he be speaking? Gundobald, oh my god, she's got quite the underboob going on there. But Tilana, God's preserve, what happened? I was out foraging when the Corpse Brigade came. They took me to their hideout and the whole while they laughed at me. They said that I suffer because I cling to hope. Is it wrong to dream of home? Is it wrong to call ourselves Alamegans? Do not heed such poisonous notions, child. Our dreams are what sustain us. Be strong, I swear to you, those villains will answer for their crimes in due time. But tell me, does anyone else know of this? Wilred, he saw me outside. He was so angry. I must tend to her. In the meantime, I need you to find out what the young ones make of this. I fear they may do something rash. Okay. The Highlander girls. Indeed, I guess. So wait. What do you want me to do exactly? Ascertain the youth's intentions. What, like over here? There's a map of Zanrak here. I cannot tell how this is leading to the next dungeon at all. I cannot tell, and we're really close to it. We're only like five quests or so away from it. We must be about to have some dramatic conclusion to Alamigo here, and then we'll pray return to the Waking Sands. In fact, we are. Yeah, I think the next quest, maybe 2 quests away, we return to the Waking Sands. Under Booblanders. An old wizard cosplay. Yeah, I really like big wizard robes, you know, with moons and stars and clouds and things on them. Largely inspired by LBA there, but like, again, I'm watching this Discworld LP at the moment, and there's lots of very classically dressed wizards in that as well, and I like them all. What those animals did to Bertiliana is unforgivable, and to think they look down on us. Well, I'll suffer this humiliation no more. I'm with Wilred to the bitter end. I'm not afraid of a few lizards. Uh-oh. Yeah, the hotheads are bee-hotting. I think there's a way. I love that sound so much. Ready? I'm turning it up. Ready, guys? Good job, Tremor. It's going to be good, guys, when we swap to another character and they're all bestial grunts and growls and grumbles and groans. Oh, look, he's praying. This is like, you know, where we do the Blitzball sign for victory, and it's become a prayer. O mighty Rhalgr, Lord of Destruction, we implore you, lend us your strength and put an end to the suffering of your people. Here to interfere again? Well, you're too late. Our plan is already in motion. Once we have the crystals, our enemies will pay for their crimes, and no one will dare oppress us ever again. Uh-oh. There's one more youth somewhere, probably upstairs here. This person we can speak to who's asleep, do you think they'll do the Skyrim thing? No. My arm's as good as dead. A warrior with no sword arms is about as much good as a one-legged chocobo, eh? You think that's funny, outsider? Go and laugh. Laugh away. I wasn't laughing. That's sad. What about you? Me chest! Oh god, I made myself cough. Is this my fate? To die in this dusty hellhole? Jesus! I can't wheeze on demand. That's probably a good thing. If this plan succeeds, we'll have the power to lay the Empire low, to change the world for the better. Might be as Gundabald's content to eke out an existence in this musty old cave, but I'll be damned if I'm going to spend the rest of my life here. Now, we're in the Seven Hells. I'll put that bloody map. Oh, I have the map. Yeah, I guess I've spoiled this minor around Reborn arc here, but this is not the liberation of Alamigo. Big topics for big releases later down the line. I hope they're not going to try and summon a primal. That's not what they're going to do, is it? Oopsie, Gundabald. Gone, a whole lot of them. Then it's as I feared. They mean to take matters into their own hands. But what exactly is it that they mean to do? Well, look, I found this blunt hunting knife. Countless years of use. Have seen the blade dulled and nicked and the haft worn smooth. And a Zanrak map. A detailed map of the Amalja stronghold in southern Thanalan. What is this? A hunting knife. And a map of Zanrak. Wait, you said Wilred spoke of crystal, did you not? But they couldn't possibly mean to. By the gods, this is rank madness! The young fools are untrained and unbloodied all. They have no notion of how dangerous the Amalja are. They'll be butchered before they get within 100 yards of the crystals. They're headed east. If we hurry, we may yet find them before it's too late. So wait, what are they going to do? Try and get the Amalja to summon Ifrit? Are they going to try and summon Ifrit themselves? We have a problem leaving again here now. Maybe we can go this way. Right, out of Little Alamigo we go. Yeah, I guess it's natural that I remember this little bit from the storyline. Because, you do spend a long time there. And all in that little cave, really. Oh man, there's certain elements to the music that I just haven't really listened to before. I want to go south. This is the desert, by the way. The Sigoli Desert. It's way off down there. Way off. Do you remember how I said that the Amalja is the one reputation, the one beast tribe that I've maxed out? I've spent a lot of time on this map and in this area. There is another Aetheryte as well. Forgotten Springs. I guess we'll go there before the end. We can fight some of these guys, I guess, but I'm not feeling a particular desperate need to with the road to 90 buff. Hello, Wilred. Big trouble in Little Alamigo. Receive. Oh, I gotta leave the pie. Sorry, guys. We will reunite, though, very soon. They're praying to Ralga. Oh, they're gonna just try and summon Ralga. Can you summon a god like that? Actually, that's a good question, and isn't that kind of where the story ends up going? Wilred! Did no other survive? Oh, look, they're all traumatized. This is all wrong. Getting the crystals was supposed to be the start. We were going to reclaim our homeland. We... Pull yourself together, lad. We were going to make an offering of crystals to Ralga to summon him. Just like the masked man taught us. Oh my god, my theory about this plot is wrong. Oh dear. I honestly, guys, this whole time, I thought we were on a wild goose chase, and the masked man was not La Habrea at all. But now it sounds like it might be. A masked man taught them that they can make an offering of crystals. See, this is what it seems to be. The Ascian La Habrea seems to be teaching all these beast tribes. Hey, just get some crystals, summon a primal. Like, deliberately sowing chaos. We plotted to sneak into Zanrak and make off with the lizardsman's cash, but they caught us, and so many dead, gods forgive me. Heathens, you shall pay for your crimes with your souls. Is the Amalja. Very prominent necklace there. I regret our young ones' transgressions, but a soul is too high a price for youthful folly. For all their failings, they are the hope of the Alamigan people. This hope I will guard with my life. Oh my god, look at that. A staff, a spear, and a bow. So we get a little bit of the Amalja theme here. Forgive us. We only wanted. We only wanted. Yeah, don't worry. I'm here with Quick Nook. I missed that interrupt. A little bit slow. Kind of just want to let them deal with this, but this looks like the major boss. Because look, these guys are beautifully balled up. So you see they've got these drakes. If you max out the Emulger rep, you get these this drake as a mount. It's one of my main... Oh my god! Wide volley looks amazing, by the way. I haven't really even stopped to admire that. That was awesome. Oh, I can wind bite as well. I'm an idiot. I keep forgetting. Okay, we're going to keep wind bite up and the poison up. We got the 1 and 2 for single target. And we got the 4 and 5. Benite. I'm going to interrupt that. I don't know what that would have done, but I'm interrupting it. He has a buff on him called Thunderhead. He's able to cast thunder spells of his own. I'm going to focus on him here. Use my heal skill, second wind. Avoid some of these AoEs, which is all trivial on this class. Oh my god, we do a backflip with it as well. I didn't even realise. And look, these are our own guys. They're tempered. We almost have them. Down they go. Your skill at arms is impressive, adventurer. Our wayward youths could learn much from a man like you. The battle is won, but it would be unwise to linger here. Let us return to Little Alamigo. Wait! We've come all this way. We have to get the crystals. They're right there, right for the picking. Have you learned nothing, Wilrid? Did you not see those tempered wretches? Such is the fate of those who are touched by a god. Is that what you desire for yourself and your friends? What? No one said anything about... The masked man told us we could defeat an empire if we summoned Rolga. He swore. So, by the way, I think at this point you might wonder if the gods are primals. I don't think they are, but I think that question of the relationship between the gods and primals is something to wonder about. I know that the ultimate villain of this base story, A Realm Reborn, will have a long rant and a long monologue discussing some of these topics. And the gods, by the way, were involved in the Calamity as well, in what Louis Soir did. So, yeah, it's just stuff to think about for now. They'll explain a lot, and I could explain a lot right now, but I don't want to tell the story out of order, you know. So anyway, enough. I'll hear the rest of this story tale back in Little Alamigo. I dare say Tremor will wish to hear it as well. Like, Ifrit to the Emulger is a god. So it's a bit like the Guild Wars thing, where it's like, you know, a god is just a matter of perspective. Perhaps. But yeah, there are pieces of this that I might not even know properly because I haven't finished the whole story. I haven't beaten any Walker, so I don't know. Why am I not wearing trousers? I am. They just look really weird. They're my best trousers. I could change the gear set and then back, and it will skin the glamour plate properly. So there you go. I put the trousers back on, guys. Oh, in fact, hold on. The whole plan today was to look like Squall, wasn't it? So here, look. Change glamour plate link to this one, and I'll swap off and back on. There we go. This will be how we look today. It's a bit odd. I'm just too old to be wearing clothes like this, but fine. Oh my god, I cannot unsee that sprint animation. I have to bring the bow out. I'm doing that manually every time. Okay, Gunderbold. No more lies, Wilrid. Tell us everything. Yeah, we may finally learn about the masked man. He says I was outside with the others when he appeared, the masked stranger. He told us about summoning Rolga, about using crystals, and then he just vanished. We never saw him again. I wanted so desperately to believe that we could raise ourselves from this squalor that I never stopped to question his motives. But I should have known. There is no solution, nothing we can do to change our lot. Our people are doomed to live and die like beasts. Listen to me, Wilrid. Our home may be lost to us, but it takes more than stones and mortar to define who we are, no matter where we may be. Alamigo lives on within us all. It is for you to decide what to make of this legacy, but whatever you choose to do with your life, never forget that you owe it to this adventurer, an outsider. I won't, I promise. Yeah, and you attacked me. Thank you for saving me, and sorry I tried to kill you. He left pretty goddamn quick, though. My thanks as well, friend. I would have liked him to shake my hand, but I guess there's not an easy animation for that when there's so many different race sizes and shapes and stuff. My thanks to you as well, friend. It gives us hope. It gives us hope to know that there are kind souls such as you out there. Little Alamigo may not have much in the way of comfort, but you will always be welcome here. Thank you, sir. And I will pick... So, like, there are poisons here, right? We can paralyze or send to sleep. Should I show those off just for funsies? If we were a mage, we could cast sleep just in general. It's a bit of a weird skill. It's probably the weirdest skill in the game, in my opinion. My god, someone's fairy there. Hey, we got a new spell. Barrage. Grant Barrage. Allowing the use of straight shot and wide volley. Upon execution, straight shot will strike the selected target 3 times, and wide volley's potency will increase. Oh, wow! So we can, like, triple shot. Okay, so this is an example of a skill that creates procs for me. I always put that in this slot here, next to the weapon skills, top left, and I press that with tilde. So you see, I've done that. I have a buff on me now, and I can use any of these. And does it say... Okay, so I get one thing, but they, like, cast a lot stronger. Quite cool. So straight shot kind of is like a triple shot, and then wide volley is just stronger. But that's cool, so I can kind of open a fight now. And again, that's something else to weave in. And you see, as we keep getting more skills, it's more things to weave and the order you want to weave them in and so on. Alright. Back to square one. Yeah, well, what have we got? There's basically nothing out of all of that. Thunderbolt wants to wish you well on your investigation. Would that we had more information to offer, but Wilrid told us... but what Wilrid told you is the extent of our knowledge of the Masked Stranger. Left unchecked, that man will bring great pain and suffering. I pray that you'll find and put a swift end to the creature, for the sake of the young ones who died by his poisoned words. Yeah. Damn. Well, pray return to the Waking Sands. So there's a little primer on Little Alamigo. Asgard isn't a place, it's a people. Yeah, I thought that seemed familiar to me. Yeah, it was Ragnarok that I was thinking about. You're right. You remind me of that old guy from the Rippin' and Tearin' video from way back. I'm not sure what you mean, but I can imagine. Greetings, Tataru. Little Lala fell at the desk. Good evening, Tremor. I trust your investigation is faring well. It is, I think. And nice little touch again with sitting in the chair over there. You don't know if Squall as an old man archer works. Yeah, this could have been our gladiator gear. Let's swap to gladiator. Oh, but we just got a new fancy new skill. Well, maybe we can in the dungeon. Still contemplating Thancred? He is. Right, Minfilia, I don't know. This guy had an interest in crystals. He was trying to get people to summon. That's all I can tell you. And he was around with the Sylph, trying to get people to summon. And funnily enough, with the whole Ifrit thing, we didn't see the Masked Man. We did see the Empire there. Welcome back, Tremor. I'm reliably informed the investigation took you to Quarry Mill and Little Alamigo. So tell me, were you able to learn aught of La Habrea? Planted the knowledge of summoning in an impressionable young minds, you say? Precisely the kind of deception the Ascians would employ. While many of the ills that ail the land can be attributed to the calamity, some are being brought about by a malign will. We must needs delve deeper into this, while things remain quiet on the primal front. All work and no play makes Minfilia a dull scion. Huh? Did you say something? Nothing, my lady. She just runs off. Mayhap we ought to rest a while before speaking further of the investigation? Mayhap. Terror at Falgord. So here we go. This is what the video title is named after, and the thumbnail. While you were tending to business in Thanalan, some new information arrived courtesy of our friends, the Sylphs. An individual fitting La Habrea's description has been sighted in the North Shroud. This sighting comes in the wake of a series of mysterious deaths in the self-same area. My instincts tell me that our man is involved. I would have you continue your investigation where you left off. 12 willing, we will pick up La Habrea's trail once more. Naraxia can furnish you with the details. Pray speak with her and take it from there. As always, be careful out there, Chema. So I'll point out at this point, a lot of people didn't like Minfilia at this point in A Realm Reborn. Similar to the Alphino thing. Alphino I can get. So far, Minfilia, I don't know if I do get it. Is it just people don't like to be randomly bossed around by this new character? I don't know. She was in 1.0 as well. Oh, let's see here. So maybe that's just a natural development for those players. But maybe the new ones thought it was a bit jarring. Not sure. But that's why I compared her to Traherne in a way. Walking one is to investigate Sinister one. Then heed well this one's words. This one is friends with a walking one in the Ashcrown Consortium. According to Friendly One, a digging one named Medrod had an encounter with a scary masked one. The masked one is most certainly Sinister One. Walking one should go and speak with Digging One, Medrod. Digging One is to be found at Falgod Float in the North Shroud. Do you guys have new things to say? No, this is all the same. Okay, so it looks like this place updated massively for this arc. There are 2 types of Alamegans. Yeah, I thought he might talk to us about the fact that we just did the Alamegan section, but whatever. Okay, so Terror at Falgord. So, not much of a clue. Oh, we've never been there either. Oh, this is the North Shroud. This is the final forest map. Will they let me through that gate, though, finally? I don't know whether they will. I'm going to go via the Central Shroud. I'm going to go up this way. 400 gil. Outrageous. I suppose what we could have done is taken that other dungeon quest there, but we'll do it when we return. So now that we've returned to the Waking Sands and the next arc is starting here, I thought this might be quite cool, guys. Let's have a look at the Encyclopaedia Eorzea for the next age. Just the next age. So nothing too major. I have these all plotted out for the Let's Play, so let's see here. Whoopsie, my hard drive is currently dying, and it's quite scary. There we go. Well, not dying, but just taking a very long time to react. So, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, we did 2. We haven't only ever done this once, right? We've done it twice. I'm sure we have. So, when last we left off, we dealt with... Oh, hold on. Yeah, we dealt with... Why don't I remember reading any of this? I read this, right? We read about Xande, who knew he wouldn't live forever. Yeah. So there was the Great Allagan Empire in the Third Age. And they built this great big crystal tower. And they were incredible. And there was Saint Koinek that studied them. Then what happened? Well, there was the Calamity of Earth. And there's a lot of details about why the Calamity of Earth happened. That are kind of like the story we'll deal with later. So I'm going to skip over a little bit here, really. But so what followed was called the Forgotten Age. There exist almost no records of the years immediately following the fall of the mighty Allagan Empire. This dark period is loosely referred to as the Forgotten Age, for very little of it is known of how its people lived. This is kind of like, you know, the IRL Dark Ages, I guess, after the fall of the Roman Empire. The Fourth Astral Era. From what information, mostly based in oral tradition, remains of the early Fourth Astral Era. Blame for the fall of the civilization was placed firmly on man's lust for knowledge. The people deemed that the answers to life's mysteries were best left with the gods. Pursuit of that which lies beyond man's ken was seen as a sin, and that this was this covetousness that proved the impetus for his destruction. So remember, we had one before. They thought that prayer, too much prayer, was what brought about the thing, the previous calamity. And now another one's happened, so civilizations in the wake of that think, oh, it's just learning in general. Just don't learn shit, basically. Which is pretty brutal as well. It would explain why this is a bit of the Dark Ages, really. A widespread shunning of any and all manner of higher learning began. Books were burned and parents refrained from teaching letters to their children. Surviving Allagan technologies were destroyed. Because they had proper tech, guys. Buildings were toppled or buried, and the learned, what few remained, were exiled or even killed. Civilization took a giant leap backward, to a time not unlike the Second Era. The pendulum had swung, and a long thirst for knowledge was quickly replaced with an unmoving fear in the heavens. Stories of the Allagan Empire survived now only in scripture, where the fallen civilization was reduced to a simple device that used to teach lessons of the sin of hubris. For approximately 1500 years, a number long speculated, but only recently confirmed with the discovery of an operating... let's skip that a little bit, I guess, there. Religious leaders even went as far as introducing a new alphabet for their holy scriptures, taught only to men and women of the cloth, so as to solidify their control over the realm of the continued illiteracy of the common people. It is therefore ironic that the alphabet for the privileged would eventually evolve into Eorzean script that we know today. There's a little bit of information about the written language there. As is the case with nearly the entirety of the Fourth Astral Era, the great calamity which would end this period is also shrouded in mystery. Tribal legend and folklore does, however, speak of seemingly endless winter. So remember, it's been like a different element each time. We had an earthquake destroying the Allagans' Earth, and here we have a wintry one. An endless winter that brought with it bitter cold, raging snowstorms, and giant rivers of ice. Without the ability to grow crops, much of the population perished, or was forced to flee to the south and its more temperate climes. It is believed that for the years that encompassed the Fifth Umbral Era, or as it is known, the Age of Eternal Frost, much of the blood-Rhine Sea was frozen solid, on one hand preventing fishing and decimating populations of sea life, but on the other allowing the migration of Makote tribes from southern Ilsabard into northern Eorzea. Tribes made up of descendants of the very same Makote who were persecuted and driven from Eorzea by the Allagan Empire 2 millennia earlier. So remember, we're 2 millennia, guys. These are huge spans of time that we're going through here. The newly hardened seas of this frigid era provided the tribes with the means around the massive peaks of Girabania that prevented their return in the Fourth Astral Era, and while there was little awaiting them in the rime-encrusted realm when they arrived, their uncanny ability to hunt granted them a means of survival until the frost had melted. We get a little bit of extra detail there, and some text that's very, very, very hard to read. So, with all that done, where are we now? So, the start of the Fifth. And this is my favourite age, this one here. This age is, remember, we're in the 7th, so we're all the way up to the 5th now. We're pretty close, air quotes, to modern history. This is my favourite. The 5th is awesome. The 5th Astral Era was an age of untold wonders, when the arcane arts burgeoned and the great civilizations that commanded rich powers flourished. Alas, the Age of Enlightenment would not be the last. The War of the Magi brought great floods of the 6th calamity, which swallowed once proud nations and left naught but a battered wasteland in its wake. So if you just watch my FF6 playthrough, you have the whole idea of the War of the Magi there. And you'll see a lot of these are kind of referential to plots and themes and ideas of previous main series games. And I don't think it's a coincidence. You know, we ended up with 14 Astral and Umbral eras. It's the 14th game, and so many, the 14th gay. And so many of them are nods back to the other games. So yeah, the 5th Astral Era, Seeds of Magic. At the dawn of the 5th Era, as Eorzea was huddling in the bitter cold of endless frost, the people of the realm once more beseeched the 12 for warmth. See, you'll notice usually we get like a story as to why a calamity happens, but here, for that age, we really didn't. Like, the people shunned learning and stuff. Somehow, an endless frost came. I wonder what triggered that. Does anyone actually know? I don't know. Has that been explained by the game in any way? Eventually, maybe through Endwalker they explain it? It was during this time that a magnificent cathedral was built on the edge of the Black Shroud, right where we are now, guys. A sanctuary where people would fervently pray to the gods and harness their power for the blessings through the use of magic. These rituals rose in prominence as a way for the survivors of the 5th calamity to cope with that era's bleak prospects, and served as a driving force in the realm's revitalization. As the harsh climb subsided, the people once again set out across the realm. Small settlements grew into towns, then cities, each with their own unique culture. The universal worship of the 12 splintered as the denizens of these communities sought to assert their newfound sense of identity by choosing patron deities to protect them. These widening differences in culture, religion, and approaches to the arcane arts would lead to intense contests for supremacy between nations. The first Sanctum of the 12 is believed to have been erected around the dawn of the 5th era. After years of disuse, the original structure fell into ruin, overgrown by the thick brush of the Black Shroud, and lying forgotten until after the 7th Calamity, i.e. now, it was unearthed. There's probably a storyline in-game that will deal with that unearthing. It's probably one of the side dungeons. A precursor to war. Fledgling cities emerged around the 300th year of the 5th era, and for the next 2.5 centuries, the number of city-states would grow to 12. So in-game here at the moment, we've got like 5, 6 maybe. There's Gridania, Limsa, Lominsa, and Uldar. There's Giribania, currently controlled by the Empire. There's Ishgard to the north, those guys that breed amazing chocobos and are more elves. We'll talk about them more later. They're the first expansion. That's 5. And then there's that island nearby, Sharlian. So I'd say 6, probably, at the moment. But here, back then, there's 12. Each paying tribute to a unique god or goddess of the pantheon. These city-states, however, lacked the stability of their modern-day counterparts, and the onset of the Age of Enlightenment was rife with turmoil, with territorial borders endlessly redrawn as smaller domains found themselves ravaged, divided, or integrated into larger populations. So you can see that the history of Eorzea is full of chaos. That's not a coincidence or just like an effect of the world building. There's a real story as for why, by the way. By the thousandth year of the 5th Astral era, the realm's sovereign nations numbered 6. The most, can't read that word. What does that say? Proven? Popcorn? I don't know. The most prosperous? The most, I don't know. Something among the most powerful? Among them, macaque. Okay, so this word, I'm going to zoom right in on it, okay, so that everyone can see this. M-H-A-C-H. I don't know how to say that word. And I don't think it appears in voice acting anywhere. Oh, it must do. Mac? Match? I'm going to say match. No, I'm going to say Mac. Oh, you think the word is prominent? It's so difficult to read, though. Look at it. P-R-O... Oh, it's split. It's P-R-O-M hyphen inant. I see, across 2 words. It's not a word all on its own. Yeah, okay. So, the most prominent city, Mac, located in the western something of blah, blah, blah. There's another place, Amdapur, situated on the plains of central Old Nard, which is now the South Shroud, and Nim, spanning the western coast of the Isle of Vilbrand. In the latter half of the century, the city-states, which had heretofore experienced centuries of intermittent upheaval, found themselves embroiled in a war of an entirely different scale. Okay, so basically, guys, there's 3 cities. Mac, Amdapur, and it's a very cool story what happens with all 3 of those. Very, very, very cool. But we will not be reading that on this episode. We will read it on the next. We will continue into my favourite era on the next one. But the 3 cities. And in fact, we're going to be seeing a bunch of their ruins and stuff around as we go. So yeah, that is the... here, I'll invite you to play, because we'll do a dungeon in a minute. That is the story of the War of the Magi in 14. And it relates to some of my favourite creatures, in fact, in this franchise. And no, I don't mean Malboros. If you play a white mage, by the way, that's a conjurer in Gridania. If you go conjurer and then you play a white mage, I believe that has a really good quest storyline all about this. So here we're on a chocobo, riding up where we were before, by the way. All that time ago. In the dark, quiet stillness of the night. To a little bit of a horror moment, really, here in the story. Vilbrand is the island where Limsa Lominsa is now. Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's funny, because the world building is quite deep in this, where all the different territories have different names, and different names throughout history. So it can be hard to follow. This is an interesting place, by the way. You can jump down there, and it goes really deep. Oh my god, we're getting absolutely battered by all these sprites. Level 30 enemies. Oh, Scholar? Oh, sorry. Okay, never mind. One of the healing classes. Scholar, I guess. But you do learn a good chunk more. Look at this. That will be a fragment of the moon, probably, I think. And that looks pretty cool. These rock golems. Now just wandering around. Once upon a time, bushes. Bushes? Bosses? Bushes? I suppose you adventurers would consider that godforsaken wasteland the perfect place to test your survival skills or some such. But if you head to the south, there's not much out there but rocks and dead wood. I can't imagine why anyone would want to go that way. Oh, look at this place. I love the green at the bottom of the aetheryte as it spins. There's a player on a flying mount. Oh my god. Oh, there's a mini Louis Soir there. That's mini Louis Soir. That's awesome. Yeah, and did I point out again, by the way, if we were a 1.0 player, not only could we get a tattoo for ourselves, but our chocobo would have one as well. And I think that's amazing. Alright, let's get this aetheryte. Full guard float. Oh yes, people are looking for more invites. Sorry guys, sorry. This is really good so far, because we've always got people to do all the content. I hope when it goes to 8-man parties, that continues to be the case. The thing is, if we're going to be doing the extremes, like the harder story bosses, and don't worry, I'll prepare everyone for this, there's actually like stuff to learn as we do those. So, you know, we'll have to have the wiki page open or whatever and make sure everyone goes into it knowing about the fight. Because what I want to do is I want to show them, I want to show the proper boss fights and stuff. But what I don't want to do is have like 5 hours of grind on a single fight. That's going to be terrible and that's going to kill the LP. So what I'd like to do is when we get to the extremes, hit that sweet spot of about an hour. Please leave me be, and the way we would accomplish that is people read a bit about the fight before we even start. Please leave me be, I'm not long for this world. I look death in the face. 'Tis only a matter of time before he comes for me. Just like he came for that poor woman. Medrod is clearly traumatized. Perhaps if you were to soothe him, he might remain calm long enough to hold a conversation. Okay. /soothe. Almost typed soth there. And a friend request. Oh, there we go. Oh no, yeah, there you go. White Mage does go into Amdapor in the War of the Magi. You're right, it's not as bad as it seems. I saw something terrible, that's true, but that hardly means I'm gonna suffer the same fate. Thanks to you, I can think straight again. I believe I can even recount what I saw without losing it. It was just another ordinary day. I was headed back to the float when I noticed a suspicious character in the distance. A masked man, garbed head to toe in black. He had a hideous fiend in tow, a winged creature that was all eyeball and jagged teeth. Taken by curiosity, I crept near as I dared to see the corpse of a woman. One glimpse was enough to tell me that she died a gruesome death. In that instance, I knew right away that the masked man was a minion of Thor, come to claim her soul for his reclaim. I think he sees him as like death or the Grim Reaper, you know. What? You're investigating the same masked man? It's amazing, right? This whole story had us doing all that shit about Alamigo. It came to nothing. Even all the stuff before Little Alamigo at Highbridge, nothing. None of it mattered. We just did it, got given the runaround, and then Minfilia eventually said, oh no, try the forest now. If that's the case, we'll help you in whatever way we can. Aye, anything to ensure that we won't have to suffer Medrod's hysteria ever again. Alright, teamwork, that's what I wanted. Wait, I haven't been that bad, have I? At any rate, I'm all for helping this adventurer. It's the least I can do to repay him for comforting me. Well, I'm glad to have been of some comfort. Okay. So with that done, my friends and I call ourselves the Gold Diggers. Why? Because we dream of striking it rich at a stroke. Ha ha ha! Alright, it's not that funny. I'll take my leave now. Aideen has a proposal to make concerning your investigation. So, Here's what I know about the deaths. All victims were found with their faces torn to shreds. Among the local fauna, only the scalekin, known as Ziz, could inflict such wounds. That's why some folk are pointing the finger at them. I somehow doubt that the answers are that simple, but for the sake of thoroughness, we should look into it. Why don't you put down, say, 3 of the creatures, and see if we can find any proof connecting them to their deaths? I like how she's just guessing that killing 3 is a good idea. This is a nice little bar, isn't it? Wow. Jahili. Come in, lad, and take a seat. One of those adventurers, are you? Well then, welcome to Full Guard Float. If you're looking to rub shoulders with more of your colleagues, you could also try the Bobbing Cork north of the Aetherite. Ooh, the Bobbing Cork. I like that as a name. Like a bar or an inn or something. Okay. So, we're doing a quest called Ziz is So Ridiculous. So... Oh, this guy's in the same hat that we were wearing in the last part, but he's dyed it purple. And you can also see, by the way, that he just targeted me because his character's face looked over at us. Like, that's a cool little detail. I guess those NPCs earlier were targeting us as well. Ziz nuts. Yeah, okay. So, what do we have out here, I guess? What time is it? It's 4 AM Eorzea time. So for most of the night time, we've been reading lore in bars and stuff. Oh, we're actually going back to this thing here. See, I have a vague memory of the main story around here. Maybe it was here? I'm not sure. Anyway, there's a Ziz. Oh, we could try a new skill. Okay, so what I want to poison probably. Put my DPS buff up. Proc the triple shot. There we go. And we always killed him with just that one animation there. That was quite cool. I didn't really see the animation in action though. That was a bit of a shame. The cooldown is huge. Oh, this is our 120-second cooldown. Really? Now there's a chance that a trait will change that later. Okay, so normally most classes in this game have a big button that they can only do every 2 minutes. And very often they'll have a buff for the whole team every 2 minutes. So the idea is everyone uses their big buff together and they line all their buttons up and all their big hits and all their, you play the class in such a way that all your most powerful, amazing stuff all lines up under everyone's buffs. So together you do massive damage. That's kind of how it plays. It's like, think of Guild Wars, but instead of might just being there all the 25 might all the time forever, and it's kind of a non-thing, it's just like this boring non-element to come out. In this game, imagine you can only spike to 25 might every 2 minutes. So you build everything around, all the class combat and all the party combat is kind of built around that. So you want to pay close attention to whatever your 120-second thing is. So I guess this is it for now. But again, it might change, it might shrink or something like that. Anyway, I nearly always assign it to the bottom left button. On all classes. So whenever I'm swapping through multiple classes, my main has quite a few now. I can always kind of tell at a glance, right, this was the big button, this was the big button. So like for Gladiator, the strongest tanky ability will usually be, on 120-second cooldown as well. Kind of a separate thing to the damage thing I'm talking about there, but whatever. You also, a lot of classes have multiple. You've already seen to the Ziz. Good work, adventurer. So, were you able to find aught to suggest that the creatures are our culprits? Sorry, find aught, I guess she said. Nothing. Truth be told, even if there were proof, I wouldn't know what it looked like. Anyway. That's such a crazy quest. That really is just go kill some birds for the hell of it. I believe we can safely strike Ziz from our list of suspects, which leaves us with the masked man and his winged eyeball. Yeah, this is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous! Aideen has further knowledge of the mysterious deaths. Ooh, do you now? There's something else I heard about the deaths. It appears all the victims have been comely maidens. I better watch myself, eh? Comely? Comely. Gee, it was mad with me. Anyway, sorry, I ruined her good joke. Unseemly japes aside. These guys all like to joke around, do they? Is that sort of thing? There's a rumour been going around. There's some has whispered that after each victim died, her rancor went into the great big rock southwest of here causing it to flash and moan. This bears investigating, I reckon. I'm going to give you some fire sands. Give you a fire sand stick to blow off a piece of that crag. The stick doesn't come with a fuse or anything, so you have to throw the thing. Once you've torn the rock a new one, bring back some of the fragments and I'll give them a gander. Oh, look at that. That's our first tutorial for a ground target telegraph. Wow. Yeah, so you can... There are ground targets, but they're slowly removing them. You'll notice a theme here. Homogenization and mechanics being removed. But yeah, so... but for questing, you do it quite a lot. So, like on Dark Knight, I used to have a button that did this. It was called Salted Earth. I would cast it, and it would be a big damage in an area. If you watch my Twitch VODs, you'll see it. But nowadays, it's just placed on my feet, because it's kind of higher quality of life. It's sort of like in Guild Wars, spamming lava fonts at your feet all the time. At some point, it's like, why do I even have the ground target element to it? Since you're a melee DPS and a tank in melee anyway. So, yeah, I don't know. Some of these conversations, I'm not really qualified to be the one ranting about. Alright, you have information. There's something you should know. I've been keeping this to myself, lest I worden Medrill's paranoia, but I too have seen the winged eyeball. I cannot say whether it was a coincidence, but my sighting took place precisely at the same time as Medrod's. I was headed home after a day of digging when a shadow fell over me. Looking up, I found myself locked in the gaze with a giant eyeball. Now, again, people who have played the other FFs, you'll recognize this probably, like... In 10, there are a bunch of giant flying winged eyeball enemies, like the Arimans. And the ones in 14 look just like that, and they're awesome. I let out a scream at the top of my lungs and ran without once looking back. This happened at the very rocky area west of here, in case you had a mind to investigate. So we got 2 quests at the same time, 2 tasks. 2 MSQs overlapping. Okay, who would like an invite? This guy, Ivoy Voy. There you go. Sorry if I'm bad with these invites. I don't know, can nobody else have the permission to do that? Right. So we're going over to this ruinedy area over here. I'm about the point now. I want another drink. You're just dropping in to say hello and you're loving the series. You've been watching the VODs since you're typically at work while it's live. You're really happy to see it going strong. Thank you very much. Yeah, a big part of it is obviously the live chat and having people to chat to while it's going on. But for me, the really big part is that it's watchable in a VOD form. So that's really awesome. Thank you. And sorry to be repeating myself constantly, saying shit like that, but it's true. So I guess we go down. I don't really want to take too much damage. Here we go. Ironically, there is in this area, so had things gone a little bit differently, we could have done both quests together. So do we find an eye around here? We're surveying, looking left, looking right. For quite some time, it seems. Back to the airship. I sense a hostile presence. Aha! Look, this looks just like... Wait, where did I put Windbite on 6? Here we go. Let's try the triple shot there. Oh yeah, straight shot. 1-1-1. That's pretty cool, actually. The problem is... Oh yeah, it's Q, I remember. I was going to say, the problem is I don't remember what keybind that is, but it's Q. We could change the UI to just show the key. It's only throwing me off because I only have 2 bars instead of 3. That will change soon. Oh, somebody gave me a massive shield here, by the way. You see my health? It's got that big yellow bit on it. That's a shield. And it will run out. It's, I guess, one of these. Catalyze or galvanize. It's pretty cool. Unfortunately, the little health bar that I get above my head, you don't get to see the shield on that, but, you know. Oh. Getting stuck in the terrain there a little bit. There's a flying eye. Time for Walker to hit them with a blitz ball. Oh! Oh, God. Almost fell down there. Yeah, do you know what? People talk about new classes for this game and what they'll do. They must do a ball thrower at some point, surely, right? Oh, right. Okay, no, here what we want to do is we want to go to our key items, grab the fire sand stick, and throw it at the rock here. But they've got to do a ball thrower in this. I get that as a dancer, you like throwing chakrams. It's a little bit close, I guess. But I don't know. All right, and then we want to gather these crystals. 5 of them. Lightning aspected they are. Bigger than a shard, but not quite large enough to be a cluster. The energies emitted lightly tingle in the hands for any who touch it. That's funny. Are they referring to the gathering materials, these here? In fact, is there no lightning element? No, there is. So we're somewhere between these two. Sounds like I should be selling it on the market board if it's this easy to get these. Yeah, and each class can only provide about 3 to 5 might, so all together you're basically getting up to 25. Exactly. And I prefer that, guys. I think that's a cool mechanic. I think that's better than just... The way that Guild Wars does it with the might, it's basically... like, and all boons, fury, everything. It's not really something you play with. It's just a compositional wriggle, you know? They just have classes and builds that just accidentally splash all these things out. So you just feel... basically, what Guild Wars has created... is an annoyance for matchmaking. That's what Guild Wars has done with its boons and buffs. This game actually plays with them, and it's like, because they're not always up, and you actually orient the combat around them, which is infinitely better. And by the way, through all the years of Guild Wars 2 balance patches, as they've made things more accessible and lower cooldown and so on, I've always begrudged that. And we're now in a weird place with that game where the only two that... I don't know. But I prefer the way that this game does it, and limit breaks as well are kind of another whole extra thing that feels cool too. Most are too scared to go within 100 yards of that rock. But what's a few vengeful spirits to a dauntless adventurer like you, eh? Yeah, here you go. Be careful now. It sounds like you wanted to get me hurt or killed. Huh? Why, these are just your garden variety crystals. It's a bit hard to tell beneath all the dirt and grime, but they're definitely lightning aspected. I almost hate to say it, but that explains the flashing and moaning. Nothing to do with a masked stranger. Looks like I've gone and wasted both your time and a perfectly good fire stand stick. Oh well. Alright, well sorry, thanks for trying to help. What about you? I like that little moment, like not every quest... I guess that's something FF does here in The Realm Reborn. Not every quest is going to necessarily put you on the money. And there's something authentic about that, I guess, but... A monstrous bane might appeared and you slew it! That creature had long been a scourge upon the folk of Folgord. Intentional or no, you have done us a great service. You have my gratitude. But this does make me wonder, was it truly a winged eyeball I saw? Or merely a trick of the light combined with blind panic? Oh my god, we're getting nowhere! We're getting nowhere! What about you? The power of deduction. Midrod is troubled by the dearth of new developments in the murder investigation. One quest left, guys. There have been no promising leads in the murders. I can scarce get a wink of sleep, knowing that the killer is still at large. Judging by your furrowed brows, I take it this sorry business troubles you as much as it does me. I had been pondering my encounter. I was uncertain for a time, but there can be no doubt it was a winged eyeball that I witnessed. It's implausible that I could have mistaken so distinct a creature for a bane mite. But you and I were miles apart. How could we both have seen it at precisely the same time? Well, there's more than one. It would have been my thought. What's more, our adventurer friend here had a run-in with the bane mite, the very spot you claim to see an eye. Isn't that right? There must be an explanation. I know I saw an eyeball with wings. I would wager an apple tart on it. Oh, he's serious. But listen, mayhap it's not as mysterious as we're making it out to be. There's no reason why it couldn't be. Gods, of course, there must be more than one of the buggers. Ugh, it's so obvious. But that means, since there have been repeated sightings of these fiends, then there must be even more victims as yet undiscovered. Gulp. They all gulped together. That was all three of them. That's cool. I do believe we're out of our depth. We ought to leave the rest to the expert. I like these guys. Can't they be in it more? Yes, we're just civilians after all. Good luck, adventurer. It was a pleasure knowing you. While I burn to know the truth, some things are best left unknown. Lest you have forgotten, I was at the rocky area to the west I had my encounter. Should you discover aught of note, you'll want to tell the authorities. There's a guardhouse nearby. The servants there should be pleased for any information that pertains to the security of the region. So I guess floating eyes are not common sights around Eorzea, because these guys don't know them as normal enemies. So what does that suggest? Okay, so we got to find a maiden's corpse west of Folgord now. Or is that this way? Oh, and it's a fine, lovely weather day here, by the way. You two look amazing, can I just say? I'm loving that red... Are you a red mage? Oh, that's not a red mage, but still, that looks cool. And you're also on theme. Even with the red sword there. This one's a red mage, the smaller one. Looks like a chocobo hat as well. That was cool. We got to get Tremor looking good at some point, guys. What do you mean? He already looks good. Maybe something better than Squall outfit in a green beret. You stumbled into mistering with these guys? Yeah, they're cool. Do they have more stuff? Okay. So, do I want to go up or down? I guess I'll just follow this path. Let's see where this takes us. There's a giant scalekin there and a fate, which I just blew past. It's nice to see that every time we've seen one of those fates, people are actually doing them, by the way. Or, I don't know, sometimes it's NPCs doing them, but still. Well, look, there was a mangled corpse here all along. We just hadn't seen it. Ah! There it is. Look at the floating eye. I love these things. The animations are amazing. The sounds are amazing. I love like the lighting and the like shiny, like weird. I don't know. Their skin just looks cool. Saying their skin looks cool, it sounds like goddamn. Oh, who's the character from Always Sunny? Who wants to make people leather bags out of people's skin? Is he Glenn Howerton? Is that his name? I can't remember. I'm dying. I appear to have given myself a cough after trying to make myself wheeze earlier. Present the ravaged corpse. Oh, I see. So whenever we're holding a corpse, it just looks like a flower in this game. I suppose that's a nicer way of doing it than trying to draw the body or whatever. Is that maybe just a Japanese thing or something? I don't know. I don't recognize that from the other FFs. Anyway, the body of this poor soul has been defiled in more ways than one. Ugh. By the giant flying eye? Yeah, Glenn Howerton's the actor. Yeah, he's a phenomenal actor. Like, I watched a clip compilation of that yesterday. Shortly after, not yesterday, 2 days ago, shortly after the last episode of this LP. Because I haven't watched that show for like, I don't know, 2 years, maybe 3 years. And I was like, wow, it was really good. Like the little micro rages that he does and stuff. Anyway, greetings, adventurer. Here, I have a body for you. Sorry. We're going to be like Dwight Schrute bringing a turkey on the desk at reception. Gods be good, not again. No matter how many bodies I see, I cannot seem to get used to the horrid sight. Poor woman. Identical deaths have been reported in the central shroud, while the masked stranger you seek does not seem to feature in any. Sightings of the winged eyeball are common, though. The creature appears to be moving the bodies, but to what end, none can say. The victims have all been young women. All are found with their faces mutilated beyond recognition. It's been difficult to identify them so as to notify their next of... Huh? This button engraved with a lily motif. The very same object was found upon another victim. A family sigil, or that organization... Or that of an organization, perhaps? Either way, I dare to hope that this find will prove pivotal in solving the murders. Huh. Sorry, I still got the music muted. Let's unmute it, shall we? There we go. So, you want me to hold on to the button? I would have you hold on to this lily button. You will need it to continue your investigation. While it isn't standard procedure to entrust key evidence to individuals, you have proven yourself reliable and resourceful in this matter. I see no reason why you shouldn't carry on your work. If I might make a suggestion, you may wish to take the button to Gridania and have it examined by Miuen. Mayhaps someone in her vast network of contacts can shed light upon its sigil. Oh my god, we're going back to her? Really? Jesus, okay. So, again, it's looking like this has nothing to do with the masked individual. This is just a completely different storyline happening here about monsters killing women, mutilating their faces, and taking their dead bodies to a specific place. Where is that place and why? Oh my god, that person looks like they're wearing clothes from a totally different game, really. I like the feet, though. They're like bunnies. I always wonder with stuff like that, because this game does kind of have a gem store. It's the Mog Station. And I feel like quite often when you see outfits like that, it's like, oh, that's just from the Mog Station. Oh, we're back at the start, guys. Look, episode 1. Hello, Miren. Good morrow to you, Tremor. By your grim expression, I suspect you aren't here for scones and herb tea. No. This is a lily sigil. It's carved into this tiny ivory button, and I'd like to know what you know about it. Well, isn't this a lovely little button? The engraving is quite exquisite. Artisan level quality, I'd say. When did you say you found this? On a dead body? Ugh, lovely. Anyway, I'm afraid I don't recognise the lily sigil. You'll have to find the answer the old-fashioned way by asking around. You could do worse than beginning with Bernadette over by the Aetheryte Plaza. She has a sharp pair of eyes, that one. Having a sharp pair of eyes means that they might know about the sigil. Oh, there you go. Yeah, boom, I was right. The carbuncle slippers are from the store. But the rest is starter gear. Really? WP is wise not to check their adventure plates. Oh, yeah, I haven't talked about that feature. When you right-click anyone, you can view this thing, their adventure plate. Oh, so that one's like a really sexy, kind of like smutty one, I guess. So basically, they can show a title, they can show their rank in a grand company, their preferred class, the hours that they're playing the game. They can put a little note. They said something about shampoo, and here, and a picture of your character that you can pose in any way you like. And even this like little emblem down here as well. So I think there's like a lot of smut in this game where people like go to each other's apartments and talk dirty to each other and get horny. Like, I'm not joking. I think that is a big thing, isn't it? And this person's probably sitting here advertising like that in game. It's probably what's going on there. And I'm surprised to see that in a quiet oceanic server, but there you have it. Seems to be some manner of decorative, and I'll set one up. My main character has one as well. It just says, "Hi, I'm WP," and it's my monk, like, punching the camera. Seems to be some manner of decorative button, reminiscent of those worn by families of old, though I cannot claim to know its sigil. However, I can say with certainty that the white lily is a recurring theme in Gridanian culture. Alas, I don't know what to make a personal sigil of it. If there's a soul in Gridania who does, it would be selling Guled over at the Lancers Guild. The woman makes a point of knowing all the citizens on a forename basis. All the citizens, really? Well, the Lancers Guild we haven't been to for a while. And that brings me on to the next thing. I'm going to become a Lancer. No, don't worry, guys. I'm not doing it. I am, however, I will be honest with you, I have it written down in my notes. Oh, I never attuned to that Aetheryte, damn. I quite would like to pick up a third class. I think I'm going to pick up Conjurer here in town. Not this episode. But I'd like to get this, because the quest seems cool. But also, you know, it's the third role, it's healing, and I've never healed, and I feel like it's about time I start healing. Basically, everything I'm grabbing on Tremor here, I can now off-screen go and grab on Macon, and I can do it on Macon, and I can do roulettes on it and stuff and learn more about the game. So, I may well do that. Plus, it's Gridania again. Basically, Tremor's adventure here is getting all the different... he looks like he's really struggling running there. A variety of the Gridanian classes. You know, we've got Botanist today. Adventurer plates never reset. It's the portraits that they... Yeah, so there's the Adventurer plate, which is like global for your account. There's also a portrait, which is class specific and will show when you start doing a dungeon or whatever, when everyone's faces pop up. So you can have like 20 different portraits, one for each class in the game, but only one Adventurer plate. Right, there we go. I think that's all the Aetherytes in town done now, by the way. And there is a special mechanic. I guess I'll show you this. When you get all the Aetherytes in a town, which you can see we've now got, by the way, some of which I've never been to because they're the housing district. Once you've got all of the ones in town, when you go to the big Aetheryte, it will let you not just teleport everywhere in town, but also out of town for free. So here, I can instantly go to the Central Shroud or the North Shroud. That's kind of a weird mechanic that I only recently learned about. But like, I could TP out into the world now from this. And it's handy, I guess. But you've got to fully map comp the map. And map comp for these purposes is just get the Aetherytes. I'm sure there's some sightseeing logs around here somewhere. It'd be quite cool if there was even a jumping puzzle-y one. If anyone knows one nearby, let me know. But I just sat down! Those guys are chilling. Hello. Bernadette believes that I can help you? Well, that is a rather bold assumption to make. I'll try to assist, never you fear, but whether aught comes of it is another matter. Now then, what do you require of me? Do you know what I think was really interesting, guys? Imagine, like, this random NPC here. She's just a random NPC that I walk past. She's not part of the Lancer quest. She's whatever, right? But it turns out, actually, she's a part of the MSQ. And when you're in the middle of the 3rd, 4th, 5th expansion, you probably won't remember that she's a part of the MSQ. I love the idea of being able to travel around the world and see at a glance, like, who was involved in what. Like, she should have, like, the MSQ icon on her always, so I can see, oh, at one point she was in there. Or, like, a Lancer icon. She was also involved in this, and she was also involved in this. It would be interesting just at a glance to see all the NPCs that have, like, these double or triple purposes. That normally isn't visible, because unless you're on that exact quest, you just wouldn't think anything of it. And I only mean that from, like, a trivia perspective. That would be cool to see. Anyway, Bernadette believes I can help you. Here, look at this. People are dying. Fascinating. Work of this quality is rarely seen in the hands of ordinary Gridanians. The owner of this button is most certainly well-to-do. You may wish to take your search to the Gentry's ward, northwest of here. Wait, a memory comes to me. Of late, there has been a man who is perpetually seated at the bench by the ward's entrance. His name is Ursendal, and I distinctly recall seeing a markedly similar button upon the breast of his jacket. I dare say he can tell you a thing or two about it. Oh my god, so we're just getting bounced all over the place here. By the way, if I remember, guys, this little bit of the story is a bit creepy. I think that, I think someone might attack us or abduct us or something, or trick us. Let's see. Ursendale, hello. So can I sit on the bench next to you? As one of, this is cool as well. We're both on the bench with it. And now, oh, see? Oh, God, we both stood up. That was a bit awkward. And we're also very close. Hello? It's like we're about to kiss, isn't it, really? I do not believe we are acquainted. Pray leave me to my thoughts. No, look at this button. The sigil of the Dardancourt family. How is it that you came to be in the possession of this button? From the body of a murdered woman? Her face, was it marred in any way? I had feared as much. I can no longer feign ignorance. I shall reveal to you the truth of the deaths, but on one condition: you promise to put an end to my lady's madness and free her from her torment. Sounds like a quest is brewing, guys. And now he's going to sit to talk to us. He has a confession to make. I was once a manservant in the employ of one of the oldest and proudest families in Gridania, the Dardancourts. During that time, I had the honour of waiting upon Lady Amandine. Lady Amandine, mistress of the household. Fair as summer was she, and possessed of a heart befitting her radiance. Alas, the calamity wrought a great change in her. Though my lady escaped with her life, death may well have been a kind of fate. Never will I forget the day her bandages were removed, and she beheld her disfigured face for the first time. At that moment, the kindly woman I knew ceased to be. Oh dear, so she got injured. Unable to bear the thought of being seen, my lady sequestered herself within her chambers and refused all company. This continued for many uneasy moons, until one day, without warning, she began receiving queer guests. None among us knew whence they came, these masked... This sounds like they're meeting up for an orgy or something. None among us knew where these masked men came to her bedchambers. But my lady believed they would help her regain that which she had lost. So began the rites of rejuvenation. Oh, is that what she called them? These rituals seemed innocent enough in the beginning, but grew ever more grotesque as time went by. Eventually there came a day when my lady bound one of her handmaidens to her bed and proceeded to mutilate the poor girl's face. Suffice it to say, she did not survive the ordeal. It fell to me to dispose of her body. I performed the dreadful task as bade, obedient servant that I was. But when the time came to return to the house, my legs refused to move. I knew then that I could not go back to that place, not after the nightmare I'd witnessed. So it was that I left Haukke Manor, a home for nigh on half a century. And he bows to us while he says that. Long did I weep for the girl who was slain, and longer still for the woman that Lady Amandine had been. Yet one cannot weep forever, and I endeavoured to put the matter behind me. Indeed, I had resolved never to speak of my experience, until you appeared before me. My lady's madness must be ended, lest more innocent lives be lost. Lay her tormented soul to rest, and you swore, as you swore to me you would. She awaits you at Haukke Manor, on the western edge of the Central Shroud. Shroud. Go now. Go and do what must be done. So, surely he's like an accomplice to a murder, and should be taken away. Right. Sitting on my marble. The manor I once served in was no less magnificent than those found in the gentry's ward yonder. And magnificent as it should be, for it was formerly home to generations of seed seers. However, the elder seed seer before the last declared that he need not such an extravagance, and the abode came into the owner of the Darton Core family. That's a cool detail. So Carney Senna could have lived there. By the way, speaking of which, he just mentioned the housing district. Is this it here? The district beyond is home to distinguished Gridanians. Commoners may not enter. That includes you, adventurer. Yeah, if we did that quest, we would be able to go in there. I want to show it at some point. I honestly don't think you can get mansions as amazing as this dungeon we're about to go into. But, you know. Okay, so, skeletons in our closet. Back to Bent Branch, guys. Is that really where the dungeon is? I thought it was in a very different place. What quest is this? Oh, that's the housing one. Amazing. Hey, thank you for the donation, Mixchimmer. $10 basically. Thank you. Love that you're doing the LP. You've been watching since the Guild Wars 1 lore videos. Thank you, man. FF14 does such a good job explaining its magic system, and it makes it so immersive. I feel like Guild Wars 2 does a really poor job. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 fell off the... Guild Wars... when it came to the Void stuff at the end of Dragons, I really kind of lost it with Guild Wars. It's... You can, if you go watch my End of Dragons playthrough here on YouTube, a playthrough that happened very shortly after my last FF stuff, I was trying to figure out, like, all the void magic stuff and whatever, and it just didn't work for me, and I just couldn't figure it out, and it was... This game, I think, is pretty complicated and convoluted as well, and has its fair share of retcons, so I don't think that it's like this game's necessarily that much better. But it is more coherent, and it's a part of the main story in a better way, I think. So, yeah, I don't know. Certain things weren't planned out with Tyria. Oh my god, look at these massive Malboros! Holy shit, look at them. He's half embedded in a tree. Look at that mouth. Look, it's like the CGI trailer, guys, except there's a tree in it. Look. But that other one's moving around. In fact, I wonder if he's stuck. Oh, no, he's moving now. Give me a good look at your mouth. Look at that. Oh, I love Malboros so much. I want a mini Malboro, not a mini Morble. I want a big boy. Look at that. Alright, so we're going to poison him. We're going to wind bite. We're going to triple shot. No? Oh, God, I've done this wrong here. We're going to barrage. And then we're going to use that. I'm doing this terribly, guys. Oh, it's super tanky, actually, as well. Oh, and he's ran away because I backpedaled too far. Well, whatever. Oh, Peloton probably won't work as well here because I'm in combat. So yeah, dangerous enemies around. Here, you'll see this thing's called a Death Gaze. Oh no, never mind. Here, this monster here, this Wyvern. Death Gaze. If you watch my 6 LP, you'll know that about the Death Gaze, the hidden boss, where you can get some materia on the airship. And in the Pixel remaster, they made it a bit easier to see and all that. Very cool. And now you might think, oh, but 14's just wasted that now on a random mob. The Death Gaze just out in the open world. Well, don't worry. They will do other references to the Death Gaze. It's just, it'll be like Death Gaze Ultra or whatever. They'll just like add a little bit to its name or something. They do that with a lot of things. Like, I've always wanted to see a Valifor summon, but there isn't. There's a Valifor in the game, but it's just kind of a random mob you fight in the first Alliance raid. I appreciate I haven't explained what an Alliance raid is yet, but all things in due time. Okay, so here we are. This is the manor. I love this place. The outside of this is absolutely amazing. Got these floating eyes here. Yeah, look, the way he screams as he falls. And the eye, like, blink, 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 blinks as he's going down. Tongue hanging out on the floor. So, yeah, look at this. Wow. So, I remember very early on exploring ARR and not doing the main story and coming here and thinking, wow, this place is amazing. I'm probably wrong about this, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. Isn't this where weddings happen as well? Or am I thinking about a different place in Gridania? So you can have in-game weddings, and they give you like an XP buff or something? God, I've mentioned so many things about XP buffs in this game. It's really not that common to get them. I think it's like if you're in a party... Oh no, okay, the weddings is a different place. But it's kind of a similar vibe to this. A big, beautiful, like, mansion-y, extraordinary place. And it's very beautiful out here in the grounds, isn't it? But as you can imagine, it's an absolute horror show once we get inside. Almost would have been more appropriate to be here at night time. Okay, what's going on with the party here? Oh, we already have a party. Oh yeah, and you guys have a mount. I love this mount as well. I have this on Macon. I love that mount. It's one of my favorites. As in, I use it in the roulettes. Oh my god, you have a different coloured one. With a different coloured eye, and it's wearing a giant hat. That's like a Halloween variant, surely. I've never seen that. This is cool, guys. I like this. It's very on theme. Oh yeah, and this guy's sitting with the Hrothgar sit animation with the legs spread wide. I use that one as well. That's it. That's awesome. All right, I guess we go in. The smith here to guide us. I guess I already have a party, guys. So if we're all happy, let's just see what we got here. I won't do paladin because I'm going to do the paladin quests off screen between this episode and the next one. And then I'll actually have like my ranged aggro and stuff. So I'll show you guys some fancier paladin gameplay on the next part, I promise. Now, if we pick NPCs on this, we just get some random scions again. Conjurer becomes white mage. Thaumaturge is essentially a black mage. Marauder is essentially a warrior. And then there's me. I guess the ones that you get with you change based on your currently selected class. There we go. So Haukke Manor. Once used by seed seers as a place for spiritual reflection and meditation, the manor was long frowned upon by the people of Gridania as a symbol of excess. After years of protest, the building was finally sold to a wealthy wildwood elezen by the name of Lady Amandine. While little is known of the lady, it was said that she was exceptionally vain, and that to maintain her impeccable beauty she would spare no expense. From facial creams, concocted rare Curthan honeys, to shampoos derived from the milk of exotic furballs. Furballs are enemies you can fight, by the way, and Kurthus is the northern area. So these guys got conquered, Girabania. There is another nation up here in Kurthus. It's Ishgard. And they're the elves breeding the chocobos, and they're isolationist as well. And well, we'll learn more about them as we go. Her daily ritual of beauty treatments escalated until it was rumoured she was bathing in the blood of virgin maidservants. Rumoured she was bathing in the blood of her virgin maidservants. No amount of the man-made tinctures, however, could hide the hideous scars she eventually suffered during the calamity, and soon she was forced to turn to a darker solution, signing away her very soul in a final effort to literally save face. Oh, this is so delectably dark. Does she not know about Fantasias then? Do Fantasias not work on calamity-born scars? Is that the thing? So let's go on into the mansion, guys. And there won't be no bird song in here. You wonder why it's not the Scion B team for these trusts, like Ori, Boulder, and Colnet? That's a good idea. Haukke Manor, the Black Shroud. This is the first dungeon I remember really liking the setting of. And remember, there's a normal mode dungeon, and then there's a hard mode one. The hard mode has you come back here, and it's all like blood red and stuff. It's like something out of The Shining. It's so good. But anyway, just the first one for now. So when we come up the stairs here, you get another like FFX style, or 12 I guess, glyph barring your way. You can't get through. So the game actually is to go upstairs into her bedchambers. So we got to get up past that barrier. So to get past the barrier, we need to explore, and I'll give you a spoiler, we're going to end up in the basement. 68,000 gil at this point, Jesus. Alright, so I get wind bite. I get a lot of stuff now. So there was like a succubus-looking witch, crazy lady here. Look at that. Oh, the body's gone. There's another one there, actually. Let's idle cam onto it. These things with the giant horns. And the long fingers. Look at the clawed hands. And then these little, like, slugs as well. Oh, that was a really good shot of her. And now we're just looking behind her. There, look at that. So it's not all just fly eyes in here. And the little slug. Alright. Let's get in there. By the way, I know it's vaguely disrespectful to not participate in combat for a second there. But these dungeons are very easy. And we all know who we are. It's not like I'm doing this in a random pug. So hold on, I want barrage on that and repelling shot on that. Okay, and we found a key in this room. This place is a bit of a maze, even after the updates. Cool desk. Yeah, I like getting action shots of the mobs and stuff. So, like, these are slugs called carpet stains. How brilliant is that? And then there's bats as well, attic bats. Even though we're not in the attic. Spoilers? Wait, what's the spoiler? What, talking about Hoary Boulder and Coltonet and that? Oh, I guess I don't get barrage, actually, at this level. I like how they all laugh every time. I've never really noticed that. It's quite nice being an archer, because I get being like a ranged DPS. I get to be far away and out of the visual noise. Shit all over the floor, broken and dilapidated. Look at it. Look at the spooky vibe in here. I love that dust in the window. Yeah, like a lot of these rooms I think are skippable, so there's a vaguely annoying... When you get this in roulettes, this is a vaguely annoying one. If your tank, i.e. me, doesn't really know where to go. By the way, I keep running into melee to use quick knock, but I guess I don't, right? I can stay all the way back here. It's got a pretty good range on it. There we go. Dude, that animation looks cool. Yeah, the other thing I can say about this game is they embraced crazy, flashy visual noise long before Guild Wars did. Guild Wars has done like this thing with the staff etching, the spear etchings on Ellie in the newest expansion. But this game just went crazy with the visual noise years before, and they just let you cull everyone else's effects away. So you do always have very fancy things to do. Archer so far has been one of the most understated, like, visually classes I've ever seen, by the way. Alright, another key. The team's been very useful pinging it and stuff so that I don't miss things. And another wrecked, ruined room. You can unlock this door. What's down there, though? I'll tell you what, me and Kerry played a game called Visage. Did I talk? I think I talked about this in Janthir Wilds. But if you guys want to play a good horror game where you're in like a spooky haunted house, like really, really good atmosphere and vibe, check out Visage. The game itself, you basically need a guide to be able to beat. It's kind of like a wiki game. And it's got one of those like impenetrable, like almost impossible to interpret stories that I'm not too keen on these days. But aside from that, the scares are really good. I just had a little moment here in this hallway, like looking to the left, like it reminded me of playing Visage. I'm hitting the wrong keybinds because I'm getting back into my normal muscle memory. Maybe next episode, maybe the one after, I'll add my third skill bar. We'll be pretty good. Probably throw my damage buff up. It looks like we've got some mushroom enemies in here as well. They're called Mold. Dive and Mold. I think they're just very creative, you know, about the kinds of things that you'd find in an old mansion. I guess this is the equivalent. Oh, I remember observing, by the way, that this game's early dungeons feel a lot in structure like the Guild Wars early dungeons. As in, okay, so the very first dungeon in Guild Wars is Ghosts of Ascalon. You kind of go into like a ghostly tomb. Same here. Then you get like a manor, Cordicus's manor, and here we are in a manor. And it will keep going like that. I think we're going to be in a foresty place on the next one in the main story. I'm not counting the side quest one. I think COF feels similar. And again, a lot of 2.0 was taking inspiration from Guild Wars, like with the fate system and stuff. So I do wonder that, whether they really looked at it. Okay, so here we go. The first boss, the Manor Claviger. I don't know what a Claviger is. She's going to teach us kind of a staple mechanic here, but in a weird way. You remember I complimented that ooze and said that was good design because it teaches you stuff for later? This is bad design. You're going to see something really silly here. It's really important that the telegraphs that the bosses do in these early areas are representative of what the telegraphs will be and mean later. So she's going to show us an eyeball mechanic. So here, I'll interrupt that. She's going to show us an eyeball. I think it's her, isn't it? Or maybe it's the final boss, actually. I think it's not this boss. But basically, you're going to see a giant flying eyeball above her. And the idea is to look away. Don't stare at her. And it's a very common mechanic in this game. But the thing is, they're going to pair that. I can't interrupt this. I'm still on cooldown. They're going to pair that with... Then they're going to give you that telegraph. But it's not actually a look away mechanic. So the first time you see the telegraph, it is not the correct mechanic attached to it. It's just like run out of the AoE. Which is just like awful, really. It teaches people all the wrong things. You'll see that in a minute as we go forwards. Anyway, there we go. So we have a choice there of moving out or interrupting. Usually you don't get a choice for this kind of stuff in this game. I guess I'll need and greed these just in case. Maybe Tremor can be wearing them the next episode. So we've got multiple ways to go here with the foyer. This thing... Oh, we're back at the start, actually. This thing here where they block it with these crates, this always reminds me of 12, where you're playing as Varn in like the big mansions and stuff. And there'll just be barriers. I suppose it's probably in 11 as well. The green key, I don't know where we use the green key. I'll follow these guys, they seem to have a better idea. Oh, just through the front? No? We can't go upstairs because it's a glyph. This way? We did obviously already clear this. But maybe there was a doorway somewhere? But this place is a proper maze. Was there a doorway in here? No? I know that we're aiming for the basement. That's where we're aiming for. But that doesn't really help me with navigating one room to another. Don't tell him we went the wrong way. Yeah. Or could we have just gone backwards through the room, maybe? I don't know. Here we go. The ivy door with the green key. And what was it? What was on the pendant? Is it the same thing, do you think? Ooh. So usually people run in here and just jump over, by the way. Because again, you will survive. Oh, look. You see that guy's done that. I'll jump down here, I guess. And look, there's skeletons in the basement. Huh? Pun? So I wonder how to play this with two targets. Usually it's just spread your dot onto both targets while maintaining damage on the main one. That's usually the best way to do damage on two targets. But here I have two dots. So is it possible I Venomous Bite, Wind Bite, and then swap to something else, and Venomous Bite, Wind Bite, and then start regular damage? Like, I wonder what the best way to do that is on this. Because I've never played a class with two dots. These early dungeons and their non-linearity you find annoying. Yeah, that's why they nerfed a bunch of the non-linearity. They made them just corridors recently, and people applauded that. And it's a thing, though. It's like, I like it the first time through. I said this on the last episode. I'll say it again now. I think it's good. It's nice to have them non-linear, but only on the first one. If there was a way in which the game could distinguish between the two, I think that'd be awesome. Oh, we got pretty lucky there with our procs. But as it is, yeah, they just kind of removed a lot of the labyrinthine maze-like things. This is probably the most mazy dungeon in the game. Am I wrong? Does anyone want to contest that? I think this is probably it. This, or maybe the hard mode version, it might also be kind of mazy. Because this actually has a little moment in it where, you know this return spell that we have? When you use that in a dungeon, it will put you back to the start of the dungeon. And we actually have to cast that here, really. It's like the one place in the game where you cast return in the middle of some kind of a combat sequence. Here, so these corpse flies, I've aggroed them. So I've used arm's length so that I reflect a bit of slow onto them before they then go off and hit the tank. And it's like free slow, I guess. Actually, oh, I gotta say, on that note, there was a comment. Obviously, I opened this episode with a really long comment from one of you guys. There was also an even longer comment, a really long comment. Oh my god, my voice broke there. Where someone just gave down like this huge amount of dungeon tips and different methods and things you can do. And he was basically explaining, yeah, you can run in a little bit early when you're a DPS and do stuff like that. Really, really, really cool message. Sorry, I didn't put it on screen, but you know, we've got so much to talk about here. So I don't know if you guys want to go back to the other episode of the playlist. If you're a new player playing along and you're learning about this stuff. Oh, they've added a portal now. Because it was common to use return, but confusing for new players. Oh, really? That's amazing. I might limit break in the next pack, by the way. That is awesome. Did they drop a key? No? Corpse flies as well. See, there's pretty good monster variety, I think, already. So there's a treasure coffer in here, but we didn't necessarily need to do anything in here. Wow, what's that question mark? That's an emote, is it? Use the tiny key to unlock this door, and there's a yellow key in there. And I think the yellow key will give us the basement boss. Here, I'm gonna use my LB. Ready? Limit break. Big shot. So it should hit all three, and you should see them all get chunked. Yeah, pretty good. So the limit breaks don't take your buffs into account, I think, so you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to line a limit break up with the 2 minutes or anything, or any kind of personal damage buff you get. And obviously only one person gets to use it. The bar's drained now and it's recharging. So when you're in these massive things where there's like 24 players fighting, all for the one limit break, it's kind of cool to see who actually picks it, you know. Usually people have these melee DPS people do it because they have the strongest single target damage, and usually you're fighting a single boss, obviously. But sometimes, especially here in dungeons, it can be good for mages and range damage to do theirs. But the thing is, it's not going to charge to level 3, so there's a bit of an awkward thing with limit breaks where there's a lot of really fancy ones, but you just don't see them because they're not on the melee DPSs. Healers can res everyone. Tanks can make everyone take almost 0 damage, which is useful for certain attacks that would wipe everyone otherwise. So there are some special moments where the tank gets to be the big shot and gets to use their limit break. And those are fun moments. I know of 2 moments like that. And one of them's actually in the main story, believe it or not. In fact, it's a moment in the main story right near the end of where I've played to. It's like the last big story boss I ever beat, actually. Before Endwalker. Alright, unlock the Carnation door. Is this the eyeball mechanic? Let's see. Oh, probably not. So we got 2 targets in here, a jester and a steward. I'll just dot on both, I don't know. We probably got to kill one and the other one resurrects it by like sacrificing its own health or something. I'm going to keep my focus on the jester, I guess. Oh, somebody interrupt that already. It's pretty major if they did. I think Archer is not a particularly high damage early game class either. I think the best one people were saying is Dancer. Dancer has some mechanic on it where the potency is just insane. It's like an end game level potency, but you get it nice and early. And they get to nuke stuff in the very early dungeons. But obviously that's an expansion class. Well, there we go. We find some bloody parchment. And yeah, here is where you'd usually cast return, I think. You just return to the start of the dungeon. By the way, these skins and stuff, they are dungeon skins. If you look here, like this is a... Oh, it's in my armory bag. But that was like a mana half robe we got there, see? Also, look, all the keys are in my key items here. I hadn't even really noticed that. The arcane text scrawled upon this page appears to have been written in blood. Could it be a clue to breaking the seal's barrier above? Yeah, so with this we can now get through to the upstairs and find the Lady of the Manor. You always shout the flashbang when activating Limit Break 3. What, when you're playing? That's Red Mage, right? Yeah, like, and you can tie it to a macro, so it will type stuff in chat. See, all the Limit Break, when you mouse over the skill, it just says Limit Break, but every class has its own unique one with its own unique name, and I forget the names. Like, I like to know what the Dark Knight one's called, you know? I think the Monk one's called Heaven's Fist. But I can't remember what the Dark Knight one is. Anyway, doing a macro where it prints in chat, I'm using blah blah blah, and it says the name, would be quite cool. But you'd have to do a separate macro for each Limit Break, which would take quite a lot of slots. Anyway, look, here's a fly eye. Damn, sexy undead elf. Undelf. So most unfortunately, she is the exact same model as some of the enemies we've already been fighting in here, which is pretty terrible. The game's usually not too bad. Oh no, she's not the exact same model. She has like amazing wings. So yeah, this is her. I don't know if there's a mount or something where she's carrying you or whatever. All right, here we go. So the room is all messed up and tattered, and I'm ready when you guys are. I'm going to poison her twice. Get that first one on cooldown. So Void Call. What does she do with this? She screams and she summons a Fly Eye. The Fly Eye is untargetable. Okay, you see how he's... Oh no, this is teaching the eye thing. Oh my god, I'm wrong, guys. So we have to look away. There's no way you can dodge it. Did they patch that? Well, whatever. There you go. So that is actually the good mechanic. Maybe the bad example of it we already passed. And now she has a handmaiden. I love how dark this bit of the story is. Is it worth wind biting that when the whole thing isn't going to linger on her? She's going to be dead before the 40 seconds are over. Alright, well, let's do that. So there you go. So yeah, that eyeball thing, very common. It might do it again here. There's one over in the corner. Oh, she's teleported to it. Yeah, see here? So she's taunting us in, and the game, she seduces us in, and then the game is to look away before the eye blows up. You're right, the old version was bad. So it was patched. Oh, well, there you go. The thing is, I feel like I did this recently, and it was bad. How recently was it patched? But okay, there you go. Was it patched like with Dawn Trail's release? Well, there you go. So that's the eyeball mechanic. And we're level 40 now? Jesus Christ. Good job, team. Haha! And we get a new trait. Increased action damage. This sounds incredibly boring. Let's see. Increases base action damage by 20%. It's quite strong, though. Jesus. It was patched some point in Endwalker, but you don't know if it was at release of Endwalker. Oh, well, there you go. They were all reworked over time during Endwalker as they added duty support. Ah, so that's when they would have fixed it. Well, there you go. Good. So that's no longer terrible. But yeah, I like this dungeon. It's very fun. It's nice to play it with you guys. What we can do here as well, before we... Because I'm sure we'll have to return to the Waking Sands. Oh, actually, hold on. Do we get... Oh my god, we do get a bit about the Ascians here. This whole episode has been one huge diversion. Genuinely. Darkness has taken root within these halls, sprung from the most unlikely of seeds. One cannot help but admire the irrepressible spirit that quickened it to life. 2 Ascians, not just one. It is a pleasure. So here, this is an Ascian of the 12th staff. It is a pleasure to meet you at last, adventurer. You are every bit as intriguing as our master gave us to believe. Who's your master? It is no ordinary mortal who can acquire 1 crystal of light, much less 3. The crystals make you strong, and it is to that strength that the light is drawn. Heidelin chose well. A pity that you're... So the more crystals we get, the stronger our communion with the big crystal gets. A pity that your existence is irreconcilable with our own. We cannot well allow you to continue upon your present course. Yeah, they want to snuff us out now, really. Alas, we came here not to play, but to take the measure of your strength from Master La Habrea. That task now accomplished, we take our leave of you. I wonder if we ever find out exactly who those 2 are. Fare you well, bringer of light. Because I don't consider this to be too much of a spoiler. Nah, no, alright, I won't say it. Anyway, let's return to the Central Shroud. And, tell this guy that his crazy wife has been subdued and we're all good. And then what I'll do, guys, what I'd like to do is we can do those Guildhests for today. Just 2 more mini missions. And then they're nearly done. The Guildhests, I think, stop at... oh, God. Is it 40? Or is it 50? Anyway, in fact, actually, we only just hit level 40, so... What are the ones we've done so far? Okay, we've done up to 25. So we can do 2 25 ones, yeah. Black Masked and Ascians are almost entirely no-names. Oh, really? So you don't really get that detail? That's one of the things I want a lot more detail of as we go further through. Well, not all dungeons were reworked, but all the reworks happened before Endwalker. Yeah, well, they should keep going with them, because a lot of them are still quite... Look, what this game really needs, what it really, 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 really needs, is a level squish. Because by this point, I think I should have a lot more skills, and we should be getting into the more fun, the faster kind of combat already. And we're not, and we won't be for a long time, because it's so spread out. I think that level squish is a very good idea. I mean, they just hit level 100. It seems a bit ridiculous once you start getting over 100, I think. So if they squish it all back down to 50 and you get your stuff a bit quicker. You're returned. What sights awaited you within the manor? What has become of Lady Amandine? You must tell me all. Well, I don't know whether you thought this would be a happy ending. So she went as far as to consort with devils. Would that I could have done more to prevent her fall. May she finally find peace in the beyond. I know not whether the masked men you encountered are the same pair that first led my lady astray. Because remember, didn't he say it was years ago? But it is plain that they are some of the same vile brood. Should the chance ever present itself, promise me that you will visit upon them tenfold the woe they have brought upon others. But who am I to speak of punishment? By my silence, I allowed not... How many innocent young... let's read that again. By my silence, I know not how many young, innocent women to die in unspeakable circumstances. It matters not wherefore, though misplaced loyalty, cowardice, or both, and I am an abettor to gross crime. I will surrender myself to the authorities and accept whatever punishment they deem just. I only pray that the gods will have mercy on my soul. There you go. Nice. I like that story. So dutifully did I serve my lady in happier times, only to forsake her when she needed me most. My failures will forever haunt me, and yet with your brave deeds, mayhap my lady's tormented soul will find peace after so many years of woe. Okay, people are leaving the party, but I kind of wanted to do Guildhests. Do you guys want... Oh, are they making space maybe for others? So we have... does anybody else want to join? Oh, this is a nice mini here. If anyone wants to join, meet me at the main Aetheryte in Gridania, I guess. In fact, we can just return there. Oh, we could have done that earlier, since this is my home. Oh, they're little Moogles. Oh, here's a guy who wants to play with us. Alright. This guy looks cool. Is he like a samurai? He looks like a samurai to me, almost. Okay, so next is All's Well That Ends in the Well. Hostile sylphs, well, we know who those are now, who would rather see the 12s burn before making peace with the people of Gridania, have begun using their forbidden magics to charm the forest's creatures into doing their bidding. Temporarily enhanced by the spells, these turned creatures now possess the ability to enfeeble their victims with terrible poisons and wide-reaching attacks. Only by slaying the renegade sylph leader, Braxio of the Well, will the creature's minds be freed. Okay, let's head on in. Can you join the link shout? Yes, you can. There you go. $100 will be the max ever, but yeah, a crush would be great. Yeah, exactly. It's just, I don't mind in terms of the numbers and stuff, but it's the access to skills and the rate at which things are unlocking that feels like pretty broken. Alright, so enfeebling effects suffered by party members can be cured by using items or the spell Azuna. And I guess all the supports get Azuna, I don't know. It may be useful to divide your party into 2 units, one concentrating its efforts on slaying Braxio, and the other focusing on dealing with the charmed creatures. That's an interesting tip. It's definitely not necessary, I must say. This is quite cool. Well, look, we're back to fighting fly eyes. So yeah, there are debuffs, and some of them are curable. Like that vulnerability I was talking about earlier is not curable. I don't know how much they really play with debuffs in this. Not much, I think. It's like they have a lot of infrastructure in there for it, but then chose not to design or develop around it for whatever reason. I think probably server packets. I think a lot of the design in this game and a lot of the stuff that happens in this game is purely server considerations. So here we go, here's Braxio. And I'm going to just start using the random jump back whenever I can, just for funsies. Oh, interrupt. So she was trying to paralyze us, and I'm sure that would have been a moment, if that landed, where they would have been like, oh, you can cure that paralysis. Braxio's followers have rushed to his aid. Oh my god, that's quite a lot of mobs there, actually. Start AoEing, I guess. I guess one technique would just be to keep focusing the boss. So there, you saw that eyeball over there, but that was an eyeball attached to a cone. So we didn't have to worry about that. Let's paralyze again. Interrupt again. Braxio's followers have rushed to his aid, and several of you blah blah blah. Whatever. See, this feels a bit like a Guild Wars 1 mission in a way. Especially with the like, oh, maybe you should split your focus or whatever. But yeah. The Guildhests is complete. Come and collect your reward. This one almost never rolls in the dailies, by the way. There are a few that come up all the time. That first one we did in the crypt with the Iron Giant comes up a lot. The operation was a success. Here's your payment. And I get a huge boost, first time boost, for doing it on my Archer. And then the other one I want to do today, guys, is the other level 25 one. A lawless cadre of goblins has seized the Matron's Leth, preventing passage to and from the upper reaches of the Twelveswood. Now, all those who approach are greeted with a shower of time-activated bombs tossed from behind makeshift barricades. Slay the goblins, defeat their leader, and reclaim the area, so that the forest will once again be safe. This is weird, because goblins in the forest. This one might teach us about, like, destructible environments and stuff, but again, it's not really a thing. This one comes up sometimes. Usually it's daytime. So it's the Hest, weather, reflect the regular. So, finding sticks and taking names. Sorry, flicking sticks and taking names. Goblin bombs do not detonate immediately. If you find one tossed into your midst, fall back so that you do not get caught in its blast. The barricades can be destroyed by attacking them. They're also susceptible to bomb blasts, so use this to your advantage. So you can bait them to bombing their own barricades, basically, which is what you just saw there. This bomb ability is, again, I mentioned this already, didn't I? That I have this on Blue Mage. And this is basically just climb this block, this tree. And again, remember, I pointed this out before. The Hests are all taking place in open world areas. So I kind of like this, you know. It's like we've come here another day and there's totally different things happening here. The story of when the goblins attacked this area. But yeah, we need to climb and they'll just have barriers on all the steps as we go. I think the final Hest is, it kind of mixes all the mechanics together. They're 4-man at the moment. The last ones are 8-man. They do become 8-man. So those might be a bit trickier to party up for and do. It all depends if people are still around in those later episodes. Or whether the tedium and the side quests have become too much. It's amazing, actually. All we've done today, there's been almost no actual plot development. There's been like colour and information about the world, but in terms of actually progressing the plot, literally nothing has happened. Well, okay, now we've spoken to 2 Ascians, so I guess. Alright, the bomb's wielded by this last guy. I didn't know. He may not appear to be the most formidable of foes, but his realm-shaking explosives are super deadly. Stick flicks! Stick flicks! He cries. Here, I've got a question for the mechanical nerds out there. If I poison, then immediately DPS buff myself, does the poison get the benefit from the buff? Or do I have to be buffed already when applying the poison? Does anybody know how that works in this game? So there you go, he's dead. And there you go, those are the 2 Guildhests. Right, let's return to the Waking Sands. We're kind of in a wrap-up mode a little bit here now, guys. Because I've actually accomplished everything I wanted from this episode. But let's go speak to Minfilia. See if she's got, you know, something to say about what this Ascian situation is. Maybe Thancred has his next plan for us. Maybe we'll meet Alphino again. Let's see. I can tell you that now we are racing towards another Titan. A primal fight. Which one is it? Yeah, there'll be a primal fight coming up soon. Our next trial. It's that T word. Good morrow. There you go. Look, it's the morning now, and she's saying good morning. Pre-return, indeed. If anyone wants to catch up on Guildhests, you can contact people on Discord or via the link channel and ask. Yeah, good point, Corey. Yeah, because obviously we can't matchmake together if you haven't done all the Guildhests up to there. And I know a lot of players skip that feature. But the last ones are pretty cool. I think the very last one's like a big boss or something. And yeah, they're 8-man. I'm sure they are. Yeah, the primals are Titan size. That's exactly right, yeah. Welcome back, Tremor. Full glad am I to see you safely return. Tell me, how fared you on your sojourn in the Twelveswood? Well, I found the Ascians, surprisingly enough, even though the whole story seemed unrelated. 2 of La Habrea's minions. See, I was under the impression there aren't many Ascians, that they were all specific characters with specific names. There's one Ascian in particular that is all over this story. I think we'll meet him in the post-patches of ARR, who I'm so curious about. He's an Ascian, guys, that wears white. And he's so cool and intriguing to me, and I know he's a big part of the later stories. Anyway, 2 of his minions, and they sought to... And I think they were doing... Oh, well, whatever. I'll hold my tongue. And they sought to measure your strength by their own admission? The devils taunt us it is beyond doubt then. The Ascians have begun to move in earnest. Would that we knew to what end? I will not bemoan our plight. Thanks to your tireless efforts, we are at least aware of the encroaching darkness. Alas, we can only do so much. It is clear to me now that we Scions are too few to protect the realm against this threat unaided. We must needs alert the 3 nations to the presence of this elusive enemy, and I must recommend that they heighten their vigil. There's no shortage of misery in the world that the Ascians might exploit. We have an arduous struggle ahead of us. Yet, come what may, we must not allow ourselves to become lost to hope, for that is precisely what the enemy desires. We've gleaned all we can from the information available. Let us set this investigation aside at present. Another matter has arisen that requires your attention. Let me know when you're ready, and I will summon the others. Have you noticed how, whenever we're talking about Ascians, no one else is allowed to be in the room? It's just me and her. That's weird. I don't know if there's a specific reason for that, or that's going to come up in the story soon. Oh god, the levels are coming so fast. Really, look at this, level 41. Let's be a gladiator for a while. Gladiator is now the lower of the two. Minfilia is waiting to brief you and your scions on a new development. The last Guildhests is 24 man. Oh, is it? Wow. Well, look, if we can't get 24 people to play all at once,
requests our assistance.
We can always rely on the matchmaker. Oh, I don't know though. It's OCX and we're playing when everyone's in bed. That will be tricky. The Maelstrom requires. Well, maybe we could just go back to NA. Now the EU NA decision will matter. I don't know. We'll see. The Maelstrom requires our assistance.
Concerning the kobolds they sent such copious notes on, I presume?
Yes. And no. It has more to do with their findings, which portend a peril far greater than any beast tribe.
What sort of peril?
The VA is so, like, stilted and slow and... It's crazy.
The worst kind. A tribe of kobolds in the vicinity of Limsa Lominsa has reawakened Titan.
The last one is 8 man, not 24. Yeah, I thought it was 8. Someone in chat says, I just got to the unspecified primal coming up last night. And all the pre-quests were shameless. But did you start playing when I started the series? That's quite cool. So they're reawakened Titan. Aha!
Our task will be to slay the primal.
It's already about.
The Maelstrom have sworn support for the endeavor.
There you go. It wasn't a major spoiler then, because they've just told us.
They are no strangers to the havoc kobolds can wreak.
Years before the Grand Company's reformation, 2 primals, Leviathan and Titan, chanced to converge upon the seawall, wreaking untold devastation.
Wow, was that in 1.0? We know Leviathan was up and around in 1.0 because we saw it in that cutscene with the boat.
There, by the grace of the Navigator, were the mercenaries Merlvip hired able to fend them off. Yet it did not take long for the beast tribes to regroup, and they summoned their primals once more.
Thankfully, their second coming was decidedly short-lived, but that is beside the point. So long as tormented souls will them to exist, the realm will never be rid of primals.
The high end on her voice is so, like, there's the T's, the plosives, are really loud.
The Maelstrom has kept a watchful eye upon the beast tribes, and the kobolds in particular, ever since.
And yet this has happened.
Which brings us to the matter at hand.
Unlike Ifrit, we know scarcely anything of Titan. Unfortunately, the only force known to have bested him, the modestly named Company of Heroes, disbanded 5 years since, and mercenaries are not in the habit of keeping chronicles.
So some other people that took out this primal. Oh, it's the wine and cheese stuff coming, is it? I see. We'll be in the dregs, really, then.
Expect the worst.
Expect the worst, indeed.
The Maelstrom's help is of course appreciated, but even if we had their whole armada at our disposal, we could still find ourselves overmatched.
See, look at this. An entire armada versus 1 primal, and they might not make it. Like, do you remember I said that they made it seem like they're Elder Dragon scale threats?
A pity the kobolds lack the gentle sensibilities of the sylphs. A peaceful resolution would be more than welcome. The echo will not avail you this time, I fear. If you are to survive, your steel must needs speak for you. No one would think you a coward were you to decline.
So you will accept?
Yeah, I want to do a big boss fight.
Thank you.
We can't very well send him to Limsa Lominsa without Y'shtola. Can we, Minfilia?
May I ask that of you, Y'shtola?
Our first arc with her! My god! This is crazy, actually. We're really far in, and
I never thought it in question.
because I never actually played the Limsa stuff, so this is the first
Ever
time I get to hang out with her. I do not remember this stuff coming up.
Very well. We will spare no effort to win victory.
I don't remember hanging out with Y'shtola in ARR at
You may
Limsa.
count on the full support of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
This will be nice, though, because we've done a lot of Gridania, and we've done a lot of Uldar.
And all
Now it's a
not
whole
a
new
field
locale.
will aid the fight from afar. Thancred, Ida, go to the Grand Companies. Tell them of our plight and solicit their support.
See, look, we don't have to do this busy work this time. I like the idea.
Eorzea, send word to the students of Baldessian, and Alfino if you would.
I like the idea that we think we don't have to do the busy work, but as soon as this cutscene's over, they all have quests for us, and they're like, "Oh, I do it, but why don't you? You can do it." And then we do it anyway. So yeah, if you remember in the hall, some of those guys said they were from the students of Baldessian, and Alphino as well.
Papalimo, compile all the information we have on Titan, little though it may be.
It's weird seeing that this is like the crew, knowing where all
You'll
they
be
go.
apprised of the tactical situation when you reach the Sailor's Ward.
Like this is like the main group in ARR, and just thinking about what happens with all of their characters.
Provision yourself for the journey. May you walk in the light of the crystal.
Very nostalgic, cozy music right now. Well, no, not that. Okay, Minfilia. Thanks to you for agreeing to handle Titan and the kobolds, and Y'shtola mentioned. As Y'shtola mentioned... So let's read that again. What's wrong? Thank you for agreeing to handle Titan and the kobolds. As Y'shtola mentioned, the mission will be fraught with danger, so we'll want to spare with no preparation. I shall look forward to your triumphant return, as shall all your comrades. Go with the blessing of the crystal. I guess after 5 hours, 5.5 hours of essentially just reading a book, the slurs will get worse. Or the misreads. So, have they all moved? They have! Ho ho ho! So who are you? Darius Stell. No matter one's past transgressions, all who have seen the dream are welcome, even men such as we. I've heard offers such as these before, and all were naught more than bait for the hangman's noose. So you're kind of bad guys. Wow, this place is getting... These guys have left now. Bremont's here. He's still looking for his brother. Looks like the antecedents found us have a good crop of aspiring heroes. Aye, I reckon Eorzea will be alright as long as these fine folk are around to protect her. Who the hell are you? Naraxia, you've got a name like a sylph. Oh my god, it is the... Oh, wow. It is the sylph. This one has finally figured out a way to make walking ones be quiet. What does friendly one think? This one is very convincing. Yes, I was looking at that like, that looks weird. It's the sylph. Like, fumbling around, trying to look like a person, but not quite making it. That's amazing. I love the weird green band across its eyes. What about you two? I'm now immediately suspicious of them. Just standing up because it's used to floating, I guess. Papalimo is in a ring with these guys. Ida's on her way to Gridania to request the aid of the Order of the Twin Adder. In the meantime, we must all learn what we can of the Primal Titan. Literature may yield us the odd morsel of useful information, but there's no surer way than to seek the former members of the Company of Heroes. I smell some fetch quests relating to each member. With this many people here, we need a culinarian of our own. We can't subsist on rations and preserved foodstuffs forever. No, we can't, Johnny Bravo. What are you guys up to? The Walking Sands sure is busy these days. Fresh-faced venturers eager to make their mark. Famous folk like you running off to face the bleeding Lord of Crags. Maybe it's for me and the boys to retire. Venturing's a dangerous calling after all. Be a little slow, be a little late, just once, and that's that. We can actually hear them gulping. And it's all like 3D audio as well. Like directional. Hanako. Hanako, I feel like, should go on a date with Tataru. That's the armor mender again. It's a shame they don't get any lore. By Tia says, congratulate the boy, Tremor. Chosen by the antecedent as the Sylph's bodyguard. What an honor. Hey, Tremor, have you heard? I've been chosen to serve as Naraxia's bodyguard. There have been some increasing reports of Imperial activity in Thanalan, and so the antecedent insists that our guests be escorted whenever venturing outside. I know how hard you, of all people, work to endear us to the Sylphs. I swear to you that I will guard our honoured guests with my life, and not allow your efforts to come to naught. See, as slow as it is, when there's lines like that, where they're like, oh, I know how hard you worked to endear us to the Sylph, I really do get that impression that I did work hard, and it did take a long time. And it feels like things, do you know what I mean? It's so much better than just one little quest and it's over and it's all gone at a lightning speed, you know? It's weird. It is that trade-off thing. Do you do a really fast-paced story that feels like a blockbuster movie but nonetheless is over really quickly? Or do you risk boring people and being a bit tedious but go for something a bit more grand scale and just trust they have a bit of patience? Which I think at this point, if you're still watching this LP, you have that patience. Guarding Naraxia is a prestigious duty indeed. Arenvold is right to be excited. But he never crossed swords with a Garlean before. I wonder what will happen if he's forced to confront his father's countrymen. Well, he'll beat him up, surely. I'm sure he holds no love there. Big says, if there's anything we can do to help, no matter how small, just ask. Yeah, can you get me an airship? Broken carriage axle, cracked barrel, hell's even a leaky bucket. Say the word and we'll fix it. I don't want to believe that Master Garland is dead, but the chief wasn't the type to cut and run. He would have gone to Cartano. He would have been there when Dalamud fell, which means... Wait, what are we saying here? Garland wasn't at the Battle of Cartano? He wasn't there when the moon fell? Oh, he's saying, okay, he might be dead, because if he wasn't dead, he would have gone. He would have been there at the end of 1.0. Garland wasn't there at the end of 1.0. He would have been there. So Wedge is worried he's dead. Uriange? As the primals fall, so do our spirits soar. Though mine aid be but modest, I nonetheless am heartened in my duties. You two, are you going to give me some details? Last time it was only the other no, it was Clive. I am told you're one of our finest, Tremor. I suspect we'll see much more of each other in the near future. Will we? What storyline are they a part of? Alright, well, there you have it. A little recap with Awakened Sands, and Thancred is just gone now. That's so cool that they put all these characters there, all these details. So that, guys, let me just have a quick look at my notes here. Oh, I guess the last thing to show off, we're not going to do it here, but this guy with the optional dungeons, he has a new one for us now. Nedrick. Hail, adventurer, you wear the expression of one who seeks new battlegrounds to hone your burgeoning skills. Don't ask how I know, I simply know. Now tell me, are you perchance familiar with the sunken temple of Khan? This is like a big Egypt tomb style place. I will not hold it against you if you're not. The ruins only surfaced when the calamity split the ground asunder, after all. Any road, it's a popular destination these days for adventurers looking for new frontiers to explore. If you're keen to join them, why not make the journey to southern Thanalan and visit the temple for yourself? What with the many dangers that lurk within, the immortal flames are keeping close watch over the place, but a Lalafell by the name of Bimbiu should be able to offer you passage. So there you go, that's another side quest dungeon. And we'll weave that in there somewhere. We did Halatali this time. And we can go collect that and find the dungeon. So there was that. And that's it, guys. That's the whole episode. So thank you very much for watching. Part 5. Where does the time go? It's been 10 days since we started this already. Part 5 of Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn. Thank you so much to the people who have been watching live. Thank you to those who have been in game. Thanks to everyone leaving lovely comments like that one I read out at the start of this episode. I'm reading them all. I'm watching them all. Thank you. Thank you for the couple of donations as well. The fact that each time I've gone live, I've had like at least a donation has meant a lot to me. So thank you. I know we're doing like 5-6 hours a pop, so getting one is nice. So thank you very much. And I'll see you on the next one. For more story, for the cheese and wine, and the next big boss, Titan. Take care, guys. See you soon. Oh, I'm not going to do the outro this time because it's still broken. Believe it or not, I have been working on fixing it, but it's still broken. So instead, I'll just do the intro again. I don't know. So it's going to be a bit of an abrupt ending. But there you go. Thank you, everybody. Have a lovely evening, and I'll see you soon for the next part. Bye-bye. Can you join the link shell? Yes. So many people looking for invites to the link shell. Are we even chatting in it? I should set up a chat log to see. Oh my god, he spammed that so many times as well. Alright, there you go. Yeah, see you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye-bye.